Thank you for listening. If you love Christian romance, be sure to subscribe to my page so you never miss an upload. Prologue. March, 1901. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Samantha Paulson fastened her long brown braid with a ribbon and tied it off as tightly as she could. A piece of twine already wrapped around her thick, curly mane, but she couldn't risk it coming undone while she stood atop her quarter horse, Hawthorne. Worse still, if the braid shrugged its way loose during certain parts of her act, she might well be hanging upside down off the gelding's side. Her boss's deep voice boomed from the other side of the arena, magnified by the fancy new microphone he'd purchased a few months before. Welcome, friends, to the most exciting show in town. Jed Harper's Wild West show had done well over the years, thanks mostly to his business acumen and commitment to the customer experience. He didn't make purchases unless he believed they drastically enhanced the show. When microphones first started popping up at circuses and other shows, he was hesitant, but the purchase proved to be a good one. The pride and joy of every show like ours is the talent, and I know you'll be amazed by our first act. Trip and Jenna Longfellow are a sibling duo with marksmanship unlike any you've ever seen. Jed's voice was quickly drowned out by the roar of the crowd as Samantha made her way down the long, dusty corridor to where Hawthorne was stabled. She had a few acts yet before her cue, but she'd be ready regardless. Gunshots sounded, followed by raucous cheers from the crowd as Trip and Jenna performed their act. Samantha was a good shot, her skills included in her act as well, but she was nowhere near as talented as the Longfellows. They'd performed the act so many times that Samantha knew exactly where they were in the act just by the sound of the crowd. When they clapped, it meant the pair had taken down their targets. When they gasped, Jenna had exploded the can of colored confetti right out of Trip's hand without so much as a moment's hesitation. When they screamed, Trip had shot an apple off Jenna's head. At the end, when the stomping of feet and an absolute roar sounded, their final trick of shooting a design into a canvas with nothing but bullets was complete. Just as the stomping began, a familiar voice sounded behind her in the hall. All ready to go? William Harper was Jed's nephew and had been a friend of Samantha's for years. His parents were less than upstanding citizens, so Jed took him in as a child. There was no blood relation, but her father and William's uncle had been such good friends over the years that she thought of him more as a brother or cousin than anything. Ready, she said as she moved into the stabling area. Hawthorne heard her voice and pushed his nose over the gate. There you are, boy. I've missed you. She pulled a handful of oats from the bucket the stable hands kept and grinned as Hawthorne gobbled it up, letting out a snort of appreciation as he did so. William approached and moved to pet him too, his penchant for suits always a bit out of place at a Wild West show. The trip from Little Rock to Tulsa felt mighty long this time. I'm glad we get to stay put for a few days. They'd traveled all over the eastern seaboard since late January, starting in the southern states and moving up into those that were colder as March approached. Slowly, they'd begun to make their way back home to Dallas, stopping in large cities along the way to perform. Tulsa would be the last city before their Dallas show for this leg, then they'd get a break until the middle of June before starting up again. The crowd cheered again, drowning out any response she might have had, so she just nuzzled close to Hawthorne and waited for them to get hold of themselves. Once they did, she agreed. I don't always love back-to-back shows in one city, but it's nice to relax for a bit between them. Lenore, the other trick rider in Harper's Wild West show, approached with a scowl marring her fair features. You sure you're good to go, Sam? I noticed you looked a little stiff this morning, but that's to be expected at your age. Samantha, generally called Sam by everyone she knew, laughed. I'm not even 25 yet, Lenore, and with age comes skill. The girl's jabs didn't get to her, especially not when she knew she rode circles around the 19-year-old. When you land a few more tricks, I'll be happy to trade off with you. Until then, watch and learn. Her understudy rolled her eyes. I could do more than Jed will let me do. He just doesn't want to dethrone his golden girl. I don't have a famous father to vouch for me. William shook his head. Lenore, Jed is careful with all of his talent. He doesn't take unnecessary risks with their safety. Mr. Paulson doesn't have anything to do with Sam's place in the show. That wasn't entirely true. Bran Paulson had taught Sam most everything she knew about horses, save the actual tricks. She could read horses better than people any day, and he'd certainly taught her to anticipate everything they were about to do. Still, it had been her own stubbornness after seeing a trick rider in her youth that made her determined to learn. After a short stint trying to talk her out of it, the world-renowned horse trainer pulled some strings and found her the best instructor he could find. When his old friend Jed Harper started the show a few years later, it had been a no-brainer who his headliner would be. "Sure," Lenore said with a scoff. "When does your father come back to the States anyway? I heard he was in Europe training some royal's horse." "He is," Sam replied coolly. She tried to befriend Lenore multiple times, but the attitude had long ago gotten old. "He should be back later this summer." With a huff, Lenore turned on her heel. As she walked away, she muttered loudly enough for anyone close by to hear. "Maybe he'll take you with him next time." Watching her walk away, William shook his head, never a lock of his sand-colored hair out of place. "She's a joy, isn't she?" "Just a gem," Sam replied. "Enough about her. Tim, is Hawthorne almost ready?" Tim, one of their young stable hands, nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, ma'am. I saddled him just a little while ago. He's all ready for you." Jed's voice came over the microphone again and announced the act before hers. "I'd better get going," she said as she opened the gate to Hawthorne's stall. "See you after." "Break a leg," William said with a chuckle. "Or maybe don't." He winked and gave Sam a leg up onto her horse. She didn't need the help, but it seemed to make him happy to help. He'd expressed interest in her as more than a friend about a year before, but she'd let him down gently. William would never be more than he was now to her, there were too many years of close friendship there. Thankfully, he hadn't mentioned that conversation since, and she imagined he'd come to his senses and realized how utterly incompatible they'd be as husband and wife. Riding back out into the long corridor to the gate where she'd enter the arena, Sam uttered the same prayer she always did. "Lord, you've given me this talent. Let me use it to honor you, to bring you glory. Please be with me on this ride as you are all others. Amen." "And now," Jed's voice boomed again, "the lady you've all been waiting for. She's the country's premier trick rider, and one of the great pioneers of the sport I have no doubt will continue for decades. Samantha Paulson, ladies and gentlemen." As always, the crowd roared as she entered. Quickly, she stood up on Hawthorne's back, her arms outstretched to get the crowd even more excited. She fed off their energy, and this arena was one of her favorites in which to perform. She gave the sound command, and Hawthorne sped into a trot as she pulled one foot up into the back. She felt as comfortable on one foot as she did two with as many years as she'd been riding, and Hawthorne's smooth gait made it easy. Her long breeches, ones their costumers made especially for her, had enough give to let her move, but not too much that they got in the way. Placing her foot back down, she leaned backward until she performed a back bend even as her mount cantered in circles around the arena. The rest of her act went seamlessly, and the crowd chanted her name in unison. The attention had never made her uncomfortable, but she didn't care one way or the other if they knew her name. Performing was a deep joy for her, though, and she didn't care if there was an arena full or 3 people. For her final trick, she'd hang off the side of Hawthorne until her hand almost brushed the dusty soil below her. The ladies back east clutched their pearls and looked away when she did so, but they tended to peek once they realized she wouldn't go tumbling to the ground. As Hawthorne went into his final lap, she readied herself to drop to the side, her back bent at such an angle that most said looked impossible. "Here it is, folks," Jed said as the crowd went quiet, "her signature trick." With a grin, she secured her feet into place and launched herself down the side like she always did. At first, the trick worked perfectly, and the crowd roared its approval. About halfway through, she felt herself jerk just a little bit toward the ground, and her heart dropped into her stomach despite her current position upside down. She dropped just a little more as a rip sounded. The last thing she registered before she hit the ground was the cheers of the crowd, intermingled with a few screams. Then, the world went black. Chapter 1. 3 weeks later. Dallas, Texas. Carson couldn't believe the size of the arena around him. Seats that moved upwards with every row surrounded a large corral. There was even a ceiling on the building, and Simon wondered how in the world his father's old friend, Jed Harper, had managed to build all of this as the anchor for his Wild West show. Paul looked around in wonder as well. This is mighty impressive. Jed's done well for himself since he sold the ranch. Mama grinned and took his hand. I can't wait to see all the acts he's got lined up. From the posters and the word of mouth here in Dallas, it's a can't-miss attraction. Does it strike anyone else as funny that we're here in the West and somehow he's still filling seats for things we see every day? Nicholas, Simon's twin brother, put his arm around his fiancée, Violet Gilbert, and continued. I get everyone in the big cities back east flocking to see it, but I can't believe he's got this big of a turnout in Dallas. Lucas Brown, Simon's cousin Edie's husband and the owner of a successful sawmill in Pine Creek, spoke then. I've been hearing about this show for the last year. Every time I come to Dallas, folks mention it as something I should see while in town. Apparently, there's more to it than just riding horses and shooting pistols. His son, Titus, wiggled in his lap and Lucas adjusted him. I know one little boy who couldn't sleep last night, he was so excited. And a little girl, too, Edie said with a yawn as she glanced at Titus's twin, Penelope. The little girl bounced in her grandfather Matthew's lap and just grinned in her familiar, cherubic way. I'm mighty grateful for coffee. Most everyone in his family had been able to come out to the show, something that didn't happen as often as it once had. They all got together frequently in town, but any trips to larger cities were usually done in smaller groups. The rail line that now ran from Pine Creek to Dallas thanks to Lucas's sawmill helped with that tremendously. Simon sat with Nicholas and Violet on one side and his father and mother on the other. Further down the seats were Lucas and Edie, Edie's parents Aunt Carissa and Uncle Matthew, his cousin Helen and her fiancé Jesse Pritchard, his sister Lily and her family with Alex, as well as the rest of the single cousins. Emily and Robert were the only ones left, save Simon, but he doubted anyone but him would stay that way forever. His brother, Malachi, had come, but his wife was too pregnant to travel. Their cousin Callum's wife, Rose, was as well, so he'd stayed back to make sure neither of them needed anything. Edie might be a doctor, and a fine one at that, but she joked that she had no desire to be delivering a baby out in a pasture if she could help it. Both still had months to go, but for all he understood, they didn't seem overly comfortable. There he is, a voice boomed from just below the platform where they sat in the first row. Jake Carson, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Pa's face lit up at the sight of his old friend. Jed Harper, it hasn't been that long since I saw you. Though, you do look to have aged a mite. He chuckled as he stood to shake the man's hand. Thank you so much for our tickets. The whole family can't wait to see everything you've built here. You always did have a creative streak a mile wide. Pa and Jed had been friends from childhood, growing up on ranches close to one another. When Pa lost his family's ranch due to his father's fighting with the Confederacy, he'd been a little lost for a while. It had been Jed to recommend he move to Pine Creek and work as deputy with his Uncle Tom until he could save enough money to buy some land again. Jed had long since sold his plot, always having more business sense than cow sense. If his expensive suit and the arena surrounding them was any indication, it had been the right choice for him. I'm just glad y'all were able to come, he said brightly. We just returned from Tulsa last week, and this performance will be our last one for a couple of months. He looked as though he might say more, but a young woman stormed toward him with fire in her eyes and power in her gait. Jed, she said through gritted teeth, can I speak with you for a moment, please? Clearly, the beautiful brunette with the long, thick braid meant business. Simon had never seen a woman so strikingly beautiful, and it was even more jarring that she wore breeches and a shirt cut similarly to the one he had on. The loose fabric did nothing to hide her figure, though, and Simon was too stunned by the dark-haired, dark-eyed beauty to wonder too much about her clothing. Jed sighed and put a hand on her shoulder. Folks, this is our headlining trick rider, Samantha Paulson. Most call her Sam. He turned back to her, his eyes filled with compassion and resolve. Sam, I'm sorry. I know you're disappointed. Disappointed? She threw her hands up in the air. I'm confused, Jed. The doctor cleared me to perform again. Why did you pull me from the lineup? We don't know who was responsible for what happened in Tulsa yet. I don't like the idea of you going out there and getting hurt again. I promised your father I'd take care of you. This is me keeping my promise. Some of the fire went out of her eyes at the mention of her father. I know that, Uncle Jed, but we can check the saddle over 10 times if you want. Just let me ride. Jed paused and placed his hand on his face, a long sigh escaping. All right, but we check everything to the point of overkill. Go let Lenore know that you'll be taking your spot back. A blinding smile spread across Sam's face as she jumped forward to hug Jed. Thank you so much. It'll all be fine, I promise. I'll just go get changed and let them know. As she turned to leave, her eyes met Simon's for just a moment. Attention lingering for only a second or two, he still felt the jolt of electricity move through him at the sight. What in the world? A woman had never affected him this way. He was the confirmed bachelor, the one who courted pretty women on occasion and treated them with respect, but was always honest. He wasn't looking for anything serious. Out of all the beautiful women he'd taken out, not one of them had ever made him feel like his head was no longer attached to the rest of him. Sorry for that, folks, Sam said as she waved and turned on her heel to move back in the direction she came. You're in for a treat, though. As she all but sprinted off, Simon couldn't look away until Jed spoke again. As she said, sorry you had to see that. Sam's saddle strap was cut a few weeks back in Tulsa, and she's only just now been cleared to ride again after getting knocked out. Her father's in Europe for the next few months. He's more like a brother to me than a friend. I promised him I'd look after her. Uncle Matthew, ever the lawman, furrowed his brow. You don't have any leads on who might have tried to hurt her? The thought settled mighty sour in Simon's gut for a woman he didn't know from Eve. It's just because you're protective of any woman, he tried to convince himself. No luck, though. No other woman would have him ready to chase her down the long corridor she'd disappeared through and check her saddle himself. Jed shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Sam draws a bevy of admirers anywhere we go, so it could have been an unhinged wishful suitor. We were so focused on making sure she was all right after the accident that it didn't occur to me to investigate, until a few hours later. By then, whoever it was long gone. Let us know if we can be of any help at all, Pa said earnestly. I don't know what we could do, but we're happy to help. Thank ya, Jed said as he glanced at his timepiece. I'd better get back there. The show's gonna start in just 10 minutes. I hope y'all enjoy yourselves. With that, the gray-haired man walked with purpose toward the same backstage area Sam had gone through. Simon pushed down the unsettled feeling in his gut, though he knew Nicholas had noticed his attention to Sam. He didn't say anything, just sat there smirking and shooting him sideways glances while the rest of the family broke into easy conversation once again. Whoa there, William said as he approached her frantic pacing in their backstage area. What's wrong? Whipping her head around to pin him with a look, Sam blew out a frustrated breath. I just told Lenore that I'd be taking my spot back today, and you'd have thought I fired her. She still gets to ride, but she accused me of throwing around my relationship with your family again. William strode to a barrel as handlers passed with horses and took a seat. Why do you let her get to you? You know you're better than she is. I don't know, Sam said even as she felt her anger start to deflate. I guess I was just so excited Jed is finally letting me perform again after the accident, and she just grated my nerves. She'd already changed into her show costume. Her dark blue trousers fit a little tighter than she'd have worn normally, but they were necessary for the riding she'd be doing. Her button-up top matched them, but was a little more flowing than what the men in the show wore. Both were adorned with white fringe to make them a bit more showy, but she'd refused to allow her specially made shoes they'd had cobbled have any sort of frippery. Those were solely for function. I'm glad he gave in, William said nonchalantly as he glanced out at the arena. It's a hometown show, so you'd best put on the performance of your life. She grinned, spirits lifted as she followed his gaze to the seats filled with fans. Oh, I will. If she fit nowhere else in life, she fit like a puzzle piece atop a horse. The fans brought her energy, gave her an extra boost, but the rush of performing tricks few people in the world could do kept her going. Her hair was already braided, and one of the stable hands brought Hawthorne forward just as Uncle Jed boomed out her introduction. She ran a hand down the horse's side, checking his saddle straps for the third time that morning. She'd also checked under the saddle, just to ensure no one had tried to sabotage her that way. "He's in perfect condition, Miss Samantha," the stable hand said. His name was Rudy and, while young, he seemed to have a way with the horses. "I haven't taken my eyes off him for a second. I've double-checked everything from his saddle to his bit and bridle to his feet. Everything is just as it should be." A smile tugged at her lips as the eager lad went down his list. "Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate you looking out for me." With a grin, he tipped his hat and moved back toward the rest of the horses. Sam ran one more hand down the length of her mount. "You ready, boy?" He let out a snort she took to be an affirmative and bobbed his head. "That's why you're my favorite," she whispered with a grin. Papa hadn't always had the money to own multiple horses. Much of her childhood was spent pulled from seasonal job to seasonal job as he tried to build his reputation. Once she'd entered her adolescence, though, he'd begun to make a name for himself in the horse training world, and with that came a bit of money. Still, of all the horses they kept at their property in Tennessee, Hawthorne had always been her favorite. He was the first one Papa ever brought home, and he'd been crazier than a dirt road lizard. Papa had taught her the base of all she knew about horses with him, and he'd been part of the family since. And now, Uncle Jed's voice boomed as she winked at William and pulled herself up onto Hawthorne's back. "Here's Samantha Paulson." The crowd roared as they always did, but a hometown crowd was always the most exciting. Most of them had seen the show before, so she liked to debut new tricks in Dallas to kick off every season. Still, even though she'd not been allowed to ride for 2 weeks after her accident and had been on restricted training since, her skills came as naturally as breathing. She performed the routine much the same as she had in Tulsa, but added a few flourishes she'd not shared with Uncle Jed. Where she normally stood atop Hawthorne and held the reins firmly in one hand while waving with the other, she wrapped them around the horn and held both hands free to wave. At one point after she dismounted and showed them a few of the jumps Hawthorne could do, she gave him the signal they'd been working on for months and jumped up from behind to settle in the saddle. The crowd gasped at the sight, just as they did when they performed a few more jumps even as she stood again. Each skill seemed more impossible than the last, and Sam beamed from ear to ear by the time her act finished. Uncle Jed might scold her for adding things without his consent, but it didn't bother her. He'd been like a second father to her since Papa spent so much time in Europe and Australia these days. He just worried too much. She waved one last time and disappeared through the long tunnel from which she came. The high of performance still buzzed around her even as Jed's voice came back over the microphone to announce the end of the show. "That's a good boy," she said as she dismounted Hawthorne and handed his reins to Rudy. "I knew we could do it, buddy." "As always," Rudy said enthusiastically, "you were amazing, Miss Sam." "Thanks, Rudy. Since we're about to head into a training season, I'd be happy to teach you a few tricks." The boy's eyes lit up. "Really? You'd do that for me?" "Of course, you've got horse sense, and you respect them enough not to get yourself killed." She winked. "Plus, it's a great way to impress any young ladies you might be interested in courting." He blushed, and Sam couldn't help but chuckle. They said their goodbyes, and Sam continued down the long hallway toward her dressing room. At most arenas, she didn't have a dressing room all to herself, but in their hometown venue she did. Finally, far enough away from the chaos of the stables to hear herself think, she took a deep breath and thought through a few of the tricks she'd like to perfect for the next round of touring. Just as she reached her dressing room, the hair on the back of her neck stood up, and she glanced down the hallway behind her. The light was dim, but she didn't see anyone around. The sound of the crowd chatting and moving about as they left was duller now than it had been, but she still strained to see if she picked up any voices. "You're being silly," she grumbled to herself. The saddle was an accident, not a plot to hurt you. She refused to live in fear, even if others around her wanted her to. Just as she shook her head to dispel the idea from her mind, She heard the scuff of feet against the floor and a light whistle in the air behind her. Before she could turn or duck, something large and blunt collided with the back of her head, and the world spun just as the ground rose up to meet her. Chapter 2. I've never seen anything like it, Violet said as they entered the backstage area after the show. The whole family had been given passes from Jed to come visit with the talent after it was over. Edie shook her head, adjusting her youngest baby, Gray, on her hip. I can't believe some of those things Samantha can do on a horse. And the sharpshooters, they're better than anything I've ever seen. She was right. The woman's beauty had been clearly displayed while she stood with both feet on the ground, but seeing her almost fly through the air on the back of a horse had brought Simon's heart galloping as quickly as her mount's feet. It was probably a good thing they wouldn't see her again once they left Dallas. He was plenty happy with his life as it was and could see a woman like that really messing up his plans. Hey, Uncle Matthew said jokingly as he put his arm around Edie. I do believe I'm a pretty good shot, and I taught you to be one as well. Emily, Edie's younger sister, rolled her eyes. You're good, Pa, but you're not that good. Just as he clutched his hand to his heart to feign offense, they heard a gasp and a thump down the hallway a bit. Uncle Matthew and Malachi, the lawmen of the family, exchanged a quick look before hurrying down the dark corridor. Within a moment, Uncle Matthew's voice sounded not far away. Edie. Get down here, now. Eyes wide, she handed off Gray to her husband, Lucas, and sprinted in the direction of Uncle Matthew's voice. The rest of the family followed, not wanting to intrude but unable to keep themselves from seeing how they could help. They reached the dimly lit area quickly and saw Edie kneeling with Uncle Matthew beside a still body. Simon's stomach dropped to the floor as he recognized the long brown hair and blood-stained show outfit Samantha Paulson had worn to perform. She was face down in the dirt, bleeding from a large cut on the back of her head. Simon barely recognized his voice when he spoke. Who did this? His voice was low and threatening, and the ferocity with which he wanted to hunt down her attacker threatened to choke him. Uncle Matthew shook his head even as he handed Edie a clean handkerchief. Malachi pursued footsteps we heard, but I doubt he'll catch them. Switching from shock to authority, he began to address the group. Carissa, go find Jed and tell him what's happened. Jake, see if there's any medical supplies close by for accidents. Surely, they have something. Edie pushed her hair out of her face impatiently with the hand that wasn't holding the cloth to Samantha's injury. I can't believe I left my bag at the hotel. It's all right, Helen said as she stepped forward. This isn't your fault. Uncle Matthew, we'll go see if we can find some clean towels or cloth and some clean water. If nothing else, at least we'll have that. She and her fiancé, Jesse, hurried off in pursuit just as Malachi returned. He was empty-handed save his drawn weapon. They got away. His face was set in a grim manner, frustration as clear as the rage Simon felt in his own chest. Went through a door around the corner that led out back. I didn't even get a good look in the darkness. Sam? Jed Harper's worried voice carried down the hallway from the direction of the arena. Sam. Where is she? Aunt Carissa's calm voice carried as well. She's back here, Jed. Edie's doing all she can until Jake returns with some medical supplies. Just then, Pa came running with a large bag in hand. An older black woman hurried behind him, her face as pinched with worry as any of the rest of them. Pa reached them quickly on his long legs, but the small woman kept up respectably. Mrs. Opal is in charge of helping with accidents they encounter, he said as he handed Edie the bag. She says she's happy to assist you, Edie. Mrs. Opal stepped forward and knelt on Samantha's other side. Go on, Doc. I'll get you anything you need. As they worked, the two women looked like a well-oiled machine. Mrs. Opal seemed to anticipate everything Edie would need before she even asked, and the wound in Samantha's head was stitched up quickly. Her pulse is still strong, Edie said as she checked once again. Hang on, I think she's stirring. Jed nearly bounced on his toes from the worry, though his face was bright red. Simon imagined his own might look similar, though the slight movement of Samantha's hand calmed him a little. Sam, Jed said as he rushed forward. Oh honey, what happened? Before she could answer, a harried voice sounded once more. Sam? Where is she? Is she all right? A young man with sandy blonde hair pushed through Simon's family until he reached Jed's side. Uncle Jed, what happened? She was attacked, Uncle Matthew said grimly. We apparently interrupted it, but she was clearly hit on the back of the head with some sort of heavy object. Sam, whose head had been turned to the side by Edie, struggled to open her eyes. Where am I? Jed? William? We're right here, sweetheart, the younger man said as he took her hand. Do you remember anything? Through the haze of all that had just happened and the fire still burning inside him, Simon couldn't help but wonder who this William was. Was he her beau? He'd called Jed uncle. Were they related? It wasn't right to judge a book by its cover, but Simon would be surprised if the trick-riding, fiery cowgirl would be hitched to a man like that. His suit had no wrinkles, his hands looked clean and uncalloused, and he didn't even have boots on. Samantha shook her head as Mrs. Opal and Edie helped her roll and sit up slowly. I remember the blow, and that's the last thing. I came in here to change after the show, heard some footsteps, and then nothing. She pulled her hand from William's and moved her hand to the back of her head. Careful, there, Edie said as she gently guided her hand to the bandage. It'll be tender for a while, and I imagine you've got a respectable headache. She turned her attention to Mrs. Opal. You wouldn't happen to have any willow bark tea for that, would you? The woman nodded quickly and jumped to her feet quicker than Simon would have thought possible at her age. Absolutely, but it's back with our other supplies. I'll go make her some right now. As she scurried away, Edie turned to Jed. If she ever decides the road isn't for her, you send her to Pine Creek. I could use a nurse like her in my clinic. Samantha chuckled, then winced. Mrs. Opal is a godsend and a firecracker all in one. Sam, Jed said seriously, does anything else hurt? She shook her head slowly. Just my head, I think I'll be all right. Nodding, Edie confirmed her statement. She's concussed, but that'll heal with plenty of rest. She turned to Sam. You're lucky. After your accident a few weeks ago, another hit on the head so soon could have killed you. Jed's face went white, and he shook his head quickly. I can't risk your life, Samantha. You can't be here until we can figure out who's done this. As it is, I can't imagine writing to your father to tell him what's happened. She opened her mouth to argue, but Uncle Matthew spoke up. If your father's abroad, is there anyone at home to care for you and protect you? Blowing out a breath, Samantha closed her eyes. I live alone here in Dallas. We have servants at the farm in Tennessee, and I don't need anyone to protect me. I can do that myself. No, Jed said quickly. Your staff is down to a skeleton crew while he's in Europe and you're with us. It's mainly just the stable hands there. We'll need to think of something else. Perhaps I could hire some Pinkertons to go with you. Samantha's mouth dropped open. No, that's entirely dash. Just then, Pa stepped forward. I might have an alternative that works for you both. Samantha, he said gently, why don't you come back to Pine Creek with us? No one would think to look for you there, and once you're healed, you could even help out with things at the ranch. We have plenty of room, and I'm sure Nathan Archer would appreciate your expertise as he builds his business training horses. It was brilliant. Simon had to agree. From the few hours since he'd met the woman, Simon imagined she'd take much more kindly to being useful than just lying around and letting others wait on her. Her expressive brown eyes betrayed each emotion as it crossed her mind, but settled on resignation. All right, she said with a sigh. I'll earn my keep, though. Paulsons aren't freeloaders, and I'll not start now. Pa leaned down and extended a hand. I have no doubt of that, ma'am. It's a deal. Sam's head pounded like nothing she'd ever known. The fall from Hawthorne wasn't nearly as painful as the attack had been, but perhaps the knowledge that she wouldn't be around to train for the next circuit added to that pain. She stood in the stables holding her tears back as she stroked Hawthorne's long neck. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll miss you, but I promise I'll do everything I can to get them to bring you to me. She'd already asked if he could go to Pine Creek with them, but the small train was apparently full. Mr. Carson had checked, to his credit, and she was thankful. Mrs. Opal and Rudy approached, reminding Sam of the promise she'd made to the boy. "Rudy, I'm sorry I'll have to put off your lessons. For what it's worth, if I can't be here, I'm glad Hawthorne has you to tend to him." Rushing forward to envelop her in a hug, Rudy sniffed. "I'll take good care of him, Miss Sam. I promise." Mrs. Opal put her hand on his shoulder, her weathered features soft and comforting. "Jed'll get this figured out, dear. He's on the warpath to find out who did this to you, and he'll find them." Just as the words left her mouth, William entered the stable as well. Sam sighed and tried to push back her annoyance. William was a good friend, but he'd hovered more than usual after her attack. She knew he just wanted to protect her, but leaving in the next few hours would be a blessed chance to breathe. "Sam," he said brightly, "there you are." He didn't acknowledge Rudy or Mrs. Opal, a fact that wasn't lost on the older woman. She narrowed her eyes at him before pulling Sam into a hug of her own. "We'll see you soon, dearie. Take care of yourself. And if you just so happen to be swept off your feet by a handsome cowboy, you make sure you invite me to your wedding." Sam chuckled though she noticed William's eyes darken. "I think I'll be able to resist, Mrs. Opal. After all, I'm not going there to find a man." Stepping back, Mrs. Opal fanned her face. "You may not be, but I sure might. Did you see those handsome men who came up to help you? Pine Creek knows how to grow em." "I was a little distracted," Sam replied. Though, her mind did wander back to the handsome blonde cowboy who'd stared her down so intently before the show. He jarred her a little, the intensity of both his gaze and his handsome face. Most of the family appeared to be paired off, though, so it was unlikely he was single. "Besides, I'm hoping to be back sooner rather than later." William held out a hand to take Sam's arm, all but pulling her away from Mrs. Opal and Rudy. "Come, Sam. It's time to get going." She nodded, resigned to her fate. "Please beg your uncle to bring Hawthorne to me as soon as he can. I don't think I can go weeks without him." It might seem silly to others, but the black gelding with the long white stripe on his nose had been her companion for so long. When they'd traveled, Hawthorne went with them. As she got older and Papa's trips got longer, she stayed in Tennessee, and the beast had become as much family as anyone. "Of course I will," William said as he pulled her forward. "Now, Uncle Jed is expecting us, so let's not keep his friends waiting any longer." With a last wave to the other stable hands and a single tear overflowing at her last sight of Hawthorne for however long, Sam let William lead her from the stable area. They moved out into the arena where Lenore was already at work practicing on her mare Starlight. Lenore spotted them and guided Starlight over. Her eyebrow raised as she looked Sam up and down. "If you're going somewhere other than the circuit, you might want to invest in a few skirts, Sam." Sam glanced down at the simple brown slacks she'd donned after changing out of her performance costume, and squashed the sense of insecurity Lenore's comment brought out in her. "I'm going to a ranch, Lenore, not a ladies' tea. I think I'll be fine." "Sure, but the women of that family were all dressed appropriately," Lenore said as she slid off Starlight's back. She wore the more classic split skirt that many women wore while riding, though she didn't need to perform the caliber of tricks Sam did. "You don't want to offend them after they've been so kind to you." William rolled his eyes. "Leave her alone, Lenore. She just went through an attack, and now you're giving her a hard time. Focus on yourself, for once." While she appreciated William's defense, Lenore's words cut Sam deeper than either of them realized. She hadn't grown up with a mother in her life, not since Mama died from consumption when she was just a little girl. She'd never learned to sew or cook or any other womanly things. She could rope a steer, brand a calf, and break a horse in her sleep, but following Papa around from ranch to ranch as a wrangler and then later as a horse trainer hadn't exactly given her softer skills. Lenore didn't wait for a response, only smirked and mounted Starlight again. "Have a nice trip, Sam. We'll miss you." Her tone said she'd do no such thing, but Sam didn't take the bait. "Practice hard, Lenore. And be safe." She followed William the rest of the way through the arena to Jed's office. Do you think she'll ever stop hating me? Doubtful, William said quickly. In fact, she's my #1 suspect in who's been sabotaging you. That hadn't even occurred to Sam. She knew Lenore wanted her spot, but either one of those accidents could have killed her. Would Lenore stoop that low? You think she's the one who cut my saddle straps and attacked me? It didn't make sense. Sam couldn't put a finger on it, but she just didn't think Lenore had it in her. Or hired someone to do it, William said thoughtfully. But you don't need to worry about it. I'm going to be helping Jed with the investigation, and we'll get this figured out. You just rest and heal up. He dropped her off at Jed's office, her bags already having been taken for her. As she double-checked they'd brought everything, the wheels of her mind spun freely. Lenore? It just didn't sit right. You ready, Sam? Uncle Jed tried to look calm, but she could see the worry in his expression. I promise I'm only doing this to keep you safe. Feigning a smile she knew didn't quite reach her eyes, Sam hugged him. I know, Uncle Jed. Just bring me back as soon as you can. Chapter 3. Every time Simon boarded the train from Dallas to Pine Creek, he always planned to place his worn Stetson over his face, lean against the window and go to sleep. That afternoon, there'd be no sleeping for him. Of that, he could be sure. There weren't many passenger seats aboard the small engine, as mostly it was used for hauling lumber and supplies back and forth. It didn't even run every day, but the sawmill had footed much of the bill for it, so Lucas had some pull regarding its schedule. The passenger car was comfortable enough, though certainly more bare bones than trains that operated on more form than function. Half of their car held short wooden benches just wide enough for two. There were 3 rows across the car with walkways in between. The back half, the one Simon settled into, had longer benches that faced one another. None held the soft padding of fancier trains, but he generally just propped his feet on the seat across from him and caught some shut-eye. His sister, Lily, took his normal footrest, but he didn't mind. She glanced out the window, worry clear on her face. She's coming, isn't she? She held her baby, Lottie, in her arms while her older son, Hunter, played toward the front with Edie's twins. I hope she hasn't changed her mind. Simon didn't respond, but he was hoping the same thing. He refused to dwell on why it was so important to him that she return with them, but couldn't ignore the burning feeling deep in his gut. Samantha Paulson clearly wasn't safe in Dallas, and he'd go back in that arena and haul her out over his shoulder if he needed to. The thought made no sense. He didn't even know the woman. She'd more likely deck him than allow him to carry her out against her will. Still, something deep within him knew he'd try. Alex, Lily's husband and the town pastor, rubbed her arm reassuringly. She'll come. Your pa was meeting her and Jed at his office, and he said he'd bring her back. She seems like a reasonable woman. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Seemingly unconvinced, Lily returned to her vigil, staring out the window. A few moments later, her face brightened, and she handed Lottie to Alex before rushing to the door. Samantha, we're so glad you've decided to join us. Pulling the cowgirl into a stiff hug, Lily reminded everyone why she'd always been the nurturer among the group. The idea of anyone at all hurting when she could help was incomprehensible. Sam stammered as she patted Lily awkwardly on the back, thank you. I'm happy to be here. But please, call me Sam. She pulled back and addressed the rest of the group as well. That goes for everyone. I do my best to answer to either, but I've been a Sam for so long that I tend to forget. The hint of a blush rose on her cheeks, and Simon was once again accosted with her beauty. Her long brown hair was once again swept into a braid, though it had clearly been redone since her attack. Her olive skin, no doubt darkened by many hours in the sun on horseback, somehow made her eyes pop all the more. They were brown as well, but not quite the dark of chocolate that he was used to. No, it was much lighter, and he wasn't sure he'd ever seen the color on another person. Simon would have expected to find trousers on a woman odd, but already he couldn't imagine Sam in anything else. Mama stood and clasped her hand. Welcome to the family, Sam. We're loud and occasionally unkempt, but we love each other deeply. Eyes wide, Sam didn't seem to know what to say. Thank you, Mrs. Carson. I'll do my best to earn my keep on the ranch and stay out of your way. Malachi snorted from his spot, reclining with arms crossed over his chest. Good luck with that. She'll have you helping plant the spring gardens before you can ask where the turnips should go. Mama shot him a look. What he means is, you'll not be in our way at all. You're a guest, and you need some time to heal. Who knows how long you'll be with us, but you're welcome as long as it takes. Thank you, Sam replied as Mama led her to the seat beside Lily's vacated one. Still, I'd like to do as much as I can to help out. I'm not used to sitting idle. Pa nodded. I suspected as much. I'd offer to let you help Beth out around the house once you've recovered, but I get the sense you might be more at home out with the cowhands. The cowhands? She had no business there. Sure, she was an incredible trick rider, but working cattle was hard, hot work. Pa, surely you don't mean that. Images flooded him of Sam getting caught in a spring hailstorm or unawares around the bull. Not to mention, with calving and branding coming up, they needed men who'd seen it all and done it all before. That's no place for a young woman. Every trace of insecurity left her face as her eyes flashed before him. I can hold my own. I assure you of that. Why was she pushing this? Surely, she realized that trick riding and cow sense weren't the same thing. I don't mean to offend you, ma'am, but there's a bit more to it than just being able to sit a horse. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Pa watched in amusement but didn't respond. Why wasn't he backing Simon up on this? There's no way he'd let Lily out in the pasture during branding. Sam might have grown up around horses on a fancy ranch in Tennessee, but it was hardly the same thing. The fire in Sam's eyes burned brighter. I'm not sure what preconceived notions you have of me, sir, but I can assure you that I can do more than sit a horse. She nearly spat the last few words, and Simon didn't know where he'd gone wrong. For that matter, why had none of the men in his family been on his side? Edie approached and put her arm around Sam. I knew I was going to like you. Why don't you come join us over here before my dear cousin places his foot all the way inside his mouth? With a satisfied glance at Simon, Sam stood. I'd love to. With that, she stalked off toward the other side of the passenger car where most of the women in his family had begun to gather. Nicholas, Simon's twin brother, chuckled as he settled on the bench beside him and leaned against the wall behind them. He patted Simon on the knee. Excellent work, brother. I'm not sure how you managed to offend virtually every woman in our family at the same time, but you sure did. Crossing his arms over his chest, Nicholas closed his eyes with a satisfied smirk on his face. You're all just a bunch of cowards, Simon grumbled. I'm right, and you know it. She's going to get hurt out there, and everyone is going to wish they'd listened to me. Pa took a seat in the spot Lily had vacated with a heavy grin. I'm not so sure about that, see. Sam's papa wasn't always the fancy horse trainer he is now. In fact, he didn't really break out into a successful business until about 10 years ago when Sam was around 15. So she hadn't been raised in luxury? Then where in the world had she learned all those skills? What did he do before that? He was a wrangler and cowhand with a late wife and a young daughter he needed to support. Rather than leave her on her own all day when she finished her schoolwork, he took her out with him to work cattle and train horses. That's how Jed met him. He'd hired him on for seasonal work. She's done nearly as many hours working cattle as you have, my boy. He elbowed Alex lightly, and they both smirked. I'd say this one calls for a bit of humility, don't you, Pastor? It's not a bad idea, Alex said even as Simon wanted to sink into the floor of the train that had finally started moving. Maybe start with a sincere apology and go from there. Of course, Alex would work in some sort of virtue. He was the pastor, after all. Simon stayed silent as he watched the landscape out the window and warred with his own thoughts. How would he work cattle with her now? His first instinct was to stay close and make sure she didn't get hurt, regardless of what experience she had. Though, if his hunch was correct, she'd sooner be partnered with a rattlesnake than him. He groaned and moved his Stetson over his face after all. He wouldn't be sleeping, but at least he wouldn't have to see the amused looks on the faces of his family, nor the glares Sam no doubt shot him from her spot with the other women. Edie laughed from her spot next to Sam and pulled her daughter, Penelope, into her lap. Goodness gracious, honey. You're already getting too long for that dress. I'll have to make you a new one soon. Carissa, the woman Sam had picked up as Edie's mother, rolled her eyes. With what time? Let me do it, and I'll make some trousers for Titus while I'm at it. Edie's not only the town physician, Lily explained from her other side, she also runs the clinic at her husband's sawmill and does monthly visits to the freedmen's school and the houses too far from town to make it often. We're not sure how she does it, Carissa said with pride, but we're mighty grateful. Edie waved her hand in front of her face. I couldn't do it without my family supporting me. I appreciate the offer, Mama. I'll bring you some fabric this week. The ladies launched into conversation about women named Sarah and Rose and their babies on the way. Neither were aboard the train, and Sam gathered they'd both be welcoming their children that summer. Soon, the conversation turned from babies to the weddings both Helen and Violet would have soon, and both girls beamed as they discussed decorations and ideas. Violet and Nicholas aren't engaged just yet, Lily said quietly, but they will be before long. Sam had noticed Nicholas as well, if only because he looked very similar to his brother Simon. She fought to keep the scowl off her face at the thought of the arrogant cowboy, and wondered if the rest of the family held the same beliefs about women doing ranch work. It didn't seem like the women did. Jake had offered to let her work cattle, but her unconventional upbringing had always been a source of confusion at best, and hostility at worst to other women she'd come across over the years. She didn't hold many insecurities about herself or her capabilities, but that one was big enough to trump them all. Sam listened politely but didn't have anything to add to the majority of the ladies' conversation. Every time they tried to bring her in, she merely responded politely and tried not to make it obvious that she had no idea what they were talking about. Floral arrangements were as foreign to her as dress patterns and fine table settings. Even after he'd come into money, Papa had never bothered with those things. He figured pants had been good enough for her up until then, and she preferred them as well. Sam, Carissa said as the sun began to set over the trees in the distance. I'd love to hear more about how you got into trick riding. Your skills are awe-inspiring, and I imagine they must have taken years to perfect. Even if it was about herself, at least this was a topic Sam knew enough about to contribute. My papa used to be a cowhand, but he realized that he had a special gift with horses and became a wrangler. One of the trainers he worked for, Uncle Jed's actually, noticed he had some raw talent and taught him bit by bit until Papa was even more of a natural than he was. A warmth rose up in her at the thought of her father. He worked long hours to build his business, and we traveled a good bit as a result. Now he's world famous for turning out some of the highest quality horses alive. That's incredible, Violet said with her eyes wide. How old were you when you started learning tricks? Thinking back, Sam counted how many years since she'd first attempted her stunts. I've been riding horses since before I could form full sentences, so at some point it just came naturally to go bareback and try different things while I rode. I used to nearly give Papa a heart attack when he'd come out to the corral and find me standing up on the back of a horse. She chuckled as the first memories of it came back to her. I was probably 9 or 10 when I started doing that, and as soon as Papa had a little money saved up from his business, he bought Hawthorne and figured he'd do his best to train him as a trick horse. I'd just been using any horse I could find. At the time, there weren't very many of them, so Papa asked around and found another trick rider that could guide him some. After a while, he told the man he could name his price to teach me how to do it safely. I guess I was 15 by that time. Randall Jensen had been reluctant at first, as he was near to retirement himself, but he had family in Tennessee and wanted to be closer to them. In the end, he'd agreed to come train her for a hefty sum. What a wise thing for your father to do, Carissa said. I'm sure he realized you'd be attempting the tricks anyway. He might as well get you the training to do it right. Exactly, Sam replied. Trick riding has been around for a while in Europe, that's where Randall learned, but it's only gotten more popular in the United States since the Wild West shows started. Lily shifted beside her. I know this might be rude to ask, but what did your mother think of all this? Mama passed away from consumption when I was around Penelope's age, Sam said matter-of-factly. She'd missed the idea of a mother, but never really known the one God gave her. The only thing I really have of hers is her Bible, and I have to believe she's with me whenever I read it. She is, Beth said knowingly. Carissa and I lost our mother as well, as did Malachi's wife Sarah. She left you a legacy of faith to build on, you can be assured she's with you. The rest of the train ride went uneventfully, and their conversation flowed easily now that the ice had been broken for Sam. She spoke when she had something to say and simply listened when she didn't. Still, she didn't feel quite as self-conscious even when they spoke of subjects she knew nothing about. These women didn't seem to judge her upbringing the way some of the other ladies Sam had encountered over the years had. Church ladies had often been the worst, particularly when Sam showed up wearing pants with dirt smeared on her face. Some had been kind, of course, others had simply not seemed to notice, but the few who took offense stuck out most clearly in her mind. Since then, she'd mostly stuck to reading her Bible at home or taking part in times of Bible study with Papa and other cowhands whenever one popped up. She'd missed getting to know other girls her age, but it was just as well. She wouldn't have fit in with them anyway. Still, these women seemed to take her attire and lack of feminine education in stride. Often, Lily or Edie would lean over and explain something she'd never heard of or give the backstory when needed. Apparently, more than one of the women in this family were as enterprising as Edie. It both surprised and impressed her. If nothing else, perhaps they'd accept her at the ranch, at least until Uncle Jed could find the person responsible for the attacks and get her back on the circuit. Chapter 4. A week or so later, Simon pulled on his boots in the still dark bunkhouse. The sun had likely begun its rise over the treetops, but the rest of the men wouldn't be stirring for a bit. If he were honest, it was his favorite time of day. Every morning, he'd wake before the rest of the men and head over to his workshop to get a couple of hours' work in before the ranch chores got going. Pa was gracious in letting him use some of the morning hours to work in his shop, but he knew how much Simon loved it. That morning, his boots crunched on the frosty dew, and he glanced up at the big house he knew Sam was likely still fast asleep inside. She'd barely paid him any mind over the last week, especially after he put his foot in his mouth on the train. Doggone it, he muttered to himself. It's not like I was saying she couldn't do it. She just doesn't need to. As he approached the workshop Pa had built for him next to the barn, he noticed the barn door stood ajar. A low, feminine voice cooed to one of the horses, but the rest of the ranch was so quiet he could hear it. That's it, now. That's a good boy. Was that Sam? Mama had more or less forced her to take it easy for a few days with her injuries and all, but he doubted she'd let herself be down for long. It appeared he was right. Internal debate burned in his chest. Should he take this opportunity to apologize to her? Could they maybe start over and possibly even become friends? Not sure why I care anyway, he muttered again. It had never mattered to him before if a woman grew cross at him, save those in his family. Sam should be no different. Still, something in him needed to set things right with her. Decision made, he opened the barn door with a loud creak, and Sam's head peeked over the door of the third stall on the right. Third stall on the right? Sam, he said quickly, get out of there now. She narrowed her eyes at him but didn't move. Folding her arms at her chest and placing them on the door, she adopted a relaxed stance. Your pa said I could choose from any of the horses on the right side to help out today. I've chosen this one. A soft snort sounded from inside the stall and a long nose appeared to nuzzle her cheek. She giggled, clearly besotted with the beast. Or I guess he chose me. Please, he said as calmly as possible. Get out of that stall. Pistol isn't broken yet, and he's known to buck at nothing. He won't even take a saddle or lead. She raised her eyebrow as he approached slowly. Is that so? Getting closer, he realized she'd not only managed to get the bit and bridle in his mouth, she'd also saddled him. He was as impressed as he was nervous for her. How did you do that? I can't share all my secrets, Sam said teasingly as she stared adoringly back at Pistol. I could tell he's still green, but I figured I'd try to work with him in the corral for an hour or two before everyone else gets up. Simon stepped forward again, careful not to spook him with Sam still inside. I've never seen him that calm before. He put both Leo and Ray on their tails when they brought him in. He's not the first stubborn male I've helped see things my way. I doubt he'll be the last. She chuckled to herself and opened the stall door, a firm hold on Pistol's lead. I've been down here the last few days while you boys were out working cattle. She scratched Pistol's head. We've come to an understanding. With a pointed look his way, she led Pistol past him as calm as could be. She'd been down in the barn? She was supposed to be resting from her injury. She still had stitches, for goodness sake. What are you planning to do with him today? Everything in Simon told him to drop it. He could see the corral out his shop window. If she needed help he could get to her quickly. Still, something about her drew him in. Anxiety raged in him at the idea of her alone in the corral with the ornery thing, but she seemed to have charmed the grumpiness right out of him. Sounded familiar, except her charm had been the cause of Simon's sour mood. She spoke over her shoulder as she approached the corral gate. Today, I'm just getting him used to the tack. I'll do that for a few days before I try to mount. After that, we'll see how he does. Whose horse is he, anyway? Did your pa buy him or was someone hoping to board and train him here? Nathan Archer did, actually. He's got a long list of horses he's working with from all over the state. He's boarding him here until another of his stalls open up and he has a bit more time to devote to him. Though, by the looks of it, the horse was already putty in her hands. Nodding, Sam led Pistol inside the corral. She shut the gate, promptly dismissing him with no words necessary. I hope to get out to meet Mr. Archer soon. I hear he's got more talent than he knows what to do with but lacks a mentor. I'm not my father, but I did learn from him. He'll be grateful, Simon admitted. His business has grown faster than anyone here ever thought it would. Sam shrugged. I'm happy to work with him. There's plenty of room for more good horse trainers. She started slowly leading Pistol around the corral. Too many good horses get given up on far too early. The more quality trainers out there, the better. Her confidence with Pistol was amazing. Simon had seen that horse buck his father on more than one occasion, and he barely let some of the other hands get near him. He apparently came from a long line of thoroughbreds, but had either been mistreated early in life or had a personality that got out of hand. Rather than moving into his workshop, Simon stayed to watch Sam and Pistol. He told himself it was just to make sure she stayed safe, but he knew better. The woman was fascinating in a way no other woman had ever been to him, not to mention beautiful. Her olive skin told just how often she spent in the sun, her dark hair thick and swept back into an unkempt braid as always. Other women could spend twice as much time on their appearance and not look half as good. Sam and Pistol worked for the next half an hour, the horse only getting ornery once or twice. Simon tensed each time he did, ready to spring into the corral at a moment's notice, but Sam never portrayed any emotion other than calm confidence. Her voice lowered when Pistol fought her on commands, tone stern but not angry. Well, look at that, Ray's gravelly voice sounded from behind him. Ray had been the ranch foreman for years and knew this place as well as any of them. She tamed the beast. He smirked at Simon and crossed his arms to lean against the corral fence. I knew she was ready to get to work. I just didn't figure she'd start with one of the toughest jobs on the ranch. Mateo approached from Simon's other side, as well as Julian and a few other hands. I don't imagine this is the toughest job for her. As a larger crowd of hands gathered, Ray seemed to remember they all had a job to do. All right, cowpokes, he said good-naturedly, let's stop lollygagging and get to work. The ranch won't run itself. Until then, Simon didn't think Sam had noticed the audience she'd accumulated. His suspicions were confirmed when she glanced up in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. I guess time got away from me. I'll put Pistol back in the barn. You're welcome to keep going, if you like, Ray said with a tip of his hat. I reckon none of us could exactly take your place with Pistol. He seems to favor you. She smiled and patted him on the neck as though he wasn't a raging lunatic half the time. I think y'all are telling stories on this sweet boy. He's green, but he recognizes some commands. I don't see any scarring that would indicate abuse, but there's more than one way to mess with an animal's head. Her expression grew serious as she continued to stroke him. I don't imagine it'll take too long to get him saddle broke, but I think he's probably had enough for today. If you'll just let me know where to meet y'all, I'll put him up and head that way in a bit. So she really was planning to come out and work cattle with them. Skills or not, it still didn't sit right with Simon. Ray, he said low enough that he hoped she wouldn't hear, you could put her on barn duty for a bit until she gets her boots under her. She'd hate that, and the work wasn't necessarily easy, but at least she wouldn't get hurt. At this point in the year, some of the bred heifers could be mighty persnickety as they got ready to calve. The women in his family said they understood the feeling, and he imagined the impatience they felt toward the end of their pregnancies were similar to that of the heifers. Sam cut her eyes toward him. Apparently, he'd spoken louder than he realized. I'll tell you what. Why don't you stop trying to decide what I can and can't handle, and I'll just continue to ignore your suggestions. She turned to Ray, and her countenance changed from anger to respectful calm. I'm happy to help in any way I can. I know my way around a toolbox. I can round up stray cattle, help with checks on bred heifers, and anything else that needs doing. I don't mind taking my turn in the barn, she said with a pointed look at Simon, but I can do more than muck stalls, sir. Ray grinned, not even attempting to mask how much he enjoyed the exchange. I'm sure you can, Sam. We always have a few wanderers, so I'll let you and your partner start the day rounding them up. Perfect, she beamed as she grabbed her Stetson off the fence post and placed it atop her head. Who'd you like me to partner up with? The twinkle in Ray's eye told Simon the answer before the man even opened his mouth. He'd known Ray too long to think he'd do anything else. Clapping Simon on the back, his grin only grew wider. It seems the two of you have some tension to work out, and no better time than the present. Ray, Simon nearly groaned, do you really think this is a good idea? His father's amused voice boomed from behind him. I think it's an excellent idea, Ray. Go on, son. Get yourself saddled up while our new hand returns Pistol to his stall for the day. Great work with him, by the way, Sam. I've been watching from the window for a bit, and I'm impressed. Thank you, sir, she said tightly. It was clear she didn't want to pair up with Simon any more than he wanted to with her. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend time with her, he'd be happy to take her on a ride into town. It just baffled him how the men around him didn't see any issue at all with her coming along when they'd never let women work cattle before. Was she capable? Sure. But capable men had been gravely injured doing the same work she'd be doing today, and she didn't seem inclined to allow anyone to help keep her out of trouble. Yes, sir, he grunted as he opened the corral gate to let Sam and Pistol through. Sam, I'll meet you out here when you're finished. Without turning back, she raised a hand and waved her acknowledgement before leading Pistol the rest of the way into the barn. Ray and Pa burst into guffawing laughter, and both men seemed oblivious to the glare Simon sent their way. You both think this is funny, but if she gets hurt it's on you. She's only a week out from an attack, for goodness sake. I've been married for many years, son, Pa said as he got control of himself. If there's one thing I know about strong-minded women, it's that the fastest way to get them to do something is to tell them you don't think they can. Besides, we've been lacking in the entertainment around here lately. It's time to spice things up. Chapter 5. Sam took a deep breath to calm her nerves as she brushed Pistol down and gave him some oats as a treat. That's it, boy, she crooned, you were so good. Wish me luck today, I have a feeling it might be a long one. Why Simon continued to have such an issue with her helping, she didn't know. No man in her life had ever treated her with kid gloves, especially not Papa. He might have made some blunders along the way, but he'd raised a woman who knew what she was capable of. Stroking his long nose, she took one last fill of the gentle giant and closed the stall door. Hello, Miss Sam, the weathered stable hand she'd come to know as Phil said as he led a dappled gray mare her way. I've saddled Apple for you, and she's ready to go. She chuckled at the name. Apple? I take it that's her favorite treat? The mare let out a friendly snort as Sam approached. She loves M, but that's not why the boss named her Apple. Mrs. Edie's daughter Penelope got to name her on her birthday 2 years ago. Her actual name is Applesauce, but we shortened it for convenience. His green eyes twinkled, and the laugh lines around them were clear. She's taken to it pretty well, if I do say so myself. Sam took a moment to get acquainted with the horse. Thank you, Philosophy. I appreciate it. She mounted and turned Apple toward the tall barn doors, on the other side of which she knew Simon waited. Being nervous wasn't something she was used to, but his clear lack of confidence in her abilities gave her equal parts resolve and nerves. She'd be the last one in the pasture this evening, working as hard or harder than any of the men. Simon Carson, regardless of his supposed reasons, would have no reason to doubt her. She spotted him quickly, relaxed atop his mount. His blonde hair was only slightly visible under his Stetson, but the scowl on his face was clear. As she approached, he tipped his hat forward. Sam, are you ready to get started? Always, she replied stiffly. Have they counted yet today? Do we know how many stragglers we're looking for? He nodded and clicked his tongue, signaling his horse forward. Not too many this morning, though they might get sticky. One of the pregnant heifers is unaccounted for, as well as a couple others and a calf from the fall calving. It's not the first time the little one has wandered off, and I'm hoping he's in one of his preferred spots, well, all but one. Sam had been around enough rascally calves to know that didn't mean anything good. What's the spot you hope he didn't go to? He likes to go swimming in the creek, but he'll often get stuck either due to loose mud at the bottom or briars on the other side of it. Once, he got himself so stuck that Nicholas had to crawl in the briars with him just to unwrap his back hoofs. Nick was fit to be tied after that, and Edie even had to stitch up one of his cuts that went particularly deep. Creek's a little high today thanks to all the rain we've gotten, so I'm hoping he's gained some sense of self-preservation. Chuckling, Sam thought of a calf she'd worked with at Uncle Jed's ranch as a child. Once, when I was around 10 or 11, an older calf got stuck in some loose mud and kudzu vines. He was madder than a hornet who just had his nest kicked and jerking like nothing I'd ever seen. Papa and I spotted him, and I begged Papa to let me be the one to go in and get him. She paused, wondering what Simon was thinking. His expression showed his interest, but none of his opinions. She kept her eyes peeled for the wandering calf and continued. Well, he finally let me try, seeing as how I could fit much better and be easier to pull out of the mud if I got stuck too. He tied a rope around my waist just in case there was quicksand, and in I went. I'm getting the sense you got more than you bargained for, Simon said with a smirk. You could say that. I got the calf free, no problem, but I didn't realize the reason the calf was so fired up in the first place. I started to move and heard a noise behind me, then turned to see the business end of a skunk with his tail raised. Simon's deep laughter carried into the cool morning air. Did he get you? Yup, she nodded with both a grimace and amusement at the memory. It took days to get the smell off me, but I was still grateful Papa let me do it. Her partner rode silently for a few seconds, staring out over the pasture. I know I owe you an apology. She kept quiet, not sure how to respond. He did owe her an apology, but she didn't want to force it. I guess, he started slowly, I guess I've got something in me that doesn't want to see you have to work so hard. I wasn't raised believing women were weak, goodness knows my mama and Edie would have beat it out of me if I did, but I still hate the idea of any woman out here possibly getting hurt. It made sense, at least to some degree. I'm not the kind of woman who will allow herself to be coddled, Sam said calmly. The only choice I had growing up was to go out and work cattle with Papa, so that's what I did. I helped him with horses, too, and then joined him as his business grew. I probably have as much experience as some of your hands out here. There's no doubt about that. Just be careful. The way he said the words left her wondering if there was more he wanted to say, but she decided to leave it be. He'd apologized, and she could forgive some well-meaning stupidity. Apology accepted. Now, where does this rascal like getting off to? They spent the next few hours rounding up the stragglers but still couldn't find the calf. Thankfully, the bred heifer hadn't been distressed. She just found some young crepe myrtle trees and decided to make a meal of it. They shooed her back to the rest of the herd, and she trotted off happily. As the sun grew high in the sky, signaling lunch was near, Sam pulled a piece of jerky out of her saddlebag and took a bite. "I hate to say it," she said as she chewed, "but I think we'll have to check the creek." March wasn't an ideal time to take a swim, but it was better than January if a body needed to. Simon sighed as he nodded and directed his horse toward the northeast. "I reckon so. Let's go. If he's in a pickle, you let me dash." She raised an eyebrow, and he paused. "Let you what?" "Let me assess the situation, and then we can decide how best to get him out." It was clear that wasn't what he'd been about to say, but she appreciated his efforts nonetheless. "Sounds good." They continued the short ride in silence. Before long, the calves braying was obvious enough that she wondered how they'd not heard it before. They pushed their horses into a canter and quickly came upon the little guy. Simon lifted his eyes heavenward. Of course. The calf had indeed gotten himself in a pickle. Most of the creek was fairly narrow and shallow, but it was moving quickly after the rains. The specific spot where the calf got stuck was somewhat of a blessing, as the overhanging willow tree had kept him from drowning, but it did present difficulty in getting him out. "The small limbs from the willow have him tangled," Simon said as he dismounted and walked toward the creek. "Lucky for him, but it'll mean some work to get him out." Sam studied the tree from all angles, devising a plan if the situation called for it. "What ideas do you have?" He studied the tree as well but shook his head. "I'm too big for that limb that's hanging over him. More than likely, I'd fall on top of him and drown him." Sam had already thought of that, and he was right. He had at least 8 inches and 50 pounds on her. "I'm guessing the bottom of the creek is too soft here to get a good foothold." "If you could even touch," he replied. "This is one of the few spots where it's nearly 8 feet deep. It's a great swimming hole in the summer, but not when it's moving like it is." Moving back around to study the calf's position once more, Sam nodded. "Then it looks like I need to climb out there and get him." Simon sighed, resignation clear on his face. "I knew you'd say that, and I'm going against everything in me to agree to this. Don't get yourself killed. I can see the doubt in your eyes, cowboy, and I look forward to proving you wrong." She winked and pulled a rope out of her saddlebag, tying it around her waist. She tossed the other end to him. "Hand me your rope too." He did, both frustration and curiosity clear on his face. It didn't matter, he'd see soon enough what she aimed to do. Last, she double-checked her knife was securely strapped inside her boot and walked toward the tree. With a glance back, she noticed Simon's face turning red as he held one end of her rescue rope in tightly clenched fists. "Breathe, cowboy. It's going to be fine." Rolling her eyes at his obvious lack of faith, she started her ascent up the low branches of the willow tree. The best access to the calf would be the branch hanging about 2 feet above him, but getting there would be tricky. She'd have to go up first, then come down a different path to reach it. She quickly scaled the tree, remembering fondly all the times she'd done it as a child. Uncle Jed and Pa always called her their spider monkey, mostly because of how easily she climbed things. Stopping for a moment to catch her breath and study the path of her descent, she checked her boot again. Satisfied the knife was secure, she swung down to a branch about 5 feet below her. She couldn't hear whether Simon made any objection, not over the water that ran quicker than it even had when they arrived. It didn't matter, though. He wasn't the one in the tree. Shimmying down the trunk for the last push to the correct limbs, Sam steadied herself once her feet hit the knotty branch. It felt steady under her feet, no cracking noises she could hear. She wrapped both legs around the tree limb to secure herself, then began scooting further out onto the branch to where the calf had gotten stuck. "Hi there, little guy," she said gently as she pulled the second rope from where it was tied around her waist. "I'm going to help you get out of here real quick." For the first time, she looked up to see Simon watching her with gritted teeth. "You clench that jaw any harder," she called, "and you just might lose a tooth." He didn't relax his stance, but she thought she noticed the glimmer of a smirk on his face. "Just try not to drown." She wouldn't. Of that she was more or less certain. Sam might not be confident inside ladies' luncheons and tea parties, but a fast-moving creek and a stuck calf? She'd be fine. Realizing the calf was a bit lower than she'd thought, she called to Simon once more. Don't have a come apart, all right? I'm fine. With that, she kept her legs securely fastened around the limb and swung under it rather than remaining on top. She still held on by one hand for the moment, but that would have to come to a stop in just a moment. She let go, letting the muscles of her stomach hold her up the same way they did in various tricks she performed atop Hawthorne. In fact, her position wasn't all that different from one of the fan favorites she'd developed, though she hung off Hawthorne's side instead of directly below. That'd be a surefire way to get a hoof to the face. Fashioning a makeshift harness, she wrapped the rope in as secure a manner as she could around the calf's belly and shoulders. His legs needed to stay free, as he'd need to be able to kick in the water while Simon pulled him toward land. All right, she called from her upside-down state as she hung from the branch. I'm going to cut the last of these branches from him and you can start to pull him out. She didn't hear Simon's reply over the water and calf, but hoped he'd heard her instructions. In as quick a motion as she could, she unsheathed her knife and sliced through the smaller branches that held the calf against the tree. Come on, little fella, she said as she cut the last of them, but he still didn't move from the safe cocoon of the last, larger branch. I'm going to need your help here. The calf still didn't move. She was starting to get lightheaded, so she flipped back upright on the branch and caught Simon's eye. Tossing him the other end of the rope she'd used to harness the calf, she called to him once more. Give me just a minute. I'll go back down and pull him out. He's not stuck anymore, but he's too scared to move out from where he is. Simon nodded, and she could see the grim set of his jaw. Be careful, he called quickly. I'm always careful, she said with a grin as she lowered herself back down into her previous position. I'll get him up and over this smaller branch, then you pull as quick as you can. With every bit of strength she had, Sam pulled on the calf to try and move him from the spot he'd wedged himself into. No luck, especially upside down as she was. Fiddlesticks, she grunted. Swinging back up again, she called back to Simon. How deep did you say this water was? Right there, Simon called back, between 5 and 6 feet. If it sweeps him any further, though, there's a foot drop or so. 5 feet deep, she could probably manage that all right. She was 5 feet, 7 inches tall, and a good swimmer to boot. Plus, Simon still held her rescue rope in his hand. He wouldn't like this plan, but he wasn't about to have a choice. He's not budging, she called. I'm going to drop in and help guide him out, tie one of the rescue ropes to your saddle horn, and we'll both get out of here fine. She glanced down at the calf, still braying up a storm. This calf had to be a boy, hence his lack of self-preservation. Though, she had to admit that most would look at her next moves the same way. Simon shook his head. Absolutely not. You'll get yourself killed or at the very least, kicked. It's the only way to get him out, she replied calmly just as the branch she'd taken sanctuary on sent up a loud crack. And it appears I don't have a choice. Tie one of us to the saddle horn, and let's quit wasting time. Brows furrowed, jaw working back and forth, Simon stomped over to his horse to do as she said. All right, it's tied. She noticed he tied the calf's rescue rope to the saddle horn and held her own in his gloved hands. The branch cracked again, and Sam felt the branch nearly give way. She scooted off and plopped into the cold water roughly 2 feet upstream from the calf. It surrounded her, and she could feel her rescue rope tugging already. Not yet, Simon. I've got to get the calf free. The water was cold enough to feel like pin pricks all over her skin, but not cold enough to take her breath away. Kicking to the surface, she gasped a breath. Hang on, let me pull him out. Quickly, she found her footing on the bottom and was able to hold her mouth and nose just out of water if she turned her head upward. Wrapping her arms around the calf's middle, she pulled against the creek's heavy flow and felt his position give. He kicked and brayed all the more, catching her in the hip once and the thigh another time. They'd bruise, but that was all. One more pull just as Simon directed the horse to step backwards wrenched the calf free, and both their rescue ropes tugged them toward shore. Sam wasn't worried with the rope around her waist, though she was grateful for it when she slipped once and nearly lost her footing on the muddy bottom. "That's it," Simon called somewhat calmly to the calf as the little guy finally reached where he could touch and scrambled out of the creek. "That's it, buddy. You're safe now." Sam followed him up the sloped creek bank, realizing in that moment just how heavy her clothes and boots were waterlogged. She reached the top of the bank just after the calf and noticed Simon still had hold of her rescue rope. He stared at her with an intensity that made her uncomfortable, but not the way she would have thought. Whether the fire in his eyes was from anger or something else, she couldn't say, but they burned nonetheless. When he spoke, his voice sounded like someone had just poured coals down his throat. "Are you all right?" The troublesome calf stood next to them, bobbing his head up and down and stomping his foot. Clearly, he was ready to have his rope removed. "I'm fine, but I think we should see to him first. He's the one who got himself into trouble in the first place," Simon said in a low voice. "He can wait. I'll ask again, and tell me the truth. Are you all right?" Rolling her eyes, Sam knelt down to untie the calf's rope. "As I said, I'm fine." She ran her hand down the animal's side and legs to make sure he hadn't injured himself. "And aside from a few cuts, he seems to be as well." With a tug at the last knot, she freed him and sent him on his way. "Go back to your mama, Trouble. Try to stay with her for a while." He scampered away, and she stood to her feet. The spot where he'd kicked her protested, but her pride wouldn't let her grimace. At least, not in front of Simon. Turning back to the man in question, she met his gaze with what she hoped was enough determination to match his frustration. "I told you not to worry." With a long sigh, he yanked his Stetson from his head and turned his back on her. He didn't speak for a moment, and she didn't press. When he turned to face her again, his shoulders had lost some of their tension, his jaw as well. "You named the calf Trouble, but I can think of someone else who ought to go by that name." His lip twitched, and he raised an eyebrow at her. "You don't take direction very well, do you?" She dipped into a playful curtsy, no doubt made even sillier by the fact that her clothes still dripped water, and stood back up. "Only from those who are in charge. For this operation, I was in charge. Next time, you can do the ordering, and I'll decide if I like your instructions." He rolled his eyes, a slow grin forming on his face. "So that was an option? I could have just not done what you said." "Sure," she replied as she turned on her heel and moved back toward Apple. "But then you'd have had to explain to Uncle Jed and William why you let me get drowned by a calf in the creek." He didn't respond for a second, but she heard him mounting his own horse. "What is William to you anyway? I can't imagine a man like him letting his sweetheart run off to a ranch with a bunch of mangy cowhands for a month." "First of all," she said as she clicked her tongue to get Apple going, "no man is going to tell me what I can and cannot do, save my papa and maybe Uncle Jed if I let him. Second, William is no more my sweetheart than anyone else is. In fact, he's more like a brother or cousin. There are no feelings there." Simon raised an eyebrow at her. "You really believe that?" He started to chuckle but turned it into a poor rendition of a cough when she cut her eyes at him. "I'm just saying, I saw the way the man looked at you. He's no cousin. No, he's not blood relation, and whether William has any feelings toward me is none of my business. The fact is I'm not in the market for a husband. I've no intention of staying in one place long enough for a marriage and family. It's not who I am." The fact that William had made his feelings for her known on a few occasions wasn't any of Simon's business either, and she had no intention of sharing that particular part of their history. It had been years ago, and he had certainly moved on from his supposed fancy by now. Simon nodded, his mouth setting into a line that said he understood. "I've said the same thing myself a time or two, minus the moving around. I don't have any desire to leave this place for good." "I can't imagine why you would," she said honestly as she looked around the beautiful landscape of lightly rolling plains and the woods in the distance. The sky seemed to stretch on for miles, and the dotting of homes in the distance looked like something out of a dream. They continued their trek back toward the main house, the sun high in the sky by that point. It had to be nearly dinner. Sam's stomach growled, placing a bookend to her thoughts. What do you think they'll say when they see me? Won't be the first time someone's come back after an accidental swim. They'll either figure out what actually happened or think I pushed you in. He winked at her, spinning her insides in an unfamiliar way. Not that I make a habit of that or anything. They'll know better than that, she replied. If you pushed me in, you'd have gone with me. With that, she signaled Apple into a run and took off toward the main house. Maybe the breeze would dry her out a bit on the way back, maybe not. Either way, it felt good to fly. Chapter 6. You headed over to dinner? Nicholas removed his gloves and tossed them on his bunk just as some of the other cowhands did the same. I smelled fried chicken earlier. They'd been back in from the pasture for an hour or so, and Simon had been too busy stewing on all that had happened that day to pay attention to his grumbling belly. Reckon I am. Violet coming tonight? Not tonight, his twin replied. She sits for the teacher exam in Lehigh next week and is taking every spare minute she's not at the bakery to study. I figured I'd bring her some dessert after, though. Mateo, one of the older cowhands who'd been with them as long as Simon could remember, chuckled. She's got you trained well, I guess. And don't you forget it, Nicholas replied. The two of them were bound to get engaged any day now, and Simon could tell his brother was getting more and more impatient. Any time he spoke about Violet, he got all moony-eyed and lost track of what was happening around him. Tossing his own glove square at Nicholas's face, Simon turned to Mateo. We're some of the last holdouts, Mateo. Before long, there won't be many of us left in this dusty old bunkhouse. You sure about that? Wrinkles formed around Mateo's eyes as he grinned. I heard you were getting along pretty well with Sam today. You finally remove your own foot from your mouth long enough to get to know her? If Simon rolled his eyes any harder, they'd likely get stuck. I have no interest in any long-term commitments, and Sam doesn't seem like the kind of gal to agree to that. Even as he said it, the thought sat sour in his stomach. Even if he thought she'd agree, he'd never ask. The young ladies he'd stepped out with before all knew where he stood long before he picked them up, though many of them thought they could change his mind. Nicholas threw the gloves back at Simon. Didn't stop Mary Ellen, did it? His eyes twinkled as he looked out the open door towards the big house. Besides, you may be interested, but it does not appear she is. The cowhands in the stables broke out into soft laughter, and Simon shrugged his shoulders. He'd seen the look in Sam's eyes that morning when he pulled her out of the creek. There was something there, but he refused to think too much about it. Mary Ellen knew good and well I'm a one-dance kind of guy. I may not be looking to settle down, but I'm honest with them all. And as for Sam, if I wanted to take her out, I'm sure she could be convinced. A familiar voice from just outside the door of the bunkhouse washed over him like icy water in his veins. I'm not so sure about that, Simon. Sam stepped into the doorway with a smirk on her face and a conspiratorial grin in her eye. I may be the one girl who's immune to your obvious charms. Though, if you want to take a shot at convincing me right here, I'll be happy to give these fellas a laugh. Sam. I didn't know dash. Oh, that's abundantly clear, she said as she crossed her arms over her chest. Nicholas saw me approach, but your foot was too far inside your mouth to see much of anything. It seems to find its way there often, doesn't it? As the men around them roared with laughter, Simon knew he'd been bested. Did you have a reason for coming down here? As a matter of fact, I did. Your mama sent me to let everyone know that dinner's ready, and you all had better have clean hands and faces before you show up at her table. She'd long since changed her clothes from the episode at the creek, her face and hands both already clean. She'd rebraided her hair and wore a clean, white shirt with a pair of loose brown trousers. It annoyed him how pretty she looked even in her simple clothing. Mateo tipped his hat toward her respectfully. Thank you, ma'am. Tell Mrs. Beth that we'll be there shortly. He nudged Simon with his elbow. Though Simon, we'll understand if you'd rather just stay here and sew your mouth shut for a while. It's probably the only way you'll stop embarrassing yourself. Sam winked at them all before turning back toward the main house. Oh, she called over her shoulder, I'm sure he'd still find a way. That night at dinner, the topic of Sam's childhood and background came up. Apparently, the family had decided she was one of them now, and a little good-natured nosiness was acceptable. Pa took a swallow of his water, and his eyes took on the hue they always did when curiosity got the better of him. So Sam, I know Jed said your pa is a horse trainer who used to work for him, but I'm curious how you got all the skills you did. Ray was mighty impressed by your work today on the ranch. Ray was at his house with his family eating dinner, but all the single hands who ate at the table in the big house nodded along. I appreciate that, Mr. Carson. Papa wasn't always a horse trainer, he started out as a seasonal cowhand until he got hired on permanently for Uncle Jed. Pretty quickly, they realized what a gift he had with horses, and Uncle Jed had him train under their head wrangler. Mama wiped her mouth with her napkin, eyes wide. Goodness, that must have been difficult taking a family around to seasonal ranch work. It was just me and Papa by that point, Sam said matter-of-factly. Mama died of consumption when I was tiny, so I don't remember much about her. The only thing Papa knew was ranching, so it's what we did. My schooling fell behind since he had to take me with him every day, but Uncle Jed and his wife, Aunt Roberta, made sure I caught up. Nicholas chuckled as he grabbed another roll from the basket in the middle of the table. I imagine you'd have much rather been outside than inside doing schoolwork. I know we sure felt that way. He nudged Simon, and the whole family seemed to roll their eyes in unison. That's an understatement, Mama said with a raised brow. Your teachers nearly had to tie you to your chairs to get you to stay put. Sam nodded. Yep, I wasn't the most attentive student, but I was also motivated to finish as quickly as I could. I didn't want to waste good daylight dawdling over my schoolwork, so I did my best to get it all right the first time. That's a much better way to handle it, Mama replied as she shot a pointed look at Simon and Nicholas. I am sorry about your mother, though. I know that must have been hard to lose her so young. Shrugging, Sam studied the roll she'd started buttering on her plate. I'm not sure if it would have been easier or harder had I known her better. Really, I think the worst part was growing up without her and not really knowing most of the things a young woman ought to know. At least, that was the way it felt among some of the other women we came in contact with. I can imagine, Mama said knowingly. Carissa and I arrived in Pine Creek as single women with no options but to hold jobs. If folks occasionally raised their eyebrows at us, I can only think how it must have been for a little girl running around in trousers with more talent and cow sense than many grown men. She winked at Sam, smiling softly. I hope you know you're welcome here in Pine Creek just as you are. If Simon wasn't mistaken, he thought he noticed the sheen of tears in Sam's eye. An uneasy feeling settled in his stomach at the thought that she had ever been made to feel less than, what? To keep her from having to respond, Simon decided to change the subject to lighter things. Mama, I don't think you got the full story on the stunt Sam pulled today with our little rascal of a calf. I don't believe I did, but somehow I'm thinking it won't surprise me. Simon told the story exactly as it happened, no embellishment needed with the way everything had gone down. He glanced at Sam once, and she sent him a grateful smile. It appeared she didn't mind being the center of attention when it came to her skills with animals, but being the topic of conversation was a little less comfortable. After what she'd shared about her upbringing, it made perfect sense. The family and all the hands burst into laughter at the more detailed version of the story, the abridged version all they'd had time to share earlier in the day. Afterwards, the conversation turned to other stories and tall tales that had become ranch lore over the years. Simon did his best not to watch Sam too much, or his brother would notice and rib him about it later. Still, he couldn't help but do his best to keep her laughing through the rest of dinner. Sam was always beautiful, but laughter brought out a light in her that he knew a man would spend the rest of his life trying to bring out. That is, if he had the chance. Sam sighed, hurt from the belly laughing they'd done at the table that evening. Papa had been the best father she could have asked for, but she didn't have brothers or sisters to get into trouble with. It appeared Simon and Nicholas had gotten into their fair share over the years, with their older brother and sister mostly keeping their noses clean. Sam, Beth said as they finished up their meals. Why don't I let the men clean up tonight and you and I go out to the back porch with some tea? The Carsons had been nothing but kind to her, Beth especially so, and there was no way she could refuse. Spending time with the kind older woman wasn't the issue. She'd just never been quite comfortable around things so delicate as teacups and wasn't quite sure what was expected of her. "Of course," she said with a slightly put-upon smile. "You ladies go on out," Mr. Carson said. "We'll bring it to you." With a kiss to her husband's cheek, Beth led Sam out to the beautiful back porch that overlooked Beth's massive garden on one side and the rest of the ranch on the other. The bunkhouse didn't even tarnish the view, as it had been built in a similar style as their home. "I promise I didn't bring you out here to take a switch to you," Beth said with a chuckle. "I just want to get to know you a little better." She sat in an oversized wooden rocking chair and gestured for Sam to do the same with the one beside it. The matriarch of this family had a gentleness about her features that seemed to match her personality. The lines around her eyes and mouth told of a life filled with great joy, as did the utter contentment on her face as she settled back and took in the view. Her hair was mostly gray, but the blonde it appeared to have been men it favored her features. "I'm sorry," Sam said as she took a seat. "I'm just a little less comfortable with things like tea time than I am with a green filly." She winked, and hoped her words didn't offend the kind woman. Beth chuckled and nodded. "I thought that might be the case. To be honest, I don't have quite as much energy as I used to, and this was also an excellent excuse to make the cowboys clean up for a change. I may have to redo it tomorrow, but it's taken care of tonight." "How long have you and Mr. Carson lived out here?" The ranch was as picturesque as any she'd ever seen, especially with the sun setting over the trees in the distance. Purples and reds filled the sky, the temperature perfect after a long day in the pasture. "Goodness, since we got married. Jake used to be the foreman here, back when Julius Hyatt and his wife owned it. That's where the EH comes from in the name. When they decided to leave it behind and move closer to their daughters and grandchildren, Mr. Hyatt offered to sell it to Jake for a steal of a price." Sam raised her eyebrows. "What a blessing that must have been." "Oh, it was," Beth said as she gazed out over her property. "Jake grew up in a ranching family, but lost it after his father fought for the Confederacy. Jake didn't believe in the cause, but his inheritance was broken up and sold to smaller ranches. That's actually how he knows Jed Harper. Jed's ranch was only about 10 miles south of Jake's family land. They lost touch after Jake moved to Pine Creek, but reconnected after a cattle drive to Dallas years ago. I was a grown woman when Uncle Jed sold the ranch. I was going with him as part of the show, but I still cried like a baby the day he signed the papers to sell." Was it the first place that ever felt like home? It took Sam by surprise how quickly Beth had hit the nail on the head. "It was, even though we didn't go there until I was a little older. Within a few years, Papa was traveling quite a bit training horses. I stayed back at the ranch more often than not, as Aunt Roberta appointed herself the task of seeing to my education. We had a place in Tennessee where Papa did the majority of his client work, so I split my time between there and Texas for a while." "Is that where you learned to trick ride?" The curiosity on the woman's face was clear, but Sam didn't detect any of the usual chagrin that often accompanied it when other women asked her the same question. "I suppose you could say I've been riding since before I could walk. After a while, my papa says I had enough of a wild hair to get bored and start making up tricks." Her smile widened at the memory. "I mentioned on the train that he figured he'd better hire someone to teach me how to do the tricks safely. What I didn't mention was that it was after I'd nearly broken my neck trying to do a handstand on a horse's back at the time." Beth gasped, though her eyes sparkled. "I can only imagine." The door to the main house opened, and Simon stepped through it with a small silver tray holding 2 steaming cups and bowls of sugar and cream. "Ladies," he said with an air somewhere between the cowboy he was and a server in a fancy restaurant. He set the tray on the table in front of them with a bow and a flourish of his hand. "I hope you enjoy your refreshments this evening." Beth shook her head and rolled her eyes. "You think you're so funny, my love." "Oh," Simon said as he continued the ruse. "You're mistaken, madam, I know I'm hilarious." With a wink at Sam, he turned and moved back inside. "That boy," his mother said with a chuckle. He may look just like his brother, but I've never met another person quite like him in personality. She wasn't wrong. Simon Carson was an interesting blend of all sorts of traits. For some reason, I don't have trouble telling them apart. I suppose Nicholas's hair is a little shorter, but it's something about the way Simon walks. I can't imagine getting them mixed up. Beth burst out laughing. I've always said the same thing. There were times as children that I'd have to double take, but where Nicholas walks into a room, Simon glides. His confidence may be his downfall one day, but he'll likely just dust himself off and climb back up. Their conversation flowed naturally from stories of her children when they were little to what Beth had planted in her garden that spring. Sam didn't even recognize all the herbs she'd planted, so Beth stood and opened the door to a closet off the porch. Come here, and I'll show you what they are. Sam followed her into the closet that was much bigger than it looked at first glance. Wooden dowels had been mounted all over the walls, dried herbs hanging from them. Many of the dowels were empty, but a few towards the front remained full. I'm nearly out of most of them, so I'm anxious for some of my plants to start producing in the next few months. Beth explained some of the herbs to her and what they were used for. She had some that were purely culinary, others she used in teas and medicinally, while others were used for all sorts of things. Sam was floored by her knowledge. Where in the world did you learn all this? Here and there, Beth said with a grin. I learned a good bit about culinary herbs early on, but Kate and Abigail moved in with a sweet lady we called Grandma Ruth after they married. She was really the one who taught us all about medicinal herbs. Even Edie uses them in her practice. This family was fascinating, and Sam imagined she could listen to stories for hours and still not have everyone straight. Thank you for showing this to me. I'll show you or teach you anything you want to learn while you're here, dear. Beth's expression looked wistful. Oh, and before I forget, we'll leave around 8 tomorrow morning for church. There's a picnic lunch after, so don't fill up too much at breakfast. Church. Sam had almost forgotten that she'd agreed to attend church with them as part of her staying here. She'd not gone last week due to her healing, but she'd recovered now. She didn't even realize her face had fallen as she glanced down at her clothing until she felt a gentle hand on her arm. You're welcome to come just as you are, Samantha. I'm not sure what kind of churches you've been to before, but we're different here. If you want to borrow one of Lily's dresses that haven't fit right since she had Hunter, you're welcome to. But please, don't feel like you need to change yourself for us. Anyone who has an issue with it can take it up with Carissa, and I can assure you, no one wants to do that. She winked, and Sam let out the breath she'd been holding. Thank you. I think I'd like to borrow a dress if you think they'll fit me. Even though the family might not take issue with her attire, Sam had always been uncomfortable drawing that type of attention. I'm sure they will, Beth said as she steered her back to the rocking chairs on the porch. Now, let's finish our tea before it gets cold. Then, we'll go find you something for tomorrow. Chapter 7. Simon woke the next morning with a yawn. He hadn't slept well, not with the way he kept replaying yesterday with Sam in his head. She wasn't like any other woman he'd ever known, and the realization that he wanted to know everything he could about her jarred him. He sat up, stretching the kinks out of his back as he went, and slid on his worn boots that sat at the foot of his bunk. It was Sunday, and that meant they'd all head to church in a few hours. Until then, though, he'd get some work done in the shop while it was still quiet out. After a quick splash in the face from the wash basin and a biscuit Mama had sent over from dinner last night, he was on his way. It was nearly April, so the grass no longer crunched beneath his feet most mornings. The nights could still get chilly, but they hadn't for a week or two. Birds chirped in the distance, and he heard the occasional cow let out a bellow. The sun had just begun to crest the treetops, and he thought the sight of it lighting up the ranch might be the best view in the whole world. The shop door creaked as he opened it, scattering any critters that had gone inside overnight for some shelter. He didn't often find unwelcome visitors inside, but there was always the occasional squirrel or bird that found their way in. He lit the lamp, took in the space before him, and set to work. He could have sworn it had only been a few minutes when a knock at the door pulled his attention from the surprise wedding gift he was building for Violet and Nicholas. Come in. The door creaked yet again, and Sam stood there in a dress he thought he'd seen his sister wear over the years. It shocked him, the sight of her in anything but loose breeches and a man's button-down. "Mornin', ma'am." Sam crossed the threshold and looked around the room with her eyebrows raised in appreciation. "Did you make all this?" He leaned back on his work table and crossed his arms over his chest. "Sure did." He never felt self-conscious when anyone else looked at his work, but for some reason it bubbled up like a hot spring then. She walked for a moment through the shop, well lit with sunlight. When had that happened? The pale green dress against her olive skin was enough to make a man's mouth go dry, not to mention her hair was pulled back in a loose bun with some curled pieces hanging forward. Salmon pants and a man's shirt was enough of a distraction. Did she have to go and put on a dress? "It's beautiful," she breathed as she stopped at the chifforobe he'd nearly finished for his brother and Violet. She squatted down a little and took in the tiny violets he'd carved into the doors. "I had no idea you were so creative." He shrugged, not uncomfortable with the praise normally, but it felt different coming from her. "I reckon a cowboy may have more sides to him than most people think." His lip turned up in a smirk as she turned to face him. "I'm not only handsome and charming, you know." "I'm sure," she said as she rolled her eyes. "Anyway, your mama told me to come let you know breakfast is ready, and if you don't hurry up, you'll be hungry until lunch." It would be a crime to miss Mama's usual bacon, eggs, and cinnamon rolls she made every Sunday, and he realized he could smell it wafting over from the house. "Well now, we can't have that, can we?" He held out his arm as an escort might and gestured to it with his other hand. "Might I escort the lady to breakfast?" Where most women he knew might have giggled and blushed at his flirting, Sam merely chuckled and turned back to the house. "This lady can escort herself," she called over her shoulder, "but if your family is correct, you'll have plenty of young ladies at church to escort to the picnic." Simon stared after her as she moved toward the delicious smells coming from his mama's kitchen. He wasn't sure why it surprised him, but Sam's smart mouth might just be the most attractive thing about her. He flirted with all the single young ladies in town, but none reacted quite like she did. Then, maybe she hadn't been entirely truthful when she'd said she had no sweetheart. His gut churned at the thought, but she hadn't owed him even the simple reply he'd gotten. If not that William fellow, surely some other man had seen how obviously attractive she was. "Oh well," he murmured as he followed her toward breakfast. "You know it doesn't matter anyway." He thought of all the young ladies he'd see that morning after church, ladies he normally basked in the attention of. Still, for reasons he didn't care to think about, none of them held quite the thrill he'd always enjoyed. Helen leaned over to Edie and spoke in somewhat of an exaggerated whisper. "Can you believe Simon just walked away from Mabel and Ruby?" Sam wasn't sure who was who, but she had a pretty clear vantage point from her spot on the quilts with the family and imagined Helen referred to the two young ladies, watching Simon walk away. Both wore confused expressions more than anything. "Maybe he's growing up," Edie said with a shrug before glancing off in the distance to where her young son, Titus, had begun to climb a tree. "Titus Brown, you be careful and don't go further than halfway," she called. Shaking her head, she returned her attention to her plate to take a bite of mashed potatoes. "I truly do not want to set any bones today, particularly my son's." Helen giggled and took a sip of her water. "I don't know how you can scold him, Edith Brown. It's not like you didn't spend as much time in trees growing up as he does." "I can vouch for that," Callum said as he and a beautiful strawberry blonde woman approached. The woman must be Rose, her defined bump adorable on her thin frame. "Hi Sam, I don't believe you've met my wife yet. This is Rose." She'd met Callum a few times when he'd been over at the ranch house discussing things with Mr. Carson, and she knew they lived close by. She'd just not gotten the chance to meet Rose yet. "It's nice to meet you. Congratulations on your baby." She beamed, her joy clear. "Thank you, it's so nice to meet you as well. I hear you pulled off quite the impressive feat at the creek the other day." A familiar voice sounded from behind her. "She sure did, and nearly made me age 20 years because of it." Simon plopped down beside her, plate in hand. "I reckon I've not seen anything quite like it since Nick and I lowered Callum down into the dried-up well to save that idiotic cat." Beth Carson and her sister Carissa's heads popped around from their conversation with Helen's mother, Abigail. "You did what?" Simon chuckled and winked at his mother. "He was fine, we had ropes on him the whole time." "It's a wonder none of you ever got yourselves killed," Edie said. "If Robert hadn't come along to rein in all your shenanigans, you and Nicholas certainly wouldn't have made it this far." The seemingly gentle giant they called Robert sat further down on the quilt. Sam knew he was Helen's brother but not much else. He didn't talk nearly as much as most of his cousins, at least not when she was around, and didn't appear to mind fading into the background. "I did my best, Aunt Beth, but I was no match for the likes of those two." A roll flew from Robert's end of the quilts and nailed Simon right in the face. A quick glance told her Nicholas had been the one to throw it, though he sat nonchalantly now with his arm around Violet. "Maybe you oughta keep your mouth shut there, brother." "Boys," Beth scolded as though they were still children. "I know I taught you both better manners than this." "You might have," a dark-haired cowboy with curly hair and strong features approached, "but sometimes they're just born rotten." He continued to approach and stopped when he reached Sam, holding his hand out. "You must be Samantha Paulson." "I'm Nathan Archer, and I must say, I'm honored to meet you." Nathan Archer, the horse trainer who'd begun doing a bit of work for Uncle Jed. She stood up and returned his handshake. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Archer. You can call me Sam. And you can call me Nathan." He turned to Mr. Carson who'd stood and was making his way towards them. "Jake, let me know what day this week y'all might want to come out. I'd love to get Sam's opinion on a few of the projects I'm working with." Mr. Carson stuck a hand in his pocket and grinned. "You're in for a treat, Nathan. You should see what she was able to accomplish with Pistol in just a few hours. Nick told me about that, and I'm looking forward to seeing him once she's had a little more time." He turned back to Sam. "I modeled my methods after your father's when I heard him speak in Little Rock a few years ago. He did a demonstration, and it was like he and the horse were one and the same. I'd have been tempted to think it was staged if I hadn't seen the horse a few hours before when they tried to get him in his stall. Thought he was gonna take a man's teeth out." It didn't matter how many times Sam heard of her father's talent, a deep pride welled within her each time. "He's incredible. I don't quite have his touch, but I guess I've picked up a few things along the way. I hear your facilities are top-notch. I'm looking forward to seeing them." "Uncle Forrest has been generous to me," Nathan replied. "He's made it much easier for me to take on more clients. My wife and I will be forever grateful to him." Edie stood then and looked around. "Speaking of which, where is Emma today?" "The baby's sick, so she stayed back to take care of him. It's nothing serious, but she didn't want him around other children right now." Edie nodded sympathetically. "Please don't hesitate to come get me if you need me. I'll be happy to drop a few things by." "Will do, thanks, document. Anyway, I should probably get home, but I'll see y'all this week sometime." "It was real nice to meet you, Sam. Jake, take care." Mr. Carson tipped his hat as Nathan moved to gather what must have been his older children. "You'll not find a finer family anywhere, and Nathan works as hard as anyone. I'm grateful to you for taking some time out to work with him. It was no hardship at all. Sam may know and enjoy working cattle, but horses would always be her first love." "It's my pleasure, Mr. Carson. I think," he said with a twinkle in his eye, "it might be time for you to start calling me Jake." "Mr. Carson makes me feel old." "Pa," Simon said from where he still sat at their feet. "That ship sailed a long time ago." As he turned to take his place again beside his wife, Jake smacked his son on the back of the head. "You watch yourself, boy. You'll be here one day, and you may not hold your good looks as well as I have." He brushed some imaginary dirt off his collar and placed his Stetson on his head with a grin. "Besides, you didn't have as much to work with in the first place." Just as Sam fell back into an easy conversation with Edie and Helen, she spotted a well-dressed older woman standing near the church steps. She wore a dark gray dress that seemed to match her mood, if her pursed lips were any indication, and her harsh gaze fixed on Sam unashamedly. She didn't even turn when Sam caught her looking. Oh goodness, Helen said with annoyance lacing her voice. Mrs. Roberts has set her sights on Sam. Who is she? Edie shook her head and waved back at the woman in gray with a bright smile. Don't worry about it, she told Sam. We've all been the object of her attention at one point or another. Chapter 8. The next morning, Sam woke with a spirit lighter than she'd had in some time. She and Jake were supposed to go over to Nathan Archer's place this morning, and she'd get the chance to work with some of the finest horses in the country. Most were likely still rough around the edges, hence their need for training, but Nathan had built quite the reputation for himself over the last few years. It didn't hurt that he used many of Papa's methods, ones that had become well trusted all over the country. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts, and Beth poked her head inside. Oh good, you're awake. I just wanted to let you know that breakfast will be ready in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Sam said as she hopped out of bed. I'll just get dressed and be down in a bit. She pulled out some of her most comfortable clothes, ones that would provide plenty of give for whatever they faced that day. Styling her hair in a quick braid, she glanced at herself in the full-length mirror mounted on the wall. There she was. Yesterday, the dress she borrowed had been lovely, but she'd felt like she masqueraded as someone else as long as she wore it. Beth had been nothing but kind and reassuring that she could wear whatever she pleased, but the idea of being stared at all through the church service convinced her a dress was the better idea. Today, she felt like herself. By the time she reached the dining room, most of the hands had already gathered for the meal. Mornin', Sam, Mateo said as she took her seat. Julian, Ray, Phil, and Nicholas nodded their greetings to her as well. Simon hadn't arrived yet, and she wondered if he was still in his shop. To you too, she replied as she took her seat. Phil, how was Pistol this morning? He leaned back in his chair and placed wrinkled hands over his belly. I think it was the right call to give him the morning off. By tomorrow, he'll be so excited to see ya that he'll do near anything you say. That's the idea, Sam said with a chuckle. Sunday afternoon, she'd taken some time with him in the corral, but he'd had a few ornery moments. Hopefully, a day off would calm him down and render him a bit more agreeable the next day. If not, I have plenty of tricks we can try. The door opened, and Simon and his father breezed through. Simon's gait was characteristically confident and upbeat, but that morning Jake looked much the same. Morning all, their boss said as detoured into the kitchen to give Beth a quick kiss. Sam, I'm mighty glad it worked out for us to head over to Forest's today. I've been looking forward to seeing what you think of the outfit he's got going there. He took a bowl of rolls and a plate of eggs from Beth and carried them into the dining room just as Simon did the same with the sausage and gravy boat. I'm sure I'll be impressed. He's well thought of around here for the work he's done, and he's still so young. It's why Uncle Jed reached out to him in the first place. When Papa left for Europe this time, Uncle Jed had realized how badly he needed a backup trainer for new horses he acquired. They'd have to be perfectly trained, and Papa couldn't always make it happen when he'd taken jobs overseas. After asking around in Dallas, Nathan's name came up over and over again, so he'd given the young man a shot. So far, they'd been nothing but pleased. As Beth took her seat, they all bowed their heads. Jake, would you pray for us? Father, Jake began as he did every meal, we thank you for the bounty before us and the hands that prepared it. We ask that you'd bless our work today to your glory, and that you'd always remind us where our blessings come from. Amen. Simon had taken the seat next to Sam, and his nearness sent a jolt through her that had nothing to do with her excitement over the horses that morning. Their hands brushed as he passed her the jam, and she did her best not to let it fluster her. Why did this man affect her so? She'd been around mostly men for a good portion of her life, yet none made her quite so aware of their presence as Simon Carson did. So, he said as he handed her the egg dish, I wondered if I'd see you out with Pistol this morning. The set of his jaw told her that he still didn't necessarily approve of her work with the ornery beast, but she couldn't fault him for doing his best. He needed the morning off, she said calmly. In actuality, he'd nearly bucked her off yesterday when she'd pushed him a half step too far, but Simon didn't need to know that. Sometimes, it's helpful when they've realized they're being trained and Pistol was smart enough to figure it out quickly. Phil let out a snort from the other side of the table. I'll say. Nearly threw you out of the corral yesterday. But I'll hand it to ya, you didn't lose your cool. Not for 1 second. Simon narrowed his eyes, but she noticed his father watching them with amused interest. He threw you? Down boy, Nicholas chuckled from his other side. She obviously isn't any worse for the wear. Sam rolled her eyes. He didn't throw me because I didn't let him. I got him calm and then hopped off. He wasn't angry or scared, just done. It's nothing most horses don't experience during training. Simon didn't speak further, but his grip on his fork had turned his knuckles white. The conversation continued around them, and Sam wondered if it might be a good idea to get his mind on other things. Were you working in your shop today? Yes, he said in a low voice. I'm working on a few orders for a couple of stores out of Dallas. This was good. She could already see his body letting go of some of the earlier tension. What kind of orders? He sat down his fork, and his face took on the look of someone deep in thought. 2 end tables, a sleigh bed, and a dining room table. I also have a custom order for an armoire I've got to finish as well, but I should be able to get it done this week. It's impressive what you've built for yourself here, she said honestly. It reminded her a bit of her father, though Simon had undoubtedly had a few more resources than they had starting out. Who taught you the trade? I picked up the basics growing up from Pa, then Grandpa Thomas taught me to whittle on some small things like toys and things like that. I guess I learned the rest by making a bunch of mistakes. Beth wiped her mouth with her napkin and placed it in front of her. He's always been incredibly talented in that area. It surprised even us how quickly he picked it all up. The pride in her voice was clear, and Sam couldn't help but wonder if Mama would speak about her the same way had she been around. Maybe, or maybe her habit of wearing pants and spending more time on horseback than in the kitchen would have disappointed her. She'd never know, but she'd like to think something about her would have made Mama proud. Hey, Simon said softly, why the long face? Apparently, her thoughts weren't quite as well masked as she'd thought. No long face, just thinking of how kind this family is to one another. I hope y'all never take it for granted. Papa had never been unkind to her, and it was clear he was proud of her, though he didn't always express himself as clearly as a woman might. We don't, Simon said sincerely before taking on a glimmer in his eye. So, you plan on showing Nathan how training is really done today? Jake shook his head from the head of the table. Why don't you come with us and find out? Simon watched in awe as Sam settled into her element. She led a Palomino mare through a series of complicated commands with both authority and gentleness. His father and Nathan watched just as closely, though he knew their insides weren't rolling like his were. That's it, girl, she said as the mare approached an obstacle to jump over. Beautiful. She removed a small treat from her pocket and rewarded the animal for their work as she stroked her long nose. You were born to be a trick pony, weren't you? Nathan took notes in a small, moleskin notebook as they watched Sam work with each one. She's brilliant. It's like watching her father, but their styles are a little different. She uses his techniques with her own modifications. I'm sure you'll develop your own, too, Pa said as he grinned from ear to ear. It just beats all how natural she looks with them. Sam approached them now, the lead rope in one hand and an extra treat in the other. You set a good foundation with her, Nathan. She was nearly there already. If you keep following the steps I gave you, you'll be turning out trick riding horses for every Wild West show in the country. I'm mighty grateful for your help, Nathan replied. Knowing what exactly they need to be able to do and how to get them there was tough without more experience. She nodded and stroked the horse down her back. It's a completely different style of training, one my father had to learn along the way as well. The basics are the same, but some of the methods are night and day different. Her hair had begun to pull free from her braid, and it took everything in Simon not to reach out and smooth it from her face. His fingers itched to do so, but Pa would never let him live it down. What's more, Sam would likely slap his hand away. Still, he'd settle for putting that beautiful smile on her face. Pa, I heard Jed sent Sam a surprise. Her eyes widened, then narrowed. What kind of surprise? Just then, one of the stall doors in the back of the arena opened, and Nathan's Uncle Forrest stepped through with the same black and white gelding Sam had ridden in the show. Hawthorne. Sam handed off the Palomino's lead rope to Nathan and sprinted toward her horse. It was as though she'd been reunited with a long-lost family member, the way she hugged and stroked his neck. The horse apparently felt similarly about seeing her, as he bobbed his head and snorted into her hair in greeting. Simon and his pa moved into the arena toward the woman and her horse while Nathan led the mare back to be brushed. You've only been separated a week, Simon said with a chuckle. What'd ya reckon I'd have to do to get that kind of greeting? He said it with mischief in his voice, but the truth was, he'd be happy to have a woman like Sam run toward him like he was the only thing in the world that mattered. He thinks he's funny, doesn't he? Sam cooed to her horse in the same voice one might speak to a toddler. Are you going to tell him he's mistaken, or should we let him live in his bliss? Pa snorted as they reached the pair. Won't make a difference one way or the other. We've been telling him for years. He'd told Simon earlier that day that Jed had finally been able to get the horse to Nathan's, and he'd hoped to surprise Sam with him. The look on her face was one any man would bend over backwards to keep there. Say, Nathan said carefully as he approached, I've seen the show, but you were recovering when Jed brought me up to Tulsa. Think you might be able to do a few simple things? I'm sure you're not ready to hang upside down or anything, but I hear you're the best of the best. A wide grin stretched across Sam's face. I'm sure I could figure something out, as long as you don't tell Uncle Jed. She winked before turning a no-nonsense look on Simon. And I can see your protest already forming under the surface there, Simon Carson, but you just keep it to yourself. With that, she turned and mounted Hawthorne like she'd not just been clubbed on the back of the head a week and a half ago. He opened his mouth to speak, but Pa silenced him with a hand on his shoulder. She's got a good head on her shoulders, son. She won't do anything too dangerous. That's what you think, Simon muttered but shut his mouth. Against every instinct within him, he watched helplessly as Sam brought Hawthorne up to speed. They moved around the arena as one, rather than a horse and his rider. First, she did a fairly simple trick that still didn't slow his racing heart. Guiding her knee up to the saddle, she balanced on it while bringing her other leg out straight behind her. If it had calmed him, it would have ended the moment she wrapped the loose rein around the saddle horn and let go. Spreading her arms out wide, the only thing touching the horse was one stretch of leg from the knee down to the foot. The rest of her glided as though she soared across the sky. Beautiful. He hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud until Pa nudged him. It sure is, isn't it? His father's eyes twinkled, and Simon knew good and well it hadn't been the trick Simon spoke of. She did another few moves, some more daring than others, but there was no discomfort or hesitance in either her posture or her face. In fact, she looked more at peace there than she had the entire time at the ranch. His heart stung at the thought, though he couldn't place why. Sam was always bound to leave as soon as Jed found the person responsible for sabotaging her. It was better anyway, as Simon wasn't interested in anything long-term even if Sam had shown him the slightest bit of interest. Still, the thought of her leaving and never coming back settled like a brick in his belly. Something deep inside him nudged him to bring it to the Lord in prayer, sounding suspiciously like his mama who'd told him to do so many times over the years. But there was nothing to bring. She was leaving, he'd be staying, and his life was just fine as is. Chapter 9. A few weeks had passed since Sam first visited Nathan's place, and Jake had been kind enough to give her 2 to 3 days a week to go over and help. Having Hawthorne at the ranch had certainly made it feel more like home, though that feeling was still somewhat foreign to Sam. It surprised her that anywhere but a life on the road could feel so comfortable, and that she could ever enjoy anything as much as she did trick riding. That late April morning, as she helped Beth and Sarah clear the breakfast dishes, she gazed out the kitchen window at the place that had given her the same feelings Uncle Jed's ranch had as a girl. Sarah, Malachi's wife and the mother of their toddler Eliza, dried dishes while she washed them. She didn't normally help with kitchen things, but found she enjoyed a bit of time with Beth and even Rose or Sarah when they came by to visit. In fact, it had stunned her a bit to realize that all the women of the family had become friends to her. For the first time in her life, she felt like she fit somewhat with a group of women, and the warmth was unfamiliar but welcome. Sarah placed another dish on top of the growing pile for Beth to put away. "Have you heard from Jed recently?" She paused and took a deep breath, hand on her ever-growing belly. "Sorry, this baby has gotten more active than Eliza ever was and tends to kick at inopportune times." What an odd sensation that must be. He's written twice, but from what I know, they're no closer to determining who is behind everything. She shrugged, less frantic about getting back on the circuit as she had been when she first arrived. Beth approached from her other side. "I know he's been keeping Matthew up to date on the situation as well. Hopefully, they'll get some things figured out soon." Matthew was the town sheriff and Beth's sister's husband, but apparently he'd also been a U.S. Marshal at one point. "I appreciate all they're doing and all you've done for me as well." Sam couldn't imagine what she'd have done if she'd had to stay in Dallas without writing in the show. Life on the ranch kept her busy, and she didn't do well with idleness. Beth put an arm around her shoulders. "The feeling is mutual. I saw Nathan's wife, Emma, at the Mercantile yesterday, and she sang your praises to the heavens. Apparently, his whole team has benefited greatly from your help, and they've made progress with horses that had them stumped for weeks." Not one to blush under praise, Sam grinned. "I'm happy to help. Emma's been so kind to me as well." She'd been a little worried that a woman working with Nathan and his crew would make his wife feel uncomfortable, but Emma hadn't shown any sign of it. They finished up washing, and Sam headed out to the pasture. Now that calving was mostly over, they turned their attention to making sure each remained healthy while preparing for the castration, and branding that would happen before too much longer. "She's finally arrived," Simon said with a smirk as she approached. "I thought you'd decided to go to a sewing circle or something today." "The sewing circle is on Saturday," Sam fired back, "and I know you're jealous because you'd love to be invited." His eyes sparkled under his Stetson. "You caught me. It's my dream to sit around with a bunch of ladies and drink tea while I poke myself with a sewing needle." That's about how it would go for her, but Sam no longer held the hesitance about joining other women for things she once did. Since she'd been here, Beth had taught her a few things about sewing and cooking, not to mention her fascinating garden. None of it came as naturally to Sam as ranch work, but she realized she wasn't quite as hopeless as she'd once thought. "Maybe, but you're missing out on the food." Ray approached from her other side and greeted her. "Morning, Sam. I figured you could stay out here with us today. We've got 2 more calves we need to get here safely, and I figured you could handle it better than some of these green seasonal hands we've hired." He winked at her much like Papa did, and he wiped his dark skin with a handkerchief. "I'm sure I'll manage," she replied. Just as she was about to ask which 2 mamas were the ones to watch, a loud bray pierced the air around them. All 3 of their heads whipped around to a heifer on the far side of the herd where she stood under a tree. Her head bobbed, and she shifted from foot to foot, clearly distressed. Ray furrowed his brows and gestured for them to follow him. "She's been doing that off and on all night. Mateo said he thought for sure she'd have the baby by this morning, but her labor seems to have stalled." They got close enough to the animal to observe her further without spooking her. "Easy now," Ray said as he climbed off his horse. Simon and Sam followed suit, and they slowly approached as well. "That's it, girl. You're all right." The cow turned, and all 3 spotted the telltale sign of a breech calf. Exhaling a sigh, Sam felt a wave of compassion for both mother and baby. "Only one hoof out, face up. Do you think we can get her back to a corral or will we have to pull the baby out here?" Ray studied the hoof that stuck out of the cow's hind end, facing the opposite direction of a calf well in position. "I don't know that the mama will make it back. We'll have to do it here. Simon, go get as many hands as you can spare." "Sam, have you done this before?" "A time or 2, Sam replied. "Would you rather me stay up by her head or pull?" "She's likely more comfortable with you, so seeing you might be best." Nodding, the ranch foreman moved around the cow's front to tie a secure rope around her neck. "I think you're probably right, and we don't have any time to waste." Just as the rest of the hands arrived to hold her steady, Sam pushed up her sleeves. If you can move her up a foot or two, I can use the tree for leverage. The men worked to move her forward enough for Sam to reach the tree with her foot. She glanced up at Simon where he helped hold her in place. He raised an eyebrow. You sure you want to do this? His face didn't hold any judgment, just a respect for the situation. Absolutely. With that, she stuck her arm as far up the calf's back end as she could reach, hoping she'd be able to feel the other hoof quickly. If her hunch was correct, the calf was backwards and one of its legs was caught. Generally, calves presented with their front hoofs coming out first, but this one was backwards. It wasn't the worst case she'd seen, as he was clearly close enough for one hoof to be out, as long as she could find the other one. Come on, girl, she said as she felt the calf the best she could. Try to relax for me. Simon snorted. Easy for you to say. She shot him a look and continued. There it is. All right, Mama. I'm going to pull this other hoof down, and we'll get your baby out of here. It didn't matter that the cow couldn't understand her. Narrating her actions helped soothe her as much as it likely did Ray. She knew what she was doing, and they'd not be losing the mama or baby today. With a gentle pull, the second back hoof popped through the birth canal and presented itself. Perfect. The cow let out another loud bray and shifted again. Thankfully, she wasn't fighting the men who held her steady. That would have made the delivery impossible. You're almost there, girl. Sam quickly tied a rope to the calf's feet and placed one booted foot on the tree for leverage. Here we go. With every bit of strength she possessed, Sam pulled the rope to bring the calf further into the birth canal and out of its mama. If she could just get the back end out, the rest would come pretty quick. She grunted loudly in an immensely unladylike fashion and pushed back on the tree. After only a few seconds of pulling, she felt the calf move past whatever had it stuck and slide quickly out and onto the ground. The mama let out another groan while the baby lay on his side, all black save for a white patch on his nose. Sam sighed in relief and dropped to her knees to untie the rope from the baby's feet. It's a boy. He was breathing, that was a good sign. Just as she finished untying the ropes, the mama pushed the afterbirth out and the entire crew relaxed. Ray came around and knelt beside them. How's he doing? He's probably a little banged up, but I'm hoping his mama will help. Mateo, Julian, Simon, and Nicholas all backed up to give the cow and her baby some space. Good job, Sam, Nicholas said. Ray clapped a hand on her shoulder. It was. You go wash up in the creek, and the rest of you can head back out. I'll stay here to make sure everything's all right. Sam had just started for the creek when she heard footsteps behind her. Knowing without looking who they belonged to, she spoke. I just pulled a breech calf out of his mother. I think I can manage to wash my hands myself. Simon's familiar deep voice chuckled as he caught up with her. I didn't come to help or lecture you. I came to tell you that that was amazing. Any one of you could have done it, she said with a wave of her hand. I just happened to be there. Maybe, he replied, but the rest of us didn't. You did. I know you grew up working cattle, but I guess I didn't realize just how much experience you had with them until today. She raised a brow in his direction as the creek came into view. I tried to tell you. Some people say I have a hard time listening. He shrugged his shoulders as his lip quirked up. I don't know about all that, but I have learned my lesson when it comes to you. That took humility, and Sam could respect that. Thank you. So, can I assume you'll be treating me like any other hired hand from now on? He was quiet for a moment, and when she turned, he was studying her with darkened eyes. I don't know if I can do that, but I won't doubt your skills anymore. Men, she said with a roll of her eyes, sometimes I wonder about the whole lot of you. Her father had been the only man in her life not to try and treat her too gently over the years. She'd had to convince man after man that she was capable, something she didn't mind but wished wasn't necessary. We can be bullheaded, but I have too many stubborn women in my family to believe that's on account of being a man. He had her there. The women in his family might be much more ladylike than she was, but they knew their own minds. You're not wrong there. How is it you've gotten this far in your life without a sweetheart or even getting married? It almost looked like it pained him to ask, but all the question did was make her burst into laughter. I'm not exactly marriage material for most men, and any man would expect more. Confusion crossed his face. More than what? They'd reached the creek now, and she knelt to plunge her hands and arms into the still cold water. More than a woman who comes home covered in dirt and was shoulder deep in the back end of a cow today. I'll never be the wife who can be content keeping her home and children. I think I'd suffocate being home all day cooking, cleaning, and tending to their school. I know I'm different, but that's just not who I am. She shuddered to think of how she'd come across to any sort of in-laws. Does any of that really matter, though? Of all the women in my family, most of them continued working after getting married and having children. It looked different for some of them, but the rest of the family just helped each other out. I don't reckon Edie's kids are any worse off for staying with their grandparents while she's out helping folks. He paused. Someone like William may not be able to pick up the slack to let his wife do what she was made to do, but there are men who can. He was arguing like he had some stake in the matter. Why do you care? And what does William have to do with anything? They'd covered this already. William was like a brother or cousin to her, despite his misguided attentions at one point. Simon's jaw clenched, and he looked away from her out over the pastureland on the other side of the creek. It matters. Well, that was infuriatingly vague. She stood from the creek and wished she were only a few inches taller so she could look him in the eye. It shouldn't, and as I've said, William is a friend. You just promised to keep your opinions about my work on the ranch to yourself. Why don't you go ahead and do the same with your opinions about my love life? His face turned red, and he threw his hands up in the air. I wish I could, he blew out in a frustrated breath. Trust me, if I could forget about the idea of you courting anyone else for as long as I live, I'd be happy. Anyone else? Did that mean? He'd been flirtatious since she arrived at the ranch, but according to his family he flirted with every single girl. Regardless, she didn't play games or care to dissect his feelings. He was a grown man. Just say what you mean, Simon. The way they stood, him looking down at her and her glaring up at him, they were nearly nose to nose. Had she been the one to step closer, or had he? She could almost swear he hadn't been that close a moment ago. He removed his hat and tipped his head just a bit more until his forehead rested on hers. Eyes shut, almost as if it pained him, he spoke. I don't know what I mean. All I know is that I can't stop thinking about you. I'm not the man for you, but I'm too selfish to want you with anyone else. His nearness was intoxicating. Her mind told her to pull away. This wasn't what she came for, but she couldn't do it. I don't ever plan to marry, he continued, and I haven't known you long enough to even think about such things. But ever since I saw you at the arena in Dallas, ready to go toe-to-toe with your Uncle Jed, I can't shake you. Her heart thumped in her chest. Was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to? A second later, the rational side of her won out, and she took a step back. I'm perfectly happy with my life just as it is, Simon, and I'll not settle for a man who falls for me against his better judgment. Sam, that's not dash. She held up a hand, cutting him off. No, I think it's exactly what you meant. I'll be your friend, Simon, but I'll not be one of the young ladies you take into town only to never call on again. You have some things to work out between you and the Lord, and I'll pray for you in that, but that's it. With that, she turned on her heel and walked back to where Hawthorne was tied under the old oak. Ray still worked with the calf and his mama, but both looked to be doing well. The weathered foreman turned curious eyes into the distance behind her, but he didn't say anything. Of course, he'd seen Simon follow her. What's next today, Ray? The good thing about cowboys is they didn't tend to be too nosy on matters such as these. Ray was no exception. He spouted off a short list of chores she could get to before lunch, and she was grateful to realize none of them would require a partner. As she and Hawthorne headed to complete the list, Sam felt the frustration rise up inside of her at the whole situation. Lord, I don't know what you want from me here. I'm not even supposed to be here, and I'll be gone again soon. Guide me, please. Swallowing back the stray tears that threatened, she shook her head. Regardless of any feelings Simon had for her, or any she might have for him, she wouldn't be there once Uncle Jed found the perpetrator of her attacks. Until then, she'd just do her best to steer clear of the handsome cowboy and try to forget about how her heart had raced at his nearness. Chapter 10. With a grunt, Simon slammed the hammer down on the fence post he and Nicholas worked to replace. They'd been working for hours and were almost done, save for the cleanup. Nicholas had tried to engage him in conversation, but Simon just wasn't interested. After their fight at the creek yesterday, Sam would barely look his way. If nothing else, he could work out his frustrations on the fence posts. The sun shone overhead and a warm breeze rippled across the pasture. Were it not for his own thoughts settled deeply in the day before, the day would be downright pleasant. Why'd he have to go and lay all his cards on the table? It hadn't even been a conscious decision, just a spur-of-the-moment urge he couldn't control. At least he hadn't tried to kiss her, she'd have slapped him right upside the head. Knowing Sam, it might not even have been a slap. He didn't have a hard time believing she'd throw a right hook as well as any man. It was just as well she'd pulled away when she did. He surely had no business thinking the thoughts she brought to mind, the ones that looked an awful lot like the family life he'd not approached with a 10-foot prod until she came along. Another flurry of frustration and anger ripped through him, and he once again pounded the post down with more strength than necessary. Nicholas looked up from where he worked the barbed wire around another post and raised his brow. "Got something on your mind, brother?" "Not a thing," Simon huffed and repeated the action. Of course, Nick knew he was lying. "I'd wager a nothing has long brown hair and a sass to rival anyone in Texas." Mirth shone in his eyes, and Simon wanted nothing more than to knock that grin right off his brother's face. "Well, if you already knew, then why'd you ask?" That was the thing about close families, sometimes they were too nosy for their own good. Nicholas raised his hands in surrender. "If you remember, I was there not long ago with Violet. Just wanted to let you know, I'm here if you need me." The frustration at his brother's prodding cooled to a simmer. He had a point. He and Violet had their share of troubles over Christmas, and now they seemed as happy as any couple could. None of it makes any sense. What doesn't? For years, I've wanted no part of the marriage and family life that the rest of you were drawn to. He paused and removed his Stetson to wipe his forehead. And now, that marriage and family looks a whole lot more attractive. Nicholas set down the wire and straightened. "I don't know what happened between you and Sam to make her look so uncomfortable at dinner last night, but I know what it's like to be tied up in knots over a woman." Simon shook his head. "I told her I had feelings for her, and she couldn't run away fast enough." "What did you tell her?" "The truth," Simon replied. "As much as I know of it, anyway." With a raised brow, Nicholas nodded. "You mean how you're fighting tooth and nail to keep from having feelings for her?" Gee, can't imagine why she didn't swoon right then and there. He cocked his head to the side and pity showed in his expression. "I'm guessing that didn't go well." Hearing it laid out like that only made Simon feel worse than he already had. "Yeah, something like that." His brother stared at him a moment before speaking again. "Look, I know I don't have much more experience here than you do, but I know one thing." "What's that?" "If you're fighting something the Lord has for you, you're fighting a losing battle, at least if you want to have any peace." Nicholas took a swig from his canteen and wiped his mouth. "Sam may not be that person, or it may be his will that you stay single like you planned, but you won't know until you ask him." He was right, and Simon knew it good and well. He'd not done as much praying as he should have over the years, hadn't opened his Bible a whole lot either. Maybe if he had, things wouldn't feel so confusing. "Well, anyway," Nicholas said as he took up the barbed wire again, "I guess we're about done here. Once we finish this section, I reckon a whole passel of coyotes couldn't get through it." Thankful for the change in subject, Simon's lips turned up in a small smile. "We'd be done already if you hadn't been over there daydreaming about wedding dresses and flower bouquets." He ducked just in time to keep a rock from hitting him square in the shoulder. "I really hope it's the Almighty's will for you to get yourself a girl," Nicholas replied. And when you do, I want a front row seat for every bit of it. Are you ready, Sam? Beth hurried through the house with her sewing basket in hand and a box of baked goods in another. Jake said he's ready to leave whenever we are. Coming. Tying a ribbon in the end of her braid, Sam took one last glance in the mirror. She'd borrowed one of Lily's old dresses that day for the ladies' sewing circle at Beth's sister Carissa's house. The light purple fabric was pretty, but Sam would still have been more comfortable in her trousers. As she came down the stairs, Beth stopped short. Well, don't you look beautiful in that dress? I do hope you're not dressing up on our account. Your normal clothes would be just fine. Last night, she'd tossed and turned over whether to pull out one of the dresses from the wardrobe that Beth had pointed out to her, or just stick with what she knew. At some point, she decided to just try one of the dresses and see how she liked it. As odd as it felt on her, she had to admit that it flattered her figure nicely and went well with her tanned skin and dark hair. I know. I just thought something different might be nice. A sliver of hope ran down her spine that Simon might be downstairs and see the dress, but she squashed it with the memory of their conversation the day before. She was perfectly happy with her life just the way it was, and she didn't need a man who found his feelings for her so distasteful. Regardless of what he said, Sam knew there was some part of him that would want a woman a little more traditional. He might not realize it, but it would surface at some point. No, she dressed for herself and not for any woodworking cowboys she might see. The weathered lines of Beth's still beautiful face crinkled in a smile. As long as you know that you're welcome in whatever state you want to be. Now, let's get going before Jake leaves without us. Would he really do that? Sam chuckled at the thought. Beth shrugged with a wink. He might. Helen is bringing a whole host of baked goods from the bakery this morning, and he'll want the first crack at those cinnamon rolls. Jake's voice sounded from the front door where his tall frame took up most of the frame. And it sure would be a crime to miss those. You ladies ready to go? We are, Beth replied as she approached her husband to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. She handed him the baskets she carried and followed him out the door. He's right, she called over her shoulder as Sam brought up the rear. It would be a crime to miss Helen's cinnamon rolls. They arrived at Carissa's house to a heavenly smell that stretched down the street and brought Sam's mouth to watering. How long has Helen had the bakery? Jake pulled the brake on the buckboard and hopped down. It's been a few years that she's been working there, but Mrs. Ida only deeded the business to Helen and Rose last year. They've been running the place for a while, though. He rounded the back of the wagon and held out a hand just as Sam hopped down from her perch in the wagon bed. He grinned and raised an eyebrow. I should have known you'd hop on down yourself. Sam's face heated a bit as she realized she probably should have waited to let him help her. After all, she at least looked the part of a lady that morning in her dress and unstained boots. Beth turned from her seat up front and laughed. Why on earth would you expect anything else, dear? I'd love a hand down, though. She winked at Sam while Jake came around her side of the wagon. There's no shame in allowing a man to help you, but there's no shame in doing it yourself either. How did this woman seem to read her mind so clearly? I suppose it doesn't even occur to me not to rush in and do things myself. I'm not sure I even could. Edie's voice sounded from the porch where Sam hadn't even realized she rocked her youngest baby. You know, Lucas says the same thing about me. She stood and continued bouncing the child in her arms. Uncle Jake, Helen held back a couple of cinnamon rolls for you before everyone else got hold of them. I knew that girl was smart, Jake said as he hurried up the steps. He paused quickly to hug Edie before rushing inside. Beth eyed the basket still in the back of the wagon and rolled her eyes good-naturedly. I suppose we'll just get these ourselves then. I'd hate to come between a man and his cinnamon rolls, Sam replied as she took two of the baskets out of the wagon bed. Beth took the other, and they climbed the steps to the pretty white house with the green shutters. Inside, it was clear they were among the last to arrive. Women milled about, filling their plates with goodies of all kinds. Sam spotted most of the women in the family, as well as other ladies she recognized from church. A small group she didn't know sat over to the side with Rose, Carissa, and Helen. They carried on conversation, but one of them continued to wring her hands and glance around the room. She could relate, at least most days, so she approached the group and took a seat on the ottoman next to the couch. "Oh, Sam," Helen said as she joined them, "I'm so glad you came. Have you met our friends yet?" One of the women, the one with dark brown hair swept up atop her head, put out a hand. "I doubt we've met unless you frequent the saloon. I'm Annie, and this is Jenny, Lila, and Daisy. This is our first sewing circle," she said as she glanced around at the other women in the room and lowered her voice. "We're a little out of our element." She eyed Sam expectantly, while the one she called Jenny looked on with wide eyes. "You and me both." "It's nice to meet you ladies," Sam said as she took Annie's hand. "I can't say I've been to the saloon, but I'm not quite sure I know what I'm doing either." Rose beamed from her seat next to Annie. "These girls have become good friends of mine in the past year or so. They were gracious enough to let me take their laundry when I needed the extra money. I've been bugging them for months to get them to one of these, and they finally took me up on it." Saloon girls? It seemed the acceptance of this family stretched further than even cowgirls in trousers. Sam took a seat next to Rose, in awe of this family who seemed to be so full of surprises. "Well, I hope for your sake you're better with a needle and thread than I am." Annie let out a snort. "Darlin', I can't sew a straight stitch to save my life." "You're in good company." Just then, the door opened, and the woman who'd nearly glared a hole in Sam at the Sunday service breezed through. She wore a silk dress in deep maroon with more fripperies than Sam had seen on anyone save a few fine ladies who came to their shows. The air of her walk said she came from money, as did the expensive lace around her collar. She looked to be around the age of Beth and Carissa, but the frown lines on her face ran much deeper. "Wonderful," Helen groaned under her breath. "Who invited Mrs. Roberts?" Carissa lightly elbowed her niece in the side. "I did, young lady, and you'll be kind to her." With a last look of reproach, she stood to greet her newest guest. As the woman greeted Beth and Abigail where they stood near the refreshments, Rose leaned over to Sam. "That's Paulina Roberts. She and her husband just moved here about a month ago from Dallas. Apparently, he was some big-shot lawyer there but retired recently. They moved to Pine Creek because they wanted something a little slower paced." Eyeing Mrs. Roberts' pursed lips and narrowed brows as she glanced around the room, Sam felt the weight of her gaze settle on their corner. "Does she always look like she's just sucked a lemon dry?" "Pretty much," Helen said softly. "She complains about everything. She and her husband come into the bakery at least 3 times a week, though I can't imagine why. Apparently, nothing we do quite meets the standard of the fine establishments in Dallas." She rolled her eyes. "One day, something's too salty and the next it's too sweet." Emma Archer told Edie she came into the mercantile and dressed them down for not carrying highly specific types of beauty products. When Emma told her she'd be happy to order them for her, Mrs. Roberts got huffy and insisted she shouldn't have to. Jenny narrowed her eyes at the woman in question. "She's not overly fond of us either, though she's not the only one. The house they purchased is only a couple hundred yards from the saloon, a fact they've made clear they didn't know when they purchased it." Edie and Lily approached, still holding their babies. Taking a seat next to Helen, Lily raised an eyebrow at her cousin. "Are you minding your manners where Mrs. Roberts is concerned?" "Who? Me?" Helen placed a dramatic hand to her chest and winked at Sam. "Why, I have only the utmost respect for the woman who declares my crepes substandard." On the last few words, she affected a haughty tone and pushed her nose in the air. "So long as you remember that those who hurt others have usually been deeply hurt themselves," Lily replied gently. "Though I can't imagine anyone not liking your crepes." Edie spoke softly as Mrs. Roberts moved into the parlor. "Let's change the subject, shall we? Sam, how are things on the ranch and at Nathan's place?" "They're going well. We had a bit of excitement with a calving heifer this week, but both mother and baby turned out just fine. As for Nathan's horses, he built a strong foundation with them to begin with, so my techniques have mostly just been to support what he's already done." Emma Archer put a hand on Sam's shoulder, and Sam realized she'd not seen her approach from behind. "You're being modest. Nathan has nothing but the highest praise for everything you've done there." He's completely amended some of his approach based on what you taught him." She smiled, and her kind eyes and curly brown hair made a striking appearance. It was no wonder Nathan had fallen so hard for the wife he clearly adored. "He told me what you're doing with Pistol as well." "That's impressive. Pistol's a sweetheart. He just needed a specific brand of training."
"Yeah,"
Rose said with a laugh, "but you're the only one he'll let give it to him. He's thrown both Callum and Jake on their backsides more than once. Mateo tried too, as did Ray, and they both declared they'd not be going near that horse until he'd been broken." My, Mrs. Roberts said from her perch in the wingback chair by the fireplace. "You girls speak as freely as the ranch hands and sawmill workers you surround yourselves with." Edie's eyebrow raised. Her husband, Lucas, owned the lumber mill just outside of town, and from everything Sam had heard, ran a tight ship with high standards. "We're sorry if we've offended you with our discussion, Mrs. Roberts, but I think you'll find life is a little more casual in a town like Pine Creek. I'm certain you'll grow used to it." "I doubt that," Mrs. Roberts replied. "But then, I can't expect a woman doctor to understand the rules of polite society." Helen opened her mouth to speak until Lily placed a hand on her arm. "Mrs. Roberts, we welcome you here to the sewing circle and to our town, but Edie's a fine physician and is responsible for saving the lives of many folks in town, mine included." "Thank you, Lily," Edie said before turning back to Mrs. Roberts. "I don't have to justify my profession to you, ma'am, though I'll happily treat you or your husband should you fall ill." She spoke with such confidence that Sam couldn't hold the grin off her face. Unfortunately, Mrs. Roberts noticed and seemed to take offense. "What's so funny, Miss Paulson, is it? Though, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you or your," she gestured to Annie and the other girls from the saloon, "friends here don't understand the God-given role of a woman." It was nothing she'd not heard before, but bringing the other women into it had Sam's blood boiling. Mrs. Roberts dash. Before she could continue, Carissa stood from her chair and placed a hand on Mrs. Roberts' elbow. "Mrs. Roberts, may I speak with you for one moment? I have some lovely azaleas blooming at the moment I just know you'd adore." Her eyes held fire, but her voice remained calm and measured. An innocent grin stretched across the woman's face as she eyed Carissa. "Why, of course, dear. You do know how I love azaleas." Carissa hooked her arm through Mrs. Roberts and hurried them through the room with one last glance at Edie. "Best get out your sewing, girls. Otherwise, the morning will get away from us." As they heard the front door open and shut, Edie let out a chuckle. "Don't worry, ladies. Mrs. Roberts won't be back today." Sam took the piece of fabric Lily handed her with no real clue what she planned to do with it. "How can you be sure?" "My dear Samantha," Edie responded with a pat on the hand. "A Southern lady doesn't cause a scene in front of others, but you can believe Mrs. Roberts will be halfway home before she realizes what a dressing down Mama gave her. Carissa Carmichael is a fine Christian woman, but you don't insult her cubs without getting put in your place." Just then, Carissa stepped back inside alone. "Mrs. Roberts had to get home," she said as reclaimed her seat and took up her needlework. Out the small front window, Sam caught a flash of deep burgundy scurrying the opposite direction as fast as her feet would carry her. Chapter 11. A few days later, Sam shoved the pitchfork into the hay of Hawthorne's stall and dumped it into a wheelbarrow. "I'm not sure what we're feeding you, boy, but maybe we shouldn't give you so much of it." She chuckled and continued her job until the floor was clear of everything but his bucket of oats and the fresh hay. "I keep tellin' ya, Miss Sam," Phil said with a shake of his head from where he filled new buckets of oats, "I don't mind doing that for ya. It's my job. You have 10 ranch horses to look after, philosophy. Besides, I like doing for the horses under my care. It's bonding for us and gives me time to spend with my boy." She stroked Hawthorne's nose and pressed a kiss to his dark fur. "Besides, if Papa got wind that I'd shirked my responsibilities to him, he'd wonder what kind of horsewoman he raised." Phil shook his head and filled another bucket. "Mr. Carson and his boys feel the same way. They all want to come in and do my job for me after a day out on the ranch. The only time they don't is when they've got other things that need tending." Sometimes, I wonder if the only reason they keep me around is 'cause I'm too old to fire. The large barn door slid open further as Simon sauntered through it. No, we keep you because Mama would have our hides if she couldn't have your chicken and dumplings anymore. He turned to Sam with a wink, apparently back to his old self after their conversation by the creek. Try as she might, Mama just can't seem to get the dumplings right the way Phil does. Small blessings, Phil grunted. You need something from me, see? No sir, I was hoping I could talk to Sam for a minute. His earlier jovial expression turned into one of hope and wariness. I won't take too much of your time. Did she want to talk to him? She'd been fairly successful in her attempts to either dodge him or only speak what she strictly had to for work. Part of her wanted to tell him not to waste his time, but another part of her desperately wanted to hear what he had to say. The latter one by a slim margin. All right, but I've only got a minute. She followed the tall blonde cowboy through the barn door and out towards the corral. He didn't speak until they'd reached it, and he leaned against the tall fence, staring out over the land. This is my favorite time of year on the ranch, he said without looking away from where the cows grazed in the north pasture. Everything wakes up from winter, and the flowers start to bloom. We don't have the bitter winter mornings or the scorching heat of a summer afternoon. For the few weeks of spring we have in Texas, it feels like a new beginning. Sam sighed, narrowing her eyes at Simon's profile. Did you have a point to all this? He paused, then turned and studied her face for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, Sam. I've been bossy and overbearing to you since you got here, not to mention telling you my thoughts the way I did. I don't want you to think you're ever less than what you are, a woman any man should be proud to have as a wife. And who says that's what I want? Sam didn't mean it harshly, but she'd never wanted to let the men around her dictate her future, nor pander to her feelings. That's between you and the Lord, Simon said sincerely. As for me and him, you were right when you said I had some things to work out. I'm working on it, but I felt like I needed to apologize to you in order to get any sort of new beginning. He gestured toward the rest of the ranch that had begun its spring awakening. Like I said, new beginnings are my favorite. You may have noticed that I have a tendency to run off at the mouth. Chances to start over are pretty valuable to me. She followed his gaze out over the land. It was majestic, really. The woods in the distance framed the green and gold pastureland, trees dotted the landscape to provide shade. The waters of Pine Creek sparkled in the bright sunshine and cattle grazed nearby. It might not be everyone's idea of heaven, but it was hers. I accept your apology, and I suppose I should issue one of my own. Sam, he said quickly, you don't have to. That's not dash. No, I do owe you one. Sure, you put your foot in your mouth as often as you put it on the ground, but I haven't made things easier on you. My mouth gets ahead of my brain at times too, something Papa says I get from him. A grin spread across his face, the sight nearly as beautiful as the land around them. What a coincidence. Pa is where I got that same trait. They stood at the fence for a moment, content to take in the scene around them. The music of the wind rustling through the grass calmed Sam like little ever had. I'm going to miss it here when I go back on the circuit. From the corner of her eye, Sam spotted Simon's jaw clench before he spoke. When he did, it was in polite, measured tones. We'll miss you here, too. Do they have any leads on whoever it was that caused your injuries? Not that I know of. Uncle Jed's last letter said they'd looked into Lenore, she's my understudy and the second trick rider. William and I thought she might be involved, but they didn't find anything tying her to the accidents. Besides, my gut tells me it wasn't her. The light breeze picked up slightly as Simon removed his Stetson and fiddled with the worn spots. Your gut tell you who might have been involved? A frustrated breath escaped her. That's the thing. I've run through all types of folks in my mind and can't think of a single motive. It's been suggested that it might have been a jilted suitor, but I don't really have those. A few men along the circuit have expressed admiration for me, but that's it. Just then, the sound of a buggy approaching interrupted their conversation. Sam narrowed her eyes to see a bit further, her own Stetson cutting down on the sun's bright glare. If her eyes weren't tricking her, it looked like Jake boomed as he stepped out onto the front porch of the main house. It's good to see you, brother. William, a pleasure to have you as well. Before Sam realized what she was doing, she'd broken into a run toward the two men she considered as close as family. Uncle Jed. William. Uncle Jed pulled the brake on the buggy they'd undoubtedly rented from the livery and jumped out onto the ground. His feet hit the dirt just in time for Sam to crash into him with the hug she'd been waiting over a month for. I can't believe you're here. Uncle Jed placed a gentle kiss atop her head. Of course. Your father would have my hide if I didn't come check on you out here. I know Jake's a good host, but I did make a promise. Plus, William said as he stepped forward with outstretched arms, we missed you dearly. Sam couldn't help but notice the difference in William's attire from every other man here. As she stepped out of Uncle Jed's arms to hug William as well, she felt the scratch of his suit coat and crisp white shirt. Uncle Jed wore trousers, old boots, and a similar shirt to the ones Jake and Simon wore, but William looked prepared for a business meeting. It's good to see you, Sam. He embraced her tightly, tighter than he ever had before, but Sam didn't mind. She'd missed these two so much since she'd been gone and would spend every spare moment she had with them until they left. How long are you here? Do you have leads? Surely, Matthew would have come and told her if they'd found the person responsible. We've ruled out quite a few folks, Uncle Jed replied. His voice sounded weary and held an edge she'd only heard him use a few times. I'm sorry, honey. We don't know who's behind it yet. She stepped away from William and placed a hand on Uncle Jed's shoulder. It's all right, Uncle Jed. I know you're doing everything you can. And you can bet, William said as he closed the distance between them and placed an arm around her shoulder, that we'll find them, or we'll come up with a solution either way. Glancing at his hand on her shoulder, Sam wondered if it had always felt so possessive. Surely she was just being silly. William had gotten over his little crush ages ago and knew firmly where she stood in regards to their firmly platonic relationship. Still, she felt her gaze draw upwards and toward the paddock where Simon still stood. He studied them for only a beat before returning his Stetson to its perch and nodding to the group. Evening, Mr. Harper, William. Pa, I'll be in the shop if you need me. With that, he moved with intention toward the outbuilding that served to house the beautiful art he created from wood. As the door shut behind him, Sam realized William's hand was still around her. She stepped from his side just as Beth came out on the porch to greet their guests, wondering at everything she'd seen in Simon's face and everything rumbling in her own heart. Simon ran the saw blade back and forth over a strip of lumber, grateful for the outlet to soothe his frayed nerves. It had been a few hours since Mr. Harper and his nephew had arrived, but the gnawing feeling he had deep down still hadn't gone away. Something in the way William had looked at Sam, something in the way he'd wrapped his arm around her had felt off to him. He didn't figure he'd particularly enjoy any potential suitor being so familiar with Sam, but William was different. If only he could figure out why. He tossed the freshly cut wood into the pile he kept for smaller projects and blew out a heavy breath. The wood clacked against the others as he threw it with more force than strictly necessary. You all right, son? Pa stood in the doorway of the shop and leaned against the frame. One eyebrow raised nearly to the hairline of his once blonde hair. Something you need to get off your chest? Not a thing, Simon replied as he tossed another piece and took up his scraper to sand down an end table he'd nearly finished for a family in town. Pa moved further into the workshop, studying a few of Simon's pieces before speaking again. I ever tell you boys that I wasn't the only one interested in your mama in the beginning? He'd heard the story at least a dozen times. Pod reached the age where he tended to cycle through the same ones from year to year. Yes, sir. You've told us about Pete setting eyes on her before Mrs. Mary came to town. Thought so, Pa said with a grin, but what you don't know is how mixed up I was about it inside. I knew Pete was a good man, and your mama and I had been friends long enough for me to know that she was far too good for a cowboy like me. Would William be the better choice for Sam? It was a thought he'd pondered a few times, but even the man's wealth didn't change the fact that Simon had an off feeling about him. It's different, Pa. How so? Simon straightened and placed his plane and scraper atop the end table. I'm not so sure he is a good man, and I can't imagine Sam with a city boy like him. What makes you wonder about his character? Jed seems to have high praise for him. I can't put my finger on it, Simon said, but I'm just not sure about him. Pa's eyes narrowed. You think your judgment might be a little clouded due to there being a pretty girl involved? I'm not saying I don't believe you, just that I've jumped to plenty of foolhardy conclusions in my day. Was he just jealous of the relationship Sam and William had? He didn't think so, but couldn't deny the possibility. Could be. Then I suppose you better ask the Lord to make things more clear to you. Take a cue from King Solomon and ask for wisdom from the source. Pa placed a hand on Simon's shoulder. Your mama and I have never wanted to push you into a deeper relationship with the Lord. We wanted you to get there on your own. We've prayed for you every day, just like we pray for all our children and grandchildren. Your mama, she prays that the Lord'll be gentle as he shows you more of who he is, but I don't. You're too much like me for that to work, son. I've prayed the Lord would turn you so inside out and upside down that you've got no choice but to lean on him. Simon chuckled, not at all surprised to hear they'd been praying for his walk with the Lord. For years, God had been someone Simon prayed to before meals and learned about on Sundays, but not a whole lot more. Thanks for that, Pa, he said dryly. Seems your prayers have been answered. Good. Something your grandpa Thomas told me years ago has stuck with me. I have to be reminded of it often, but it's always a challenge worth taking. Many a man will accept Christ as their Savior but never surrender to him as their Lord. Doing so doesn't separate that man from God's love, but he doesn't have the hope or direction that comes with surrender. It's easy to pray for something we want to happen, but it's a whole lot harder to ask the Lord to do his will regardless of your own. Simon stared out the front window of the shop to the spot Sam had greeted her Uncle Jed and William. Even if someone you care about could be in danger? You always keep an eye on a possible fox in the henhouse, Pa said. I'll never tell you not to protect those around you, but it's a whole lot easier when you realize you're not in the battle alone. I'll keep an eye out with you, and I'll add my prayers to yours that the truth will be revealed in time. Turning toward his father, Simon thought on all he'd said. And if a fox gets inside? Then we fight. With that, Pa gave one last squeeze to his shoulder and headed toward the door. Your mama's making a pot roast. Should we expect you for dinner? Even if Pa hadn't told him, the smells coming from the main house would have told him Mama was planning a feast to welcome their guests. I'll be inside soon. Chapter 12. Over there is the mama and calf I told you about, the one who got stuck during her calving. Sam smiled at the pair as they stood amongst the others, and the calf nursed eagerly from his mother. It couldn't have been a more perfect day on the ranch, as the early May showers still brought more comfortable temperatures in a way they wouldn't in June and July. The sky overhead was a bright blue with clouds dotting every so often, and a bluebonnet field in the distance had exploded into vivid color. As they rode along, Sam gave William a tour of the ranch in all its glory. Do you remember, William said as they passed the mother and baby, the time I was staying at the ranch for the summer and we got stuck in the loft of Uncle Jed's barn for nearly 6 hours, because of that rattlesnake that wouldn't leave the bottom of the ladder? You were so worried about the calves in their pens, and kept chucking things at the snake to make it go away. Of course, Sam said as she chuckled at the memory. If Papa hadn't come to fetch us for dinner, who knows how long we'd have been up there. I still don't know why you wouldn't just let me jump out onto the hay. I could have made it. As they came to a stop near the creek, William rolled his eyes. You'd have broken your leg as sure as you hit the ground. Ye of little faith. Sam took a deep breath of the warm Texas air. This is my favorite spot on the ranch. She didn't share with William that it was the spot she'd saved the cow from getting swept downstream, nor did she share the exhilaration she'd felt realizing Simon's concern for her after. Simon's apology had been heartfelt, and she'd accepted. Still, they hadn't gone back to the easy camaraderie they had before. William and Uncle Jed had only been at the ranch for 2 days, but Simon seemed intent on avoiding them and her as well. Reason told her he was jealous. as he'd admitted to having feelings for her and had some sort of misguided belief there was something between her and William. Unaware of where her thoughts took her, William studied the landscape before him with a furrowed brow. I can see why you've been happy here, but I have to admit I was hoping you'd be a little more eager to return with us. He paused. I'm still working hard to find the person who intended to harm you. Sam had always fancied herself able to tell what William was thinking, as they'd known each other so long, but not at the moment. This family has been good to me, and I've enjoyed working with cattle and training horses again. It feels a little like returning to my roots. So what does that mean for your return to Dallas? Uncle Jed and I have been working through some ideas, things to keep you safe. Ideas they'd not thought to run by her in the 2 days they'd been there? Like what? Well, we'd rather you not perform until we've found the person responsible, but we've thought of a few ways to mitigate your risks in other areas of your life. Where was he going with this? No one's tried to harm me in other areas of my life. A cow brayed in the distance as the creek trickled beside them. William hesitated a moment. I'd hoped to talk with you about this in a bit more memorable way, but you've never been the patient sort. He winked at her, but there was something in his eyes Sam couldn't name. We think it would be a good idea for you to marry. You live alone in that apartment, and it's just not safe when someone clearly has it in for you. Unable to control herself, Sam burst into laughter. Marry? Because husbands simply grow on trees, is that it? She gestured around at the piece of the circle H. I'm perfectly safe here. Besides, who would I marry? Well, that is, we thought you might be amenable to discussing the matter with. He paused again, me. Her laughter abruptly stopped, and she waited for him to say he was only joking. You? William, we've discussed this before. I know you had a silly crush dash. This isn't about that, William said as his eyes flashed. This is about keeping you safe. His jaw ticked as he regained control. Am I really so detestable to you that you'd risk your life to avoid marrying me? I have money and connections, not to mention the ability to provide you with protection at all times. You could come home and even resume writing once we mitigate the threat. William, Sam began gently. She'd never seen him quite this wound up. If I ever marry, I plan to do it for love. You know this, and I want the same for you. Who says we couldn't grow in that direction? William swung his leg over and dismounted the ranch horse he'd borrowed and held his hand up as though she needed support to get down. We've known each other for years. We'll be in each other's lives forever anyway. I'm willing to do what I need to in order to ensure your safety. Sam dismounted her own horse, touching her hand to his for just long enough to humor him. No, William. I'll not allow whoever is responsible to force me into a marriage I don't want. William stepped forward and took Sam by the shoulders. His grip didn't hurt, but it wasn't comfortable either. Sam, all I want is for you to be safe. Why is marrying me worse than just marking time on a ranch in the middle of nowhere for who knows how long? You can get back to your life in Dallas and with the show. His face grew red as his grip tightened. It still didn't hurt, but the look in his eyes caused Sam to step back. The answer is no, William, she replied with all the control she could muster. Who was he to just decide her future for her? Had Uncle Jed really agreed to this? Did he think it was a good idea? I don't mean to hurt you, but I'll not be marrying out of fear. The handsome face of a sandy blonde cowboy flashed in her mind, but she pushed it down. She and Simon might have reached an understanding, but he'd still all but admitted he wished he didn't have feelings for her. No, if she married, it'd be to a man she loved who loved her in return. William opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He straightened, and the redness in his cheeks faded. His jaw relaxed, and his gaze softened. I understand, Sam. You've had a difficult time as of late, and it's only natural that you'd want to continue to hide out here where it's safe. I fear, though, you're letting your emotion cloud your reason. His lips spread into a small smile, but his tone was like one might use with a child. Nothing made her blood boil faster than being patronized. William Harper, I can assure you that I am in full possession of my faculties and my reason. This decision is as clear to me as any I've ever made, and I'll not be made to feel as though it's not. He held up his hands in surrender, tone more normal. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intent. All I care about is that you're safe and happy. I am, she replied with a sigh of relief. Her friend was back, replacing this unfamiliar version of him. Stepping forward to give the man she viewed as more of a brother than anything else a tight hug, she felt his own deep sigh as he wrapped his arms around her as well. This ranch, this town, the people here, they're special. I don't mind staying a while longer. She pulled back and grinned. You and Uncle Jed haven't even been over to Nathan's place yet, and it'd be a crime for me to kick you off Jake's property before you get a chance to see the kind of operation he's got going. I look forward to it. His jovial tone sounded a little forced, but Sam chalked it up to feeling rejected. She'd done him a favor, though, done them both one. He didn't love her romantically, not any more than she did him. Sam placed a boot in Hawthorne's stirrup and pulled herself up. Come on, I'll race you back to the barn. Yes, she'd done them both a service in being the rational one. He didn't deserve a marriage of convenience, one he'd been all but forced into. As for her, she'd not settle for a relationship devoid of as much love as her parents had for each other. Despite her mama's early death and papa's inability to spend much time grieving due to caring for her, she knew how deeply he missed her. She'd often caught him staring at mama's picture late at night or reading letters she'd written to him long ago. He kept them in an old pine box and pulled them out every year on her birthday and their anniversary. Their time was short, but their love was deep. If she married, it'd not be in fear, it'd be for love. Phil handed Simon the brush so he could finish up caring for the horse he'd ridden that day. You about done here? I reckon. He started to brush Champion's dark brown fur and took in the peace it gave him. I'll close up. You go on back to the bunkhouse. You sure? It is my job, you know, despite how much half of y'all won't let me do it. Phil grumbled as he took his canteen down from a hook on the wall. Were it not for keeping the barn itself clean, I'd be out of a job. That wasn't true, and both of them knew it. There was nothing in the world that would make Pa give Phil the boot. He'd been around nearly as long as Ray and had more than earned his keep. No cowboy worth his salt leaves his horse to someone else after a long day in the saddle. Besides, I don't mind. Phil rolled his eyes. You sound exactly like Miss S. Evening, gentlemen. Sam tipped her hat in their direction as she brought Hawthorne to a halt. Swinging her leg over the side in one fluid motion, she dismounted and stood close enough to Simon that he could smell bluebonnets on her. Y'all get along all right without me today? A deep-throated chuckle sounded behind her. Sam, they were taking care of this place before you came along, and they'll do fine after you leave. Leave? Unwelcome anxiety rose up in Simon at the thought of her leaving Pine Creek. He forced it down past the knot in his chest. Y'all think you're gonna catch the person responsible for Sam's injuries? As much as he'd like to see the person responsible come to justice, he knew it'd nearly kill him to watch her ride away. No, Sam said quickly as she caught his eye. No real leads yet. I suppose you're stuck with me for a little longer. Phil cackled from where he leaned against the wall drinking from his canteen. I'd say we're all real happy to have ya, Miss Sam. He cut his eyes at Simon with a grin. Right, see? Of course we are, he replied as he threw Champion's saddle blanket at the weathered stable hand. It hit him square in the face, and Phil sputtered a bit of the water he'd just taken. Stretching his lips into a wide smile, Phil continued his teasing. I see I've hit a sore spot, so I'll just see myself on out. Keep him in line, Miss Sam. He broke into a whistle as he sauntered out the door, tossing Champion's saddle blanket back towards Simon as he went. Simon has so kindly offered to finish up in here tonight. Wasn't that sweet of him? Sam replied with a raised brow as she removed Hawthorne's saddle and placed it on its stand. You didn't have enough to do today in your shop and with the cattle? He'd have had a little less had she not been out riding with William, but Pa had told her she could. He had no cause to get ornery over it. I suppose not. Sam removed her Stetson and smoothed hair that had escaped from her braid. Then I suppose I worried over nothing. I don't like shirking my duties, but William asked for a tour around the ranch. Speaking of which, William said as he led his borrowed mount further into the barn, I suppose I can leave him with you? He held the reins up to Simon, glancing between him and Sam. Phil said you're finishing up for him this evening. He didn't know it, but William had just proved Simon's point about a man taking care of his own horse. Sure thing, brother. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Thank you, William said as he started to leave. Sam, aren't you coming? Leading Hawthorne into his stall, Sam shook her head. No, I'll see to Hawthorne. I'll be in for dinner. William narrowed his eyes and his gaze darted between the two of them once more, but he didn't linger. All right. I'll see you inside. As he walked away, Simon couldn't help but notice him walking a little funny, a gait indicative of a greenhorn who'd been in the saddle too long. Simon leaned back against the door of Champion's stall with a smirk. Was he impressed? Some part of him, albeit the petty part, hoped William would be a little intimidated by all their family had built at the Circle H. He wasn't the only one with means, despite the fancy clothes he wore. Her lips set into a thin line as she paused before speaking. I guess so. Why do I feel like there's more to that story? Now that he could really study her, it was clear she was preoccupied about something. Because there is, she said with a shrug, but I'm not sure it's any of your business. Everything in him wanted to pry, but that was the quickest way to send her running for the hills. Well, let me know if you need someone to listen. He hung the saddle brush back on its wall hook and laid the saddle blanket over Champion's door. It took all his willpower to walk toward the barn door, at least until she spoke again. He wants me to marry him, she said to his retreating back. Simon whipped around, ready to plant a fist in William's nose. It might be something she wanted, but he couldn't imagine a woman like Sam with the likes of William. Not to mention, she told him over and over again how they were just friends, more like family than anything. He what? Apparently, he and Uncle Jed decided I'm in danger in Dallas. If I'm married, they've decided I'll be safer. That made no sense. How do they figure? You weren't ever harmed outside the show, were you? Exactly. I don't see how it will help, she said dryly. I'm honestly surprised Uncle Jed agrees with him. Placing his hands in his pockets and thinking through what he knew of Jed, Simon had to agree. You sure he does? She narrowed her eyes. You think William lied to me? Simon, I know you don't have much respect for city men, but dash. It has nothing to do with him being a soft, Simon said quickly. It just strikes me as odd. Maybe you should steer clear of him until you talk to your Uncle Jed. Sam straightened, her thoughtfulness replaced with annoyance. You know, I'm getting pretty tired of men who think they know what's best for me. I'll talk to Uncle Jed, but I don't plan on marrying William or avoiding him. He thinks he's doing what's best for me, misguided as he may be. This was going nowhere fast. If he didn't want to push her away again, he had to back down. Pulling his old handkerchief from his shirt pocket, Simon waved it. Forgive me for not having a white flag, but I surrender. I don't need to be telling you what to do any more than he does. He had sincere doubts that William's motivations were purely selfless, but that wasn't an accusation she'd welcome at the moment. He quirked the corner of his mouth upward in an expression that had always worked to get him out of trouble with Mama as a boy. It worked on Sam too, as her anger deflated. Good. She finished brushing Hawthorne and led him into his stall. I'm glad we have an understanding. We do, but for the record, I also just want to make sure you're safe. I just also like to throw in you being happy on top of it. He shut Hawthorne's stall door as she stepped out of it, hanging his bucket of oats on their hook for him as he did so. As she stood in front of him, he met her deep brown eyes. I do want you to be happy, Sam. Seeing her with William had made him realize just how much he hoped that happiness would be there on the ranch. The idea of marriage and family grew more attractive by the day, and he'd grown tired of fighting his feelings for her. She held his gaze for a moment, her expression some cross of hopeful and wary. As I told William, I'll not marry for anything other than love. I'd rather be alone than have anything else. Knowing he risked a punch to the gut, Simon reached up and ran the backs of his fingers down her face. I hope that's exactly what you get. With that, he dropped his hand and turned back toward the barn door. You deserve nothing less. Wishing with everything in him that he could be the man she found it with, he emerged to the brilliant pink of a Texas spring sunset. He'd wanted to kiss her, but something in him had told him not yet. Maybe it was the Holy Spirit Alex always preached on, maybe it was something else. Lord, he prayed silently, I hope I did the right thing by walking away. I don't trust William, but I can't protect Sam if she won't let me. Make it all clear, Lord. Show me what you want from me. Chapter 13. Sam was jarred awake by the sound of pounding somewhere in the house. What in the world? Taking a second to get her bearings, she stood and glanced out the window to the dark sky outside. Stars dotted the skyline, and the moon offered a good bit of light, but she still couldn't see anything amiss. The pounding began again, and Sam heard the door down the hall open. Someone, she assumed Jake, clomped down the stairs in boot-clad feet. She dressed quickly and donned her own boots, tying her hair back in a loose bun rather than taking the time to braid it. With that, she opened the door to her room just as Beth hurried down the hallway toward the stairs. Beth, what's happened? I'm not sure, she said with her face pinched. I haven't been down there yet. The women swept down the stairs and spotted Ray and Jake standing in the foyer. Not sure what got him, Ray said in a low voice. But it's a bloodbath out there. Jake ran his hand over his face roughly. Any idea where they might have gotten inside? Nope, the boys patched the fence just last week. I checked it myself. Well, Jake replied, no time to figure that out now. Are the hands already in the pasture? Ray nodded, his expression grim as he spotted Sam. Something got to a whole passel of the new calves and some of their mamas too. The boys are out rounding up the rest of the herd and cleaning up what they can to burn before other predators catch the scent. How can I help? Mateo's leading the group rounding up the herd. Catch up to them in the south pasture and see if he needs help tracking down any stragglers. As willing as she was to do whatever needed, Sam couldn't deny her gratitude he'd put her on roundup rather than cleaning what was likely to be a gruesome sight. You've got it, boss. Just as she hurried for the door, Uncle Jed and William came down the stairs from the room Jake and Beth had set up for them. I heard, Uncle Jed said as he reached the bottom. What can we do? Not wanting to waste time jawing, Sam left the men and Beth in the foyer and moved to saddle Hawthorne. The barn doors were open, and Phil had lit lanterns inside. He'd already pulled Hawthorne from his stall, as well as both Jake and Ray's mounts. I got him ready for ya, Miss Sam. He ran his sleeve over his forehead to wipe sweat from his brow. Saddled up and ready. Thank you, she said as she placed her boot in the stirrup. With that, Sam nudged Hawthorne into a quick trot and moved as quickly as she dared over the terrain in the dark. She'd prefer to run, but wouldn't risk Hawthorne stepping in a hole with it as dark as it was. Quickly, she came upon the herd that had been rounded up into a cluster. It wasn't hard to find them, as the group was clearly spooked by whatever had attacked. They lifted their sounds to the night sky in a chorus of terrified brays. Sam, Mateo called as he rode her way, I guess Ray told you what happened? Yes, he and Jake are on their way out. He said you might need someone to help find stragglers. Mateo pointed toward the tree line just as Jake, Ray, and who she assumed to be William and Uncle Jed rode their way. Yep, Nicholas and Simon just rode that way. If you find any more who've been killed, just come on back and let me know. We've got a few hands rounding the bodies up to burn. If they were burning them, that meant the carnage must be brutal. None of the meat could be saved? She hated to think how much money the ranch had lost that night. Mateo shook his head. Unfortunately, no. She nodded and took off toward the tree line where Mateo had gestured. It didn't take long to catch up to the twins. Both had dismounted and studied something in the dirt. Find tracks? She pulled Hawthorne to a stop and climbed down herself. Catching sight of her, Nicholas nodded. Looks like wolves, and a whole pack of them. His lips set in a grim line and followed the tracks further toward the trees. I can't think how they got in. Simon stood and tipped his hat at Sam before pulling himself back up on his horse. I have a suspicion, but there's only one way to find out. With one last glance at Sam, he nudged his horse forward. Keep an eye out for any who wandered away from the herd. He pulled the rifle from where it was hooked to his saddle just as Nicholas mounted and did the same. Sam hadn't thought to bring a rifle out and chastised herself for her foolishness. Were she not with the cowboys before her, any wolves still around would have found her defenseless. She'd have to be more careful in the future. Looks like the tracks came from this direction, Simon called. How in the world could they have gotten inside? The hands checked every inch of fence line at least once a week to ensure the herd was protected. Of course wolves could jump, but it still didn't seem like it'd be worth their trouble when the woods were so full of food for them. You said you have an idea of what might have happened, she said as she nudged Hawthorne faster to catch Simon. Care to share what that might be? Nicholas drew up beside them just as they reached the fence line. I don't think he'll have to. Look. Pointing toward a spot in the fence Sam knew had been perfectly fine the week before, Nicholas drew their attention to lines of barbed wire that were cleanly split. A dead calf lay just outside the fence, the poor thing so mangled Sam was grateful she didn't have a full stomach. Be careful, Simon said grimly as he approached the fence. Keep a close watch in all directions to make sure they don't come back. His eyes met Sam's, and if she wasn't mistaken, she saw a battle raging there. Will do, she promised. I can't imagine who'd have done this. She stepped through the clearly sabotaged fence and knelt next to the calf. It was one of the twins who'd been born that season, his telltale facial markings still intact. Oh buddy, she said quietly, I'm so sorry. Just as she went to stand, something caught her eye just at the spot where the calf's head met his neck. A hole, not quite one a pistol shot might make, burrowed through the poor thing. Carefully, she lifted the calf's head to see if there was an exit wound, unable to find one. Simon, Nicholas, come look at this. The men approached from where they studied the broken fence, then lowered on either side of her. Simon took her left, closest to the calf's head. What did you find? This calf wasn't just pulled from the herd. He was dead when they got to him. Look. Pointing to the clear wound, Sam let them connect the dots for themselves. There's no exit wound. It was odd. The wound didn't quite look like a bullet hole, but it was clearly a hole of some sort. Simon narrowed his eyes at the calf, then up at Sam. So not only did someone cut our fence to sabotage our herd, they also killed this guy as bait for predators. His jaw ticked as he stood and turned his back to them. Nick, fire a shot so Pa will ride this way. From Simon's tone, he barely held his anger in check. Sam stood as well and closed the distance between them as Nicholas prepared his rifle for the shot. Simon, she said as she placed her hand on his tense shoulder. We'll find whoever did this. His head whipped around, and Sam knew if she could see his expression better, she'd see fire. I didn't want to be right, but I think we've let a fox in the henhouse. What do you mean? Sam's confusion was evident, and Simon cursed himself for not biting his tongue. Nick fired the shot that would bring his father and likely Ray too. I don't know anything for sure yet. Let's just wait on Pa. She opened her mouth to speak further but snapped it shut again. With a nod, she turned and went back to study the calf's wound. Do you have anything I could fish inside the wound with? I want to see if I can find out exactly what killed him. Her tone was clipped, but at least she hadn't pried. Somehow, Simon didn't think Sam would appreciate the direction his thoughts had gone. Here, he said as he pulled his knife from his boot. Here come the others now. He pointed into the distance where 4 riders rode their way. He couldn't make out much more than dark figures, but the familiar gait of Pa's horse was one he'd know anywhere. The crew approached, Pa, Ray, Jed and William bringing up the rear. Simon held back a groan. He'd rather anyone but William accompany them. Pa dismounted quickly and studied the fence. This was cut intentionally, he said with a frown. Someone either wanted to lure our cows out or lure predators in. The question is, Jed said as he came to stand beside Pa, which is it? Gesturing toward Sam, Simon spoke up. I think we can answer that question for you. Sam, show Pa what you found. As Pa moved towards her, Simon stared down the man he'd bet his boots was responsible for all of it. William stood quietly in the moonlight, his expression unreadable. He wore trousers and a buttoned shirt that might pass for ranch clothing were it not so clean and well-tailored. William followed Pa with his gaze until Pa came to a stop next to the dead calf. Pa knelt next to Sam. My goodness, the poor thing. It's one of the twins, Sam said thickly. She hadn't shown much emotion since they spotted the calf, but it was clear now the sight affected her more than she let on. Simon wished he could pull her into his arms and comfort her, but it wasn't the time or place. He was dead before the wolves even got to him. Simon still studied William from his spot in the shadows. No one else would have noticed, but at Sam's words, William's eyes widened in clear shock before he quickly masked it. It wasn't so much the shock that confirmed Simon's suspicions, but how quickly he'd shut it down. There it is, Sam said as she fished something out of the wound. Holding up a small, round rock, she poured some water on it to rinse. I think we found our weapon of choice. How in the world would that have gotten inside a calf's head? Pa's brow furrowed the same as the rest of them. You sure there's not a bullet? Sam nodded. I'm sure. I think we're looking at someone with a slingshot. Can a slingshot do that? It can, Ray replied. Remember David and Goliath? Not to mention, I've seen a well-made one take down animals bigger than that calf. As Ray, Jed, Pa, and Sam discussed the matter further and studied the tracks, Simon made his way to William where the man studied the cut fence. You hear any rumors on the way here about cattle rustlers? Word of such things tends to spread quickly. Rustlers? William shifted from one foot to the other. You think that's who did this? Simon shrugged, acting as though they discussed nothing more than the weather. Dunno, it's always a risk. Though, that calf is throwing me for a loop. He didn't speak for a moment, continuing to stare at the fence. Maybe they wanted to create a diversion. Not a bad theory, Simon replied. Whoever it was, we'll catch them. Though, I do hope Sam's not around when we do. For the first time, William's head turned to meet Simon's gaze. Why would she be? No real reason. Raising an eyebrow, Simon looked the other man up and down. But messin' with another man's cattle is a hanging offense in Texas. We don't take kindly to such things, and you can bet there'll be a posse of townsfolk and ranchers alike here tomorrow to scout out the cowards who did this. It shouldn't give Simon the satisfaction it did to watch William squirm, especially when he was fairly certain he was responsible for all the killing and lost income. Still, he couldn't deny that it did. They both went back to eyeing the fence as though it would suddenly give them answers, but this time Simon detected a subtle shake to William's fingers as they did so. Chapter 14. 3 days later, Sam sat amongst the whole family on wooden church benches as Lily's husband, Alex, brought the message. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, he quoted from the 29th chapter of Jeremiah. Thoughts of peace and not evil, to give you an expected end. He stepped out from behind the pulpit and held his worn Bible in the air. What God has to say here should give us hope for tomorrow. It's easy to quote such a verse flippantly, as it's pleasing to the ears, but consider the context surrounding it. They were exiled in Babylon, held captive against their will. Still, God's plan for them was good. He paused and took in those before him. His plan for you is good too. This week, my wife's family experienced a senseless act of destruction that resulted in unnecessary pain and suffering for their animals, and lost profit to boot. Word had spread like wildfire around Pine Creek what had happened at the Circle H, and many of the local ranchers had ridden over to see how they could help. Nathan Archer and his uncle Forrest had been among them, but they'd been unable to find any real leads. The rock she'd pulled from the calf told them it had been a slingshot that did the deed, but that hardly narrowed down the suspects. It could have been anyone from boys causing trouble to seasoned rustlers doing their best to avoid being discovered with a gunshot. It would be easy to grow frustrated and weary, Alex continued, but our God was not surprised by any of this. We pray that he will bring those responsible to justice, but that is not our greatest comfort. He gestured toward Jake where he sat between Beth and Simon. My father-in-law is a man of great faith, and his hope does not lie in cattle or profit. No, it's in the Lord, and he told me yesterday that his aim in all this is to follow his guidance. Alex finished his sermon with a charge for everyone else to do the same. His plans for you are good, and you can trust them. The entire sermon, Sam had only been thinking of the vandalism at the Circle H. It occurred to her then that the Lord might also be moving in her situation as well. Had he allowed her attacks to take place so that she might find herself in Pine Creek? Before Uncle Jed and William went on their way the day before, Uncle Jed told her he'd send a letter to her father in Europe letting him know what had happened. A month ago, she'd have considered joining Papa as he trained horses in Europe if she couldn't perform, but that idea no longer felt like the right choice. If she were honest, it hadn't for a while. She could have always returned to their home in Tennessee, but that hadn't felt right either. No, as much as she loved performing, the only future that gave her peace was staying right there in Pine Creek. Simon shifted next to her, and she glanced down at her hands to find theirs were so close they nearly touched. She studied them for a second. What would it be like to hold his calloused, hard-working hand? The idea sent a wave of confusion through her, as had most of her encounters with Simon over the last few days. Glancing up, her eyes met his. How long had he been eyeing her, and what was that in his expression? His eyes were a brilliant blue, the same as his mother's, and they'd hold her captive if she'd let them. Unwilling to let that happen, she jerked her head back to the front just as Alex led them to bow their heads in prayer. Alex dismissed them, and Sam stood to help move tables from the back of the church building outside for the weekly picnic. Since she'd been relieving the ranch hands tasked with watching over the cows when they returned home, she'd decided to wear pants that day rather than the skirts she'd grown somewhat accustomed to for church. Sam, the Carson's oldest son, Malachi, called from where he stood next to the cluster of tables. Can you grab this side? A familiar and unwelcome voice sounded behind her. You cannot possibly be serious, Miss Paulson. Sam turned and narrowed her eyes. It's no trouble, Mrs. Roberts. Right, Malachi chuckled, Sam might be stronger than half the men here. He winked at her, and Mrs. Roberts huffed in response. Sam hadn't spent much time around Simon's older brother, but he and his family often came to dinner at the big house. He didn't work the ranch often, serving under his Uncle Matthew as the deputy in town. It really is a shame, Mrs. Roberts replied as she ran disapproving eyes over Sam's clothing. You could be an attractive young woman if you didn't dress and act the way you do. Heat rose up inside at Mrs. Roberts' words. Suddenly, she was plagued with the memory of a moment she'd experienced as an adolescent in Tennessee. Papa had built a good life for them, and it was well known in the community that his daughter preferred to spend the day in the saddle rather than at afternoon tea. They visited the local church, and Sam hadn't thought to dress any differently than she did any other day. The voices that had carried that day sounded as clear as they did then. What a shame that child has no mama, she'd set her to rights. Who in the world lets a young lady out of the house in such a get-up? Has her father no shame? Mrs. Roberts finished her perusal and held her nose so high in the air she was likely to drown if it started raining. It's sad that no one's taught you how to be a lady. I hoped Beth would when you arrived, but it's clear she's decided it's not worth the trouble. At that, Malachi stepped around the table and opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by his own mother. Mrs. Roberts, Beth said with lips set in a grim line, the reason I've not tried to change Sam into something she's not is that she's a lovely young woman as is. If you took the time to get to know her, you'd see that, but I'll not allow you to speak in such a way in my hearing. After all, being a lady is about far more than clothing. As Mrs. Roberts turned on her heel and exited the church, Beth placed a hand on Sam's shoulder. Don't you pay one bit of mind to a thing that woman says. Understand? Sam nodded, but her mind swirled with the insecurities whose roots ran deep into her childhood. She had never been given to tears, but it took everything in her to swallow down the lump in her throat. Eyes full of compassion, Beth gave her shoulder a quick squeeze. I'll have one of the other boys help carry this table. Why don't you go on outside and take a minute to yourself before we start eating? A few deep breaths out by the creek always make me feel better. All she could do was nod again, as speaking would surely release all she felt inside. Suddenly feeling as though the church walls were closing in on her, Sam's boots clapped quickly over the wooden planks below them. The back door was less crowded than the main ones, so she headed that direction and sighed in relief at the open space behind the church house. The creek ran beside the space, and the gentle trickle of the high spring waters gave her some measure of calm. Lord, she prayed at a whisper as she approached the creek bank, why did you make me this way? Why did you let Mama go so early? I know Mrs. Roberts is a hateful old woman, but she may also be right. A stray tear spilled from her eyes and ran down her cheek. How am I supposed to know? Footsteps scuffed on the grass behind her. Sam? Are you all right? She turned to find Simon standing a few feet away, concern written all over his face. I'm fine. I just need a minute. He studied her for a moment before his lip quirked into a sly grin. I don't know what Mrs. Roberts said to you, but I do know nothing she ever says is worth a lick. Don't let her get to you. Simon had good intentions. She knew that well, but he truly didn't know the half of it. Not to mention, he'd likely never felt an ounce of self-consciousness in his life. Thank you for checking on me, but I think I'd like to be alone for a bit. It grated on her to make anyone worry over her. It made her feel weak, but if they stood there much longer, she didn't know that she'd be able to hold back everything Mrs. Roberts had stirred up. Simon didn't deserve to be on the receiving end. All right, he replied hesitantly. We'll be out front to save you a spot when you're ready. Let me know if you want me to put a burr in Mrs. Roberts' carriage bench, or I could borrow some itching powder from Lily. Sam's brows furrowed. Why does your sister have itching powder? It's a long story, but let's just say she's not quite as innocent as people think she is. With a wink, he took a step toward the picnic area. I'm at your disposal, fair lady, he called over his shoulder. Let me know if your honor needs avenging. Watching his retreating back, Sam had to smile just a little. Simon Carson was many things, but kind was one of them. Lord, she continued her whispered prayer, I don't know what you want between Simon and me either. All I know is that even when I'm angry with him, a part of me still wants to be near him. He makes me laugh when I don't want to and makes me think of a future I never imagined I'd have. As a child, she'd gotten out of the habit of always saying amen, because Papa told her the Lord's ears were always open. The Bible said to pray unceasingly, and this prayer would likely go on for a while. The water lapping over the rocks in the creek and the tall pines on the other side of it comforted her. They gave her a sense of peace. Whatever may come, she'd hold tight to the truth of Alex's sermon that morning. His plans were good, and she could trust them. You really think William was involved in the stunt with the fence? Nicholas raised an eyebrow at Simon, as skeptical as Simon figured he would be. I do, and I think he's behind more than just that. That afternoon, the twins rode home from church well behind the rest of the family. They'd stayed to help Alex with a few projects at the church, and then Nicholas stopped to see Violet at her cottage. Simon couldn't complain about the delay, though, as Violet had baked cookies and shared plenty with him as well. Clouds had begun to form above them, rain threatening but not quite formed. They rode in no hurry down the long dirt road into the Circle H, plenty used to riding in the rain if necessary. Nicholas looked lost in thought. I think I'm going to need you to run through your logic with me. Jed is one of Pa's best friends, why would he be involved? I don't think Jed's involved at all, and I don't think this was planned on William's part. Sam told me that he and Jed had decided Sam should marry William to help keep her safe from whoever caused her accidents. They what? Exactly. Sam refused him but never had a chance to talk to Jed about it with everything that happened with the cattle. I'd bet my hat they never decided anything of the sort and that William was behind the accident and the attack, to try and scare her into saying yes. So, Nick replied as he tried to piece everything together, your theory is that he got angry when Sam refused him and took it out on the ranch? That doesn't make sense. It does if the reason she refused him is because she's happy here, and he wanted her to believe she might have led her attacker here. Sam would never put others in danger to keep herself safe, and he might have figured she'd change her mind. The big house came into view and Nicholas lowered his voice. So why wouldn't he have mentioned that possibility to plant the idea when he was here? Simon had pondered that one for a while, but still had no clear answer. The only thing I can figure is that I spooked him when I mentioned what happens to cattle rustlers around here. I reckon he hadn't thought that far. That, or he started feeling guilty about the whole thing. They'd almost reached earshot of the barn at that point, and Nicholas still didn't look convinced. I think you may be short a few marbles up there, see, but I also don't want to see Sam get hurt again. If you decide to play detective, at least let me know so I can keep you out of trouble. Simon grinned and pulled his mount to a stop just outside the barn and pinned his brother with a slight smirk. Of course, brother, I'd never dream of doing anything else. Chapter 15. That bull's gonna get somebody killed one day, Mateo grumbled as he hopped the gate of the small pasture they'd finally herded the beast into. He shook his head and took the canteen Sam handed him gratefully. He's always been ornery, but these last few months he's been madder than I've ever seen him. Took 7 of us to get him in there. Sam studied the large bull from her spot by the gate as he snorted a few times and swatted the ground with his foot. He was always even more annoyed when separated from the females, but he was in fine form that day. What's he done now? Sam had been out at Nathan's place working with a few new clients for the last few days and hadn't witnessed his latest exploits. He's been getting rough with the little ones, Mateo replied. None of them have gotten seriously hurt yet, but he's not ignoring them like he normally does. It was pretty early for him to feel territorial with the male calves. It seemed the bull wasn't the only angry one in her life lately. Mrs. Roberts' comments still rolled through Sam's brain and kept her tossing and turning through the night. To be honest, she'd much rather sit a bucking bull than come in contact with that woman ever again. All she did was remind Sam of the one area of her life she'd always felt lacking. Still, she needed to focus on the task at hand. There'd be plenty of time later to dwell on all the things she couldn't change about herself, a nasty and unproductive habit women like Mrs. Roberts always stirred up in her. More important for the moment was the agitated animal before them. You think he's sick? Mateo wiped the sweat off his brow with his shirt sleeve, his dark brown skin getting darker each day the sun grew hotter. That or just getting older. Jake's planning on putting him to the slaughter soon. He's getting to be a danger to the hands, not to mention the other beeves. Forest Underwood's got a bull that'll be ready to breed in the fall, so I think he's gonna buy him. I'm just glad we have this space to separate him while we work with the babies. That afternoon, they'd begin branding the calves born through the spring, and it would have been too dangerous to try with an ornery bull around. The setup they had at the Circle H was ideal. There were 3 large pastures, each differentiated by which direction they faced. The north pasture was the largest and where the herd spent most of its time. It was where Ray and Paula's cabin was located, as well as Jake and Beth's oldest son Malachi's. Malachi's wife, Sarah, was due soon with their second child, and she came by often for Beth's help with their toddler, Eliza. In fact, the two were there at the moment. Last time Sam saw them, Beth had banished Sarah to relax on the back porch while she and Eliza worked in the garden. Eliza wasn't much help, but she loved to play in the dirt. Right now, they stood just outside the small swatch of land Jake used to separate the herd come breeding time. It was only an acre or so, but at the moment, it was perfect for containing the bull until he calmed down, and they finished branding. Ray's voice sounded behind them. Hands, gather up. He and Jake approached from the barn as both the year-round and seasonal hands moved in from their various morning jobs. Sam and Mateo moved toward the group, everyone ready for the day's work. Simon had been in the shop that morning and now took a spot beside her to listen to what assignments Ray had come up with. We've got our work cut out for us over the next few days, but I'm confident everyone can do their jobs well. Behind her, the bull started huffing and snorting louder than it had a moment ago. Usually, he'd calm down once they got him in the breeding pasture, but apparently not that day. I've got you broken up into groups. Mateo, Juan, Eddie, Nicholas, and Poke, you'll be set to rounding up the males and working on them. The 5 seasoned cowhands nodded, and Sam couldn't help but be a little relieved she wouldn't be in the group working on castrating the males. It was necessary, but not a task anyone envied. Simon, Jake, Wyatt, Jace, and Sam will brand, Ray continued. Sam had to strain to listen over the bull getting antsy again. Whatever had him stirred up must still be bothering him. Knowing her assignment, she glanced back to see a tiny head with dark brown curls climbing under the bottom rung of the fence about 20 yards away. Her heart dropped to her stomach. Eliza. The toddler had somehow evaded her mother and Beth and now skipped toward the bull as though he could crush her in a single stomp. Sam acted without thought, breaking into a run faster than she knew her body was capable of. Somewhere in the recesses of her brain she registered shouts from both the men and women's voices, but her focus remained solely on the tiny body moving closer and closer to the bull. Eliza. The toddler turned and waved a tiny, chubby hand at Sam as she sprinted closer. Come back this way. Despite her command, the child's back was to her once more, and she continued her path. She was only 15 feet or so from the bull now, and it stomped the ground with more ferocity than ever. Without conscious thought, Sam hopped the gate in one fluid motion. She pushed herself impossibly faster once inside, desperate to reach the little girl before the bull decided he'd had enough. Time seemed to move at a snail's pace in the next few seconds. Reaching Eliza, Sam wrapped her arm around the girl just as the bull halted his stomp. His eyes focused in on them both, and Sam's blood pounded in her ears as she scooped the child off the ground. She pivoted on the dusty ground as quickly as her boots would let her and sprinted back to the gate. Every adult on the ranch, Jake, Beth, and Sarah included, all ran toward the gate then with terrified expressions. Jake had his hand on his pistol and pulled it from its holster. Just as the bull's pounding hoofs sounded behind her, Sam reached the gate and tossed Eliza over it with as much power as she could muster. By then, a number of the men had reached the gate, and she knew they'd catch her. Regardless, a fall from the gate was better than being crushed by a 2,000-pound animal with an axe to grind. Simon's voice registered in her ear just as Sam took the last 2 steps toward the fence. Sam, here. He stood on the second rung from the bottom of the gate and held his hands out to her, his face a mask of pure terror. The men around him wore the same expression, and Sam could have sworn she felt the hot breath of the bull. She lifted her hands for Simon and felt him grasp both arms with an iron grip. Before she realized what was happening, her feet left the ground, and she flew over the fence as though she weighed nothing more than Eliza. A gunshot and crash sounded simultaneously behind her, but Sam couldn't see what all had happened as she tumbled to the ground with Simon. She'd gone limp for the impact, a reflex developed from years of trick riding, but Simon's strong form broke her fall. The next few seconds passed in a blur. Eliza screamed in fear from her mother's arms, but didn't appear to be hurt in any way. Simon quickly moved into a sitting position and pulled Sam into some awkward combination of holding her close while much of her shifted to the ground. Sam, are you hurt? His bright blue eyes held the same fear she'd seen moments before he pulled her over the gate, as he frantically brushed hair that had escaped from her braid away from her face. Opening her mouth to speak, Sam realized she'd had the wind knocked out of her and held up her hand. She'd panicked as a girl when she fell from a horse and experienced the sensation, but it had long since lost the effect. She nodded, hoping to reassure those that crowded around them, as well as the cowboy in front of her. Beth pushed her way through the cowhands and knelt at Sam's side. Back up, boys. Give her some air. She helped Sam more fully to a sitting position. Easy now, just move slowly. Finally, after what couldn't have been more than 10 seconds, the blessed air in her lungs returned, and Sam gasped. Beth patted her back gently, and Simon still hadn't fully released his hold on her. I'm all right, she said softly. I'm fine. Is Eliza hurt? No, Beth said with tears in her eyes. She's perfect thanks to you. The men had parted somewhat, and Sam spotted Sarah holding Eliza somewhat awkwardly due to her belly, but tight to her nonetheless. See, Beth continued, you saved her life. The small glimmer in Beth's eyes was nothing compared to the sobs Sarah let out. Even Eliza had started to calm and only cried softly in her mother's arms, but Sarah's struggle to control herself proved difficult. Thank you so much, the young mother spoke through each sob as they ripped through her body. Behind her, the bull lay on the ground just on the other side of the fence. Jake had apparently placed the kill shot perfectly, right between the eyes. Sam reached for Ray's hand just above her, and he and Simon helped her stand. I'm just glad she's all right. I only turned for a second, Sarah said as she continued to stroke her daughter's back. She pressed her lips to Eliza's dark hair, closing her eyes as she did so. She was digging for worms in the garden while I scooped us some water from the bucket. When I turned back, she was gone. Beth had stood alongside Sam and now approached Sarah, pulling both her and Eliza into a tight embrace. I'd been inside preparing lunch and heard Sarah calling for her. By the time I got outside and we spotted her, Eliza had run around the house and was nearly to the gate. She held Sarah as tightly as Sarah held Eliza. She's all right. It was an accident. Sam, Jake croaked as he fought back tears the same as his wife, I can't thank you enough. You saved my granddaughter's life. The next few minutes passed in a flurry of reassurances that she was just fine, mostly to Simon, until Ray finally managed to corral everyone's attention once more. Let's bow our heads and thank the good Lord for his provision here today. Then, we'll get on with our plans for branding and hope the rest of the day goes smoothly. After Ray prayed, the hands broke up to move to their assigned locations, but Simon couldn't seem to make his feet move anywhere but right next to Sam. Simon, she breathed in frustration as she placed her boot in Hawthorne's stirrup, I appreciate your concern, but I told you that I'm not hurt. I have you to thank for that, so just be grateful for how things worked out. The tiny string of control he'd been using to keep his emotions in check until everyone dispersed snapped in an instant. The images of Sam sprinting towards the bull, Eliza's tiny body in contrast to the beast, Sam's face as she ran with all her might toward them with a 2,000-pound bull breathing down her neck, they ran through his mind one by one. I know you are, he said with as much emotion as Pa had earlier when he thanked her. I need a minute. The morning sun had already grown hot, but he knew the flush in his cheeks had nothing to do with the weather. I don't know what I'd have done if either one of you'd been hurt. Compassion filled Sam's eyes, a look he often saw for others, but he hadn't been on the receiving end of it much. I know, but look at Eliza playing over there with your mother and Sarah. She's happy as can be. His niece skipped from one end of the front porch to the other while Mama and Sarah clapped a beat. Sarah still wiped her eyes every few moments, but he couldn't blame her. It's not just Eliza I was worried for. Something in him had known Sam would do whatever she had to in order to get her to safety, but he'd had little of the same confidence it wouldn't cost her greatly. He reached out and took her hand, aware she might very well pull away in disgust. I botched this up last time, Sam, so I'd like to try again. Her eyes widened, but she remained silent as she waited for what he had to say. It was never you specifically that I was fighting, Simon said carefully. I never thought I'd even want a wife and family, at least not until I met you. They stood just outside the barn, not necessarily alone but out of earshot of anyone else at the moment. It didn't matter, though. Simon had just nearly lost the woman he loved, and he'd not wait another moment before stating his intentions clearly and without accidentally insulting her. Sam tilted her head to the side and studied him closely. What's changed? Well, a fast-talking cowgirl came to my ranch for one. He grinned as he thought back on the first time he'd met Sam in Dallas. I'd never wish for what happened to you, but I can't deny that it feels like the Lord used it to bring you here. That's the other thing that's changed, he continued. You once told me I had some things to work out with the Lord, and you were right. I won't say I'm all the way there, but I'm doing a lot more listening when I pray these days than I used to. What once felt limiting about a relationship feels more like freedom. Sam started, I'm not sure what to do with all this. That's fine, he said and tried to ignore the sinking feeling in his chest. She hadn't immediately wanted to jump into his arms. It wasn't really the time for this, anyway, but I just had to let you know where I stand. With a nod, Sam pulled her hand from his. Thank you. 100 thoughts seemed to swirl behind her beautiful brown eyes, but for once he'd let her take the time she needed. I'm gonna go saddle up, he said, and I'll meet you out there in a bit. I'm not going anywhere, Sam, and my intentions are on the table. Take all the time you need. As he turned and headed toward the barn, Simon wondered if he'd made a mistake. No, laying his cards on the table but applying no pressure to her felt exactly right in that moment. Whatever she decided, he'd just have to ask the Lord to give him the strength to hear it. If she returned his feelings, he'd need all the help he could get to be the husband she deserved. If not, he'd need every ounce of self-control he had to walk away. Chapter 16. Sam stood on the back porch that evening pondering everything Simon had told her, wondering if this all was some elaborate, realistic dream. Both Simon and William suggesting marriage? Never in her life had she imagined she'd be in this situation. The back door opened with a light squeak of the hinges, and Beth's soft steps sounded behind her. Want some company? Despite being Simon's mother, Beth had become something similar to the role Aunt Roberta had played before she passed. Uncle Jed had always sat firmly in the uncle category as she'd had a wonderful father. Aunt Roberta, however, had been something of a mother figure to her. Of course. Beth held a mug of steaming tea, the herbs in it filling the air with the aroma of mint and lemon balm as she approached. It's a beautiful evening. It was. The sun set over the slight rolling hills in the distance. The few houses and buildings the Circle H used to house the Hands and their families dotting the landscape before her. My Aunt Roberta always said anytime she started to doubt God's goodness, all she had to do was look at a sunset in a Texas sky. It always seemed to set things right. You must miss her very much, Beth said gently. I only met Roberta once when Jed and Jake got together, but she seemed like an incredibly special woman. She was, Sam said. Sometimes, I wish I'd taken more time to get her advice on things as a girl. If only she could speak with her now. I was always more interested in being outside with the horses than I was in my lessons, and the idea of sitting down to tea set me to fidgeting at the very thought. Still, she never grew to resent me. I'm certain she wished I'd been a more willing pupil, but all I ever felt from her was love. Jed and Roberta had never been able to have children, a fact that Sam always thought a shame. They'd have been such lovely parents. You're an easy one to love, Sam. Beth took a sip from her tea. No matter what women like Mrs. Roberts say. Sam set her lips into a thin line. She's not the only person to ever tell me such things. In fact, most of the women in this town are the minority. It shouldn't have come as a surprise someone felt the way she did. Still, it had come as a surprise. Sam had let her guard down and had begun to care far too much about what the women here thought of her. It made the reality of Simon's words that much more difficult to understand. Studying her cup for a moment, Beth paused. Do you prefer tea or coffee? The abrupt change in subject took Sam by surprise. Coffee, I suppose. I can understand that, Beth replied. I'm more fond of tea, myself. I remember when the twins were just boys, I'd have to make sure they were well away from the house before making myself a cup or they'd come barreling through when I least expected. I broke more mugs and spilled more tea during those years than I could even tell you. Where in the world was she going with this story? I'm sure they were little tornadoes. Beth chuckled. And then some. Once, the woman they call Nana Charlotte was over, and Simon slammed right into me from behind. I dropped my favorite mug, and the tea I'd so desperately needed in that moment spilled all over the floor. I'm ashamed to admit I overreacted and spoke more harshly to him than I should have. I'm sure there's not a mother alive who hasn't done that a time or two. You're right, she agreed. At least none of the ones I know. But after Charlotte helped Simon and me clean up the mess and I sent him up to their room, she told me something I'll never forget. What's that? She said I hadn't spilled the tea because Simon ran into me, I spilled the tea because it was in the cup. She told me our words are like that as well. Scripture tells us in the book of Matthew that our speech is simply an abundance of what's in our heart. At the moment, I was exhausted and frustrated with everything going on around me. I was a young mother feeling overwhelmed, and I took that out on Simon because he happened to be the one around. Had that anger not been in me to begin with, it couldn't have spilled out. Sam still didn't understand how all this related to Mrs. Roberts. I'm sorry, Beth, I just don't think I'm following. Mrs. Roberts speaks out of the overflow of her heart, as did all those other women from your childhood who treated you unkindly. It has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the hurt they carry inside. I believe that much of our disapproval of how other folks live their lives is diminished when we're confident in our own choices. That doesn't mean we don't hold other believers accountable or pray that others will come to know Him, but the small things stay small. Without judgment and insecurity in our hearts, we don't project that onto others. Could it be that her issues with many of the women she'd known really had been about their own insecurities? Is that why you and your family have been so accepting towards me? Our family has a long history of extending grace because we've been extended it so many times. Carissa, Cade, and I grew up the children of an outlaw, but Thomas and Charlotte Foster took us in as though we were their own. Is that the couple who now work as chaplains at Hope House? Sam had heard a little about Simon's grandparents over her time there. Despite not having any blood relation, the retired minister and his wife were missed a great deal in Pine Creek. Yes, Charlotte said fondly. They're serving as mentors to the children who need them there the same way they did to us so many years ago. She paused and turned to look Sam in the eye. I know it's difficult to make decisions for your future without being guided by the sting of your past, but it is possible. Our hope is not built on others' opinion of us, only on His love and sacrifice. Tears sprang to Sam's eyes as she realized how deeply she'd allowed those opinions to dig into her heart. How do we let them go? Beth placed her teacup on the table behind them and pulled Sam into a mother's hug. You read scripture and learn all that He says about you, and then you ask Him to heal you of all your hurt from before. There was a time I couldn't see myself as anything but my father's daughter, the child of a man who'd done such unspeakable wrongs. And now? Sam had no issue being associated with her father, but she'd been defined by disapproval from so many over the years, even wondering if Mama would have been ashamed of her. Now, I know I am my father's daughter, but a very different father. Beth wiped a tear from where it spilled over onto Sam's cheek. You are who you are, Sam. You are who God created you to be. Take joy in that, and know that He did it for a reason. He's not just working in you despite the woman you've become. He's working through you because of it. Because of you, my granddaughter is still alive today. Because of who God created you to be and the steps He's ordered in your life, our family has joy and gratitude today rather than unspeakable grief and pain. She hadn't thought of what happened with Eliza in those terms. Thank you, Beth. You're welcome, dear. All of us have things about ourselves we wish we could change, and sometimes that's what He calls us to. But sometimes, those traits can honor God in our lives just as much as the others. He'll show you the difference. Simon held the board for Malachi as he drove in the first nail. The sun had nearly set on them, but Pa had asked them to get the fence to the small pasture fixed before he made a deal with Forrest Underwood for his young bull. The old one had done a number on that whole section surrounding the gate when he'd smashed into it just as Pa put a bullet between his eyes. You got something on your mind, little brother? Malachi stood back and studied Simon with a raised brow. He swore Malachi had some sort of powers that helped him read minds. Maybe it was a thing with lawmen. What tipped you off? Well, I've been done with that board for nearly a minute and you're still holding it steady. Not to mention, you were mighty quiet through dinner. The rest of us were actually able to get a word in, and that's saying something. He smirked, and picked up another set of nails to place in his pocket. Just letting you know I'm here if you need me. If anyone would give him good advice, it'd likely be Malachi. He'd always had a knack for getting to the root of a problem. Had he not been a lawman, Simon would have said he'd make a great preacher. I told Sam how I felt, and this time there was no misunderstanding. Malachi kept working, his focus on the work before him. How'd that go? As well as I could have hoped, the way I sprung it on her. She hasn't really responded yet. I didn't plan for it to happen that way, but seeing her risk her life for Eliza today, You just realized how much you had to lose, Malachi finished. I get it. When Sarah's former in-laws sent those men after her, I could barely breathe at the thought of what might have happened. Everything becomes a whole lot clearer when it becomes a question of life and death. I'll never be able to thank her for saving my girl the way she did, but I'll sure try. Fatherhood suits you, Simon said thoughtfully. So does marriage. Malachi had always been strong and steady, but he held a calm now that had only come since Sarah came into the picture. I think it would suit you too, should the Lord ask it of you. You given any thought to what might happen if Sam says she'd like to see where things go with you? Gonna go out on the road? Simon shrugged. Not sure. I haven't really given it a whole lot of thought. I guess I'm just doing my best to let the Lord handle it from here. He'd done more praying in the past few weeks than he could remember doing in the last year of his life. It was partially because of Sam, but he found it gave him peace he hadn't really known before. Good call, Malachi replied as he pulled another nail from his pocket. Too many of us try to write our own stories. The Almighty's always been a better author than we are. Just look at Abraham and Sarah, the Israelites in the wilderness, King David, Peter, the list goes on and on. It's tempting to think we know best. You're wise to realize you don't. I reckon I've done enough of that over the years, Simon said honestly. I figured it was time to try something different. Standing, Malachi turned to Simon and studied him. It looks good on you, brother. What does? Maturity. Nick's always been the one to rein you in, and even then it was only about half the time. As I get older, the more I wonder if the measure of a man's strength isn't in his drive or ambition. It's not in his physical abilities either. I think it's in his control of his own impulses. As a husband and a father, not to mention a deputy, I find that's much harder than lifting heavy things or putting a roof over my family's head. Just then, the front door opened, and Pa stepped out onto the front porch. You boys about done? You're losing your light. He moved down the steps with intention. I can grab my tools and help you finish if you need me to. We're nearly done, Simon replied. We just got to jawing, and it slowed us down. My fault. It's not a problem, Pa said. Just didn't want you to lose the light and end up driving a nail into one of your thumbs. He raised an eyebrow. I'd rather not be down a hand, and I doubt Matthew would prefer to be down a deputy. That reminded Simon that he hadn't had an update about the fence cutting in a few days. Speaking of which, y'all made any progress with whoever let the wolves into the pasture? Malachi stood and stretched his back. No, and it's infuriating. We guess the rock came from a slingshot, but that's all we know there. We tried to see if we could at least get a boot outline, but the wolves covered the guy's tracks enough that they're no help. It just doesn't make sense that you haven't had any trouble since. It did if the one responsible hightailed it off to San Antonio. Simon hadn't shared his suspicions with Malachi because he knew it was possible his judgment was clouded. He'd turned the situation over and over again in his mind, but still couldn't prove his theory beyond doubt. Anybody of interest? Any possibility this might connect back to the attacks on Sam? A couple, Malachi said, but I can't share more until we do a little more digging. I'll let you know if one graduates to suspect though. If we think she's in any danger, though, we'll let you know. Pa clapped a hand on Simon's back. She's well guarded here, see. I can't see how the two would be related, but if they are, we'll do everything we can to keep her safe. Chapter 17. It's amazing how far Pistol's come since you've been working with him, Nathan called to her as she deftly maneuvered the once wild horse around the corral. He looks like a brand new horse. Pride swelled in Sam's chest at taking this beautiful, passionate animal and training him to a place in which he could be both happy and useful. I think he'll make a good cow horse once he gets used to his owners. He's plenty quick and did great around the herd at the Circle H. Another month or so of training him out here and I think you'll have yourself something valuable. Papa had always said training a horse wasn't so much about control and compliance as it was building trust. Once a horse knew they could trust you, the rest came naturally. The idea of Pistol going to a ranch where she'd never see him again stung, but they didn't need him at the Circle H. This horse needed to work, or he'd have too much energy. She rode over to the gate of the corral and dismounted while Nathan took Pistol's lead rope. He tied it off on the fence post and lifted a hand to pet Pistol's dappled face. You sure you don't want to come off the road and come train with me full time? We could really use you. If she were honest, that idea settled easier in her stomach than it had when she first arrived. Talking with Beth the night before had given her a chance to think on all the pieces of her the Lord had sewn together, but the question remained of what he wanted her to do with it. It's something I'm thinking about, but I haven't made any decisions yet. I think I'd miss performing too much to give it up completely. I understand, Nathan replied. Just know there's a job here for you anytime you want it. Sam thanked him, then glanced overhead and realized what time it must be by the positioning of the sun. Oh goodness, I need to get back to the Circle H. Beth is going to teach me a few things in the kitchen this afternoon, a task I'm far less proficient at than training horses. Nathan chuckled. With Beth as a teacher, I'm sure you'll learn quickly. I'll have Hawthorne saddled up for you. Not long after, Sam sat astride Hawthorne as they trotted down the dusty road between the ranches. Her mind whirled, thinking of the two options before her. She could return to performing and be perfectly happy, but she'd miss training horses and the friends she'd made here. Simon's words echoed in her head from the other day. If she stayed, she'd have to determine what she wanted with him too. Thoughts of him seemed to pop up in her mind more often than she preferred, but could that just be a simple crush? Was it possible she'd actually developed feelings for Simon that could lead them to marriage? It was all so unfamiliar to her. Oh Lord, she prayed quietly. Why couldn't Mama have lived longer? I can't talk to Beth about my troubles with Simon. I know she'd be kind, but he's her son. Surely, she'd be biased. The sound of hoofs upon the grass to her left pulled her from her thoughts. 3 men rode towards her at a clip to rival a racehorse. Had something happened at Nathan's ranch? She just barely made it past their property line, but then why wouldn't they just use the road? Narrowing her eyes, she realized the men wore bandanas around their mouths and noses. It wasn't uncommon in dry weather, but it had just rained the night before. Come on, Hawthorne, she said with a sinking feeling in her gut. Let's get home. Before she could push him into a quicker gait, the first man reached her and blocked her path. Hello, Ms. Paulson, he said in a deep bass. We're gonna need you to come with us. The man rode an all-brown horse, and his hat low enough that she could make out none of the details of his face. All she could see was that he was barrel-chested with upper arms as big around as she was. I don't make a habit of going anywhere with men I don't know, she said as she eyed the other two. All 3 had rendered their features undefinable thanks to the bandanas and their Stetsons. If you'll excuse me. With a quick nudge to Hawthorne's middle, she tried to cut through a gap between the men but was blocked yet again. Now, the man behind her said, we'd like to do this the easy way. What do you want with me? Sam did her best to remain calm, willing her pulse to slow with deep breaths. Panic wouldn't help her keep a clear head, something she desperately needed if she wanted to escape this mess. I have nothing to give you. All 3 chuckled. You might not, the one in front of her replied, but the boss does. The boss? Who on earth had sent them? Surely, these were the men who were behind her attack. Or were they simply outlaws who'd seen a woman riding alone? Who sent you? Her voice held steady, but it took everything in her not to allow her body to shake. You'll find out soon enough, the third man said as he rode closely enough to attach a lead rope to Hawthorne's bridle. And if you try to run off, we've got instructions to take down your horse. It'd be a shame too. He studied Hawthorne's shiny coat. You've got a real beauty on your hands. Panic rose in her for the first time. She'd not risk Hawthorne's life unless it was her last and only option. Cooperating for the moment might get them both out of this alive. I'll go with you, just don't hurt him. That's a good girl, the one with the lead rope rasped. Makes our job easier. Sam took a deep breath, willing the muscles in her face to relax so the men before her wouldn't realize how terrified she was. It was exactly what they wanted, and she'd need any advantage she could get. They led Hawthorne off the road and back through the field in the direction they came. The woods in the distance just behind the creek sent a brick through her gut. Out in the open, they had a better chance of being spotted. The woods were deep, and Sam didn't know them at all. Even if she did manage to escape, could she find her way back once free? One thing at a time. Her father's voice ran through her head as they rode in silence toward the woods. Show them confidence, he'd told her. If you don't feel it, fake it until you do. He'd been talking about training horses initially, then about the women in town who'd been so hateful to her. She'd taken the advice all through learning to trick ride, discovering that a confident trick rider fell far less often than a scared one. In fact, it had been that refrain that echoed in her mind the first time she stood up on a horse. You're sure you want to try this? 12-year-old William eyed Sam warily. What am I supposed to do if you fall? He pulled himself back up on Uncle Jed's 3-year-old mare named Holly and shook his head. I just want it clear that I tried to talk you out of it. Sam rolled her eyes. I'm not gonna fall, William. Trick riders do this all the time, and Percy's the steadiest horse we have. But don't worry, if I get in trouble, I'll be sure not to bring you down with me. They rode out of eyeshot of Uncle Jed's house and up to the old pond near the property line. William only had a few more weeks until he went back to the city, and Sam intended to have mastered the trick before then. She glanced back at the house as it shrank from view, hoping Aunt Roberta hadn't decided to go out for a stroll that morning. If she saw them, she'd skin Sam alive for trying something so dangerous. All right, Sam said as she pulled Percy to a stop. The rider at the show held on like this. She took the saddle horn loosely in both hands. Then he stood 1 foot at a time. Doing her best to remember exactly what he'd done, she mimicked the slow and steady movements. Her heart raced, and she hoped William couldn't see the sweat beading on her forehead. He'd try to talk her out of it for sure. No, just like Papa always said when training a horse, show them you're not afraid. With a deep breath, she moved her feet into position on either side of the saddle. William watched from atop his horse, his expression something between fear and excitement. What do I reckon your pa would say if he knew you were trying this? That'll depend on whether or not I fall. Now hush so I can concentrate. Lifting herself into a low squat, Sam blew out a breath. Be confident. If you don't feel it, fake it until you do. As though she was the most skilled trick rider in the country, Sam pushed on wobbly legs to stand. Percy stood still as a statue through the whole thing, as though he knew exactly how dumb this endeavor was. There, at her full height, Sam looked out onto the ranch and felt the rush of victory sluice through her. Suddenly, a sharp crack sounded, and Percy stepped forward. It wasn't his normal, steady step. No, he all but jolted forward and sent Sam tumbling from her perch down into the grass below. There, many years later in the woods outside Pine Creek, Texas, Sam heard another crack as they rode into the clearing. A man dressed more for a business meeting than a day in the saddle stood with his back to her. In front of him, small rocks flew toward a knothole in a tree, one after the other. The man turned just as Sam gasped. William? Grinning, William stepped toward them. He held a slingshot, his pastime of choice as children. He looked like himself, but something was off. His motions were smooth, but his eyes were almost wild. His hair, normally so well groomed, stuck out in odd directions. His clothes were smudged in spots, and Sam realized he wore the same ones he'd been wearing when he left the Circle H for San Antonio. William nodded to the men surrounding her, and all but the one with the lead rope moved away from them. William, she said as she watched them ride further into the clearing, I don't understand. Who are these men? Even as she spoke, realization slammed into her. William definitely didn't look like himself. Welcome, my dear. William held up a hand to help her down from Hawthorne. I'm so glad you finally joined us. Chapter 18. Simon sanded away the last of the imperfections to the table Marcia Wright had ordered from him. The construction was sound, the finish clean, but still it missed something. He stood back and studied the piece, taking in each line deliberately. Was it too simple? Simplicity had its place, and he'd botched more than one piece by adding too many details, but this one just felt too plain. Thinking through all he knew about the elderly woman, Simon remembered the ivy that climbed the bricks on one side of her home. They'd always kept it trimmed and neat, but allowed it to continue working its way up every year. Inspiration swirling, Simon set to work on the legs of the sturdy pine table. Gently, he carved leaf after leaf, vine after vine, until his stomach's growling grew too loud to ignore. Pleased at the progress he'd made, Simon put down his tools and moved toward the door of his shop. He'd almost made it when the doors before him opened quickly. Pa stood before him with a concerned expression. "Have you seen Sam today?" His heart picked up with worry. "Not since this morning." "Didn't she go out to Nathan's today?" "Yes, but she was supposed to be back hours ago." Pa ran a hand over his face. "I sent one out to make sure she hadn't lost track of time, and he just got back. Apparently, she left around noon." Simon's initial worry rose to near panic. Any sign of struggle on the road? He tried to hold back his mind from the terrifying places it rushed into, but images of Sam's wounds from her attack after he'd first met her descended. "Have you formed a posse?" "Slow down, son. I know you care about her, but we have to keep our heads or it won't help find Sam. I've already asked Ray to send as many men as he can spare, and Nicholas has gone into town to let Matthew know. He said he'd swing by a few places and make sure she hadn't been seen in town either." The sound of hoofbeats in the distance felt eerily similar to the pounding of Simon's heart, but Pa was right. They'd known Sam was in danger, that's why she'd come here. Panic would do no one any good, and he'd not be left behind for fear he'd act rashly. "Tell me what to do." The next hour was a flurry of men arriving from the fields and breaking into groups to begin the search. Mama had brought Pa the map of Pine Creek and the surrounding areas from his office, and he'd nailed it to the side of the barn. Marking off different areas, Pa decided pairs would be the most effective method of finding Sam. "If you find anything, fire 3 shots in the air. We'll know that 3 consecutive shots mean to come quickly but don't necessarily indicate a standoff. If we hear anything other than that, we'll know to come in ready for action." Pa paused and stared at his men. "I want everyone involved to come back here safely, so don't act out of fear." He eyed Simon. "If Sam's not in any immediate danger and one of you can get away to let the rest of us know, we'll meet back here at dawn. The element of surprise will be our friend. If it can't wait, just fire the shots, and we'll all come in swinging." Just as Pa and Ray gave each pair their assignments, a flurry of dust blew up on the long road into the Circle H and Nicholas's familiar figure came into view. 4 other horses followed with their riders, and Simon quickly noticed Malachi, Uncle Matthew, Lily's husband Alex, and Helen's fiancé Jesse. "I sent one of the deputies out to the sawmill to see if Lucas can spare any men," Uncle Matthew called as they approached. "They'll fan out and search the area surrounding the mill and to the south. We can focus on the areas north of town for now." Pa nodded. "Thanks, that helps us cover more ground more quickly. I've divided my men into pairs and given them each an area to search." "Just add us where needed," Uncle Matthew responded. "We'll fall in wherever necessary." Simon appreciated all the help that had arrived, but if they waited much longer he was liable to go off on his own. He bit down hard to keep from demanding they get moving, knowing losing his calm now would only delay the search and possibly move Sam further away from them. Pa split their new help into new pairs, setting himself with Simon. "We'll cover the area north of Forest's Place and south of here, particularly the woods toward the east. Matthew and Alex will cover those to the west. If you haven't heard shots by dawn, return to the Circle H and we'll regroup." "All right, fellas. Let's find her." Finally, he had a purpose. Urging his mount forward, Simon joined Pa in heading back up the road Sam had traveled that morning. "Son," Pa called as they covered the ground quickly, "I've been where you are, and I nearly put your mama in more danger with my hot-headed ways. The Lord kept her safe, and I believe He'll do the same for Sam. He's gotten us this far, don't try to take back the reins from him now." Simon didn't respond, but the truth of Pa's words cut him to the core. "Lord, bring us to Sam quickly, and be with her until we do. I've got a bad feeling about this, but don't let that cloud my judgment. Sam needs clear heads, guide me." Sam could have breathed fire. She was so angry at the man she'd always called her best friend. "I can't believe you," she spat as she pulled on the ropes binding her to the tree at her back. "What possible reason could you have for kidnapping me? William was just lucky her hands were tied, as Papa had taught her to land a right hook before she turned 10. As it was, if he'd step a little closer she'd likely plant a boot to his jaw. "Samantha," William said in a tone that sounded more like crushed velvet than his normal cadence, "you know I only want what's best for you. Why do you always feel like you need to argue with me?" He stepped toward her, though cut a wide berth around her feet, and smoothed her hair down in its braid. "We are going to be so happy together, you'll see." He'd completely lost it. "William, I told you I didn't plan to marry you, and I don't plan to change my mind. You can tie me up if you want, but you can't make me sign a marriage license or say my vows." William's eyes narrowed as his grip on her hair tightened significantly. He leaned forward, his voice lowered as he stopped a mere inch from her face. "Oh darling, you don't think I've thought of that? It's not really going to matter what you say or don't say. A properly motivated officiant will render your cooperation unnecessary. Though," he pulled her hair even further to the point it was now painful, "you'll likely be convinced by then." Standing, he released his grip on her hair and backed away. "William, are you responsible for the attacks on me? Was all this some elaborate scheme to get me to marry you?" The words left her lips in a flurry of disbelief. Even as he stood before her, the unnerving glimmer in his eyes as she sat tied to a tree, it felt impossible to believe. William had been her best friend, her childhood confidant. Someone she trusted. He grinned, the sight nothing like the man she'd always known. "Now you're getting it. Still, it was all for your benefit, my dear. If only you'd accepted me the first time I stated my intentions, you could have avoided all this. As it were, I had to take matters into my own hands to help you see what your heart truly wanted." What my heart truly wanted. How could staging an accident on Hawthorne, hitting me over the head, and then kidnapping me show me what my heart truly wants? Fury flooded through her at his ridiculous need to control her. "If you think this plan is going to work, you've absolutely lost your mind." Little angered her more than the feeling of being controlled. Somewhere deep in her mind, something warned her to keep calm, but she ignored it. She was well past the point of exuding confidence and hoping they'd let her go. No, it was time to fight. William pulled an old slingshot from his pocket, his lips still pulled into a smirk. He fiddled with the strap, but didn't place any rocks inside it. "Just like it worked when we were children. You'd try something dangerous, things would go awry, and I'd come to your rescue." Revisiting the memory she'd recalled on the way in, Sam's blood ran cold. "The first time I stood up on a horse, when I fell off and nearly broke my neck, did you do that?" Twirling his slingshot around his finger with a look of utter nonchalance, William shrugged. "Perhaps I did, perhaps I didn't. Either way, my carrying you home was worth it." He turned and moved back toward the men he'd hired to kidnap her, settled as they were around the fire. Everything she'd thought she'd known about their friendship had been a lie, and Sam wasn't sure how to process that. Her stomach growled, pushing the betrayal a little further back in her mind. She'd not been offered anything to eat, and her stomach rumbled in protest. Did he plan to starve her into submission? He'd have to try harder than that. Hawthorne was tied to a tree on the other side of the camp. He hadn't been hurt, a sight that brought her great relief, but he was too far away for her to reach him easily if she managed to get free. Now that the hired men had removed their bandanas, she could more clearly see their faces. The barrel-chested one was balding atop his head, but still grew a thick gray mustache. The other two were younger with blonde hair, possibly brothers? They looked enough alike from her vantage point that she'd believe it. The men ate like rabid dogs, shoveling food into their mouths with their bare hands. Where had William found these men, and what exactly were they capable of? Whatever the answer, Sam knew she had to get out of there as quickly as she could. The men from the Circle H had to have noticed her missing by that point, and a fleeting thought that they'd surely come searching for her crossed her mind. Simon riding to her rescue painted a pleasant picture in her mind, but she couldn't wait for them to come save her. Resolution formed, Sam began to feel around on the ground behind the tree. If she were lucky, a piece of jagged bark might be enough to break her ropes. She felt around for what felt like hours but could have only been a few minutes, her frustration growing at the texture of the smooth bark beneath her hands. Just as her frustration reached the point of coming up with another plan, her eyes caught sight of a rock beside her left foot. It was small and would easily fit in her hand, but it wasn't its size that had her fighting a grin. No, it was the jagged edge that ran along its side. Slowly pulling it towards her with her foot, Sam realized she might have just found her answer. If she could somehow sweep her foot around the tree to get the rock in her hand without William or his men noticing, the night that quickly approached just might give her enough cover to cut her ropes and earn her freedom. Chapter 19. The sky had finally turned the inky black of night, and Sam silently rejoiced. One of the blonde brothers sat nearby as her guard, but even he drifted off to sleep as night fell. Sam placed her booted foot atop the rock and prayed her flexibility from trick riding would give her the reach she needed. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance, and Sam paused. Would it wake her guard? The 3 hired men had all but ignored her since she arrived in the camp, the only one coming to speak being William. He'd brought her a bowl of mushy stew, but she'd refused to let him spoon feed her. Frustrated, he'd thrown the bowl to the ground beside her. The contents oozed out onto the dirt of the forest floor and now stained the ground. The man hadn't stirred, so Sam continued her efforts. 1 inch at a time, she slowly dragged the stone towards her body, turning her knee down level with the ground at the end. The move she hoped to do wasn't that different from one of the tricks she did in the show, but it would take more concentration with a rock under her foot. Not to mention, she'd not done much trick riding since arriving at the Circle H and wasn't sure how much her flexibility had waned. Help me, Lord. Relaxing her body as much as she could, Sam turned her leg at the joins of her hip to rest the whole bent leg on the ground. She leaned as much as she could in the opposite direction, but was limited by the ropes around her hands. Sure to keep the rock underfoot, she slowly swept it back and around the tree in a modified move Uncle Jed called Scorpion, because he said her leg behind her resembled a scorpion's tail. The thought of Uncle Jed sent a wave of sadness through her. Had he been part of this? Surely not, but she'd have never thought William would be either. Finally, she felt the worn leather of her boot on the hand closest on that side. Straining as best she could, she pulled down on her ropes until she could reach the jagged stone she'd put so much hope in Deanna. With a sigh of relief and a prayer of thanks to the heavens, Sam felt the prick of the rock on her finger. It didn't take her long to saw her way out of the ropes once the rock was in hand. Pulling free, she marveled at the ease with which they'd broken. Clearly, these men were either unprepared or drastically underestimated her. She liked to think it was the latter. Hawthorne whinnied across the clearing, and Sam wished with all her might she could reach him without being spotted. It was possible, but she couldn't risk alerting the others to her freedom. "I'll be back for you, boy," she whispered as though he could hear her or understand. "I promise." As quietly as she could, Sam stepped slowly out of the clearing and into the woods. Thankfully, it wasn't time for the leaves to fall, and the only things she'd need to worry about on the ground making noise would be sticks. Moving at a snail's pace, Sam put as much distance between her and her captors as possible. Suddenly, just when she thought she might be able to move quicker, the sound of horse hooves and the low cadence of men's voices sounded to the south. If they spotted her, she'd not put it past William to set his plan in motion even quicker. The voices grew closer, and Sam did the only thing she could think of. Spotting a tree to her left a bit with a few low branches, she scurried towards it and began her ascent. If she could get high enough into it, the thick growth of the forest's foliage and relative darkness would hopefully hide her from view. Holding back a grunt, Sam hoisted herself up onto the lowest branch about a foot above her head and began to climb. "You think they might have already headed off to Dallas?" The words settled in his chest like a boulder falling from a ledge, but he had to consider the possibility. Pa didn't speak just yet, the sounds of the cicadas and crickets filling the dark night around them. They'd been searching for hours, and no gunshots had been fired that Simon had heard. A feeling of fury and helplessness welled up inside him at the thought that Sam could be hurt somewhere, and they were no closer to finding her than they had been before. If they did, I doubt they've gotten far. Pa's tone was calm and reassuring, but Simon didn't think anything could effectively calm him at this point. If William Harper is behind this, he'll regret ever laying eyes on Sam. His fist itched to plant itself right in that smug grin the man seemed to have permanently affixed to his face. Pa pulled his mount to a stop and pinned Simon with an expression he could imagine but barely made out in the dim light. Simon, I understand how you're feeling. I know that everything in you wants to exact your own justice, but you have to keep a cool head. Moving in too quickly could get Sam hurt or worse. If William's the one who took her, he'll have his day in court. Let the Lord and the justice system balance the scales, you just focus on getting Sam out safely. Can I trust you to do that? Simon's jaw ticked, but Pa was right. You can. But if I have to put a bullet in him to do that, I will. I need you to know that going in. I wouldn't expect anything else, Pa replied. Now, let's keep looking. They rode for a few more minutes until Simon heard a soft but sharp crack overhead. He couldn't be sure, but he thought he heard a soft gasp accompany it. Pa, wait a second. The voice he'd been praying to hear whispered above him. Simon? Chapter 20. Sam slowly descended from her perch near the top of the tall oak tree. The branches were sturdy, but her foot had caught on a small branch and cracked it. Thankfully, it had been Simon and Jake below her, not William and his men. Shimmying down the trunk, she felt strong hands at her waist and allowed Simon to lower her the rest of the way down. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she turned to face him. Their eyes met in the dim moonlight, and she could just make out the relief on his face. You came. Of course I did, Simon said as he wrapped his arms around her. What happened? She laid her head on his broad chest, realizing for the first time how much like home it felt. You were right. William was behind everything. He sent men to kidnap me and force me into marriage, but I escaped. His whole body tensed, and she got the feeling William was mighty lucky he wasn't within swinging distance. He was quiet for a moment before he spoke with a strained voice. Where is he? She'd almost forgotten Jake was there until he spoke up behind her. Not right now, son. Let's get back to the ranch and make a plan with the rest of the men come sunrise. I'd rather not fire off a shot at the moment and alert them to our presence, and I bet Sam could use some rest. Actually, can food be the first priority? She was tired, bone tired, but the gnawing in her stomach was the more pressing issue at the moment. Jake chuckled even as Simon tightened his arms around her. I think we can manage that. Son, you're going to have to let her go to ride back. The idea of riding jarred Sam's memory. Oh, Hawthorne is still in the camp. I need to go back for Dash. No, Simon said quickly. We'll make sure he gets back safely, but right now I need you safely at the Circle H. She might have taken offense at his declaration had his eyes not held such concern. He dropped his voice and spoke with less tension. I'll bring him back to you, I promise. Sam had no intention of being left behind while the men risked their lives on her behalf, but she'd deal with that when the time came. At the moment, food from Beth's kitchen held what little bit of her attention wasn't captured by the feel of Simon's arms around her. She raised an eyebrow at Simon and glanced back at his horse. So I guess we're riding double? Despite feeling the warmth of Sam safely at his back, Simon still couldn't slow his racing thoughts. He longed to show William a bit of the fear he felt as they'd searched for Sam, but he knew the motivation was revenge rather than justice. Simon, if you grow any more tense, you'll crack. Sam chuckled from behind him, her hands wrapped firmly around his waist to stay on the horse. They'd nearly reached the Circle H by that point, and the sun had just set a thin line of light over the horizon. Perhaps I'm just so strong you mistake my natural muscle for tension. Even as he jested, Simon did his best to bring some give to his muscles. She was right, and the moment his attention moved from the events of the night to how his body felt, the relief was evident. Pa looked back from his horse up front. I'm sure that's it, son. They rode the rest of the way into the ranch to find Mama flying down the stairs with Sarah, Lily, and Helen in tow. Edie stood from the porch swing but didn't descend the steps, while Aunt Carissa and Aunt Abigail sat up straighter in their rocking chairs. Oh, praise the Lord, Mama said as she hurried towards them. Sam hopped off the back of the horse in a manner only a trick rider could pull off and embraced his mother. I know you've been praying for me, Beth. Thank you. Over by the barn, it seemed all the other pairs of men had returned and awaited Jake and Simon with hot coffee in hand. Each wore exhausted but relieved expressions at the sight of Sam, and Malachi caught Simon's eye with a salute of his mug. "Gentlemen," Pa called as he swung his leg over his horse to dismount. "It seems William Harper was behind this." Nicholas raised a brow in Simon's direction, but Simon didn't care to have been right. He could only imagine the betrayal Sam felt at the misdeeds of her best friend from childhood. He'd have much rather been wrong. The men gathered around Pa as he continued. "Sam shared with us where their camp was, and I hope to make it there before he and his hired men get too far out on their search for her. Ray set a few men on the cattle this morning, and any man who chooses can ride out with us. Gentlemen, this will be a dangerous endeavor, so do not feel pressured to take part. Anyone who wishes can be on their way with our respect and gratitude for the help you gave us last night." One by one, the men stood a little taller, and Simon had never been so proud of his family and those around them. Of course, Uncle Matthew and Malachi would stay to help bring William to justice, as would Jesse as a former lawman in his own right. He'd always known the rest of his family would do the same. But standing there, watching John and John Jr. Thompson, Nathan Archer, Forrest Underwood, and a host of their other friends who must have joined the search overnight, Simon felt nothing but pride for the life his family had built here. "We'll stay," Forrest said in his gravelly bass. "That dandy messed with the wrong gal, and he's about to find out we don't cotton to that around here." Pa nodded. "Thank you, all of you." Over the next 20 minutes or so, Pa and Uncle Matthew worked out a plan to surround the camp and capture William and his cronies. As much as he longed to get his hands on the man, it was Sam's face he needed to see. He found her in the barn just inside Pistol's stall, placing a saddle blanket on his back. "Sam," Simon said dryly, "please tell me you're not trying to come with us. It's too dangerous. William and his men are armed." Without even looking up from the horse, Sam continued tacking up Pistol. "He was my best friend, Simon. He was my best friend, and he tried to force me into a marriage he knew well I didn't want. Not to mention, Hawthorne is still there at the camp. Don't try to stop me, you know I'll just go anyway." This woman was going to be the death of him. "Fine," Simon sighed. "At least promise me you'll stay close so I can get you out of there if things go south." Sam finally turned from Pistol, and her eyes met his. He didn't see the anger and defiance he'd expected at his protectiveness. "I promise." Stepping out of Pistol's stall, Sam approached Simon and placed her arms around his waist. She laid her head on his chest, and he felt his body physically relax further. "Thank you for coming for me, and thank you for trusting me." With a sigh, Simon wrapped his arms around her as well. He breathed in the scent of her hair, pine the predominant scent. "Anytime, sugar. I've decided you're easier to deal with as an ally rather than a charge." She pulled back to face him, arms still firmly around his waist. "I'm choosing to take that as a compliment." "Oh," he said with a smirk, "it's most definitely a compliment. Say, if I kiss you right now, what are the odds I'll come back with a shiner?" Sam feigned a moment of thought, eyes narrowed toward the ceiling of the barn. "I think you might be safe." Those words were all he needed. Simon removed his Stetson and lowered his lips to hers. Pulling her just a bit tighter, he realized just how wrong he'd been all these years. The right woman wasn't a sentence to bondage, but a freedom to love and be loved just as he was. Ahem, Phil's voice crackled from the other end of the barn. Simon reluctantly broke their kiss, but kept his arms firmly wrapped around her. He'd have to let her go in a minute to set out, but not just yet. "Can I help you?" Sam giggled beside him, and it tamped some of his frustration at being interrupted. "Just thought I'd let you know that they're about to ride out," Phil said with a Cheshire cat grin. "Thought you two might want to join them." Chapter 21. "You're making a big mistake, Sam." William paced the floor of his cell just as Simon's uncle closed and locked the door. "You'd be happier with me than you ever would with this cowpoke." He threw a wild arm to gesture towards Simon, his movements erratic. Where had her best friend gone? The man who stood before her was hardly one she recognized. He looked like William, even spoke like him, but the once funny and patient friend had devolved into anger and manipulation. "Your opinion has been noted, William." At least, he hadn't harmed Hawthorne. She didn't know how she'd ever heal from that. Simon wrapped an arm around her shoulder in a silent gesture of support. William stopped his pacing and glared at the two of them. "You think you won, cowboy, but I'll be back." The 3 men he'd hired were held in the cell across from him. All 3 sitting on the floor looking as comfortable as if they'd spent a good portion of their lives in such places. Then again, maybe they had. "We spared your life this time out of respect for Sam and your uncle," he replied calmly. "I'll not do it twice." With a last tip of his hat to Matthew and Malachi, Simon let go of Sam and turned towards the door. "Fellas, thank you for all your help. If we're all done here, I think I'll take my girl to breakfast at the bakery." He held out a hand for Sam and raised a brow in question. "If she's interested, that is." Sam's emotions still ran amok inside her at the revelation that William was the one behind her attacks, the fence cutting, and ultimately her kidnapping. Still, Simon's humor and strength made her feel like she wasn't quite so alone as she navigated them. Placing her hand in his, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. I think she could be convinced. A week later, after William had been taken to Dallas to await his trial, Simon led Sam into his workshop with the giddiness of a child picking out penny candies. "Simon, what in the world do you have to show me?" "Just wait," he replied, "I think you'll be pleased." He pulled open the heavy doors to his workshop and moved to stand in front of her. "Close your eyes." She did as he said, the possibilities of what he had to show her swirling in her mind. They'd only just begun courting, so surely he didn't plan to ask her to marry him yet. Not that she'd say no, but she'd certainly be shocked. After what felt like an eternity, Simon placed a hand on her back. "All right, open them." A beautiful armoire stood before her, but it was unlike any she'd ever seen. He'd carved a delicate design into the trim around the doors, looking almost like vines swirling within them, but it was the details in the doors that took her breath away. On one door was a stunning rendition of Hawthorne, carved and painted in a way that felt both elegant and sentimental. On the other, a dead ringer for pistol held the same treatment. "My mama says every house needs an armoire like this one, so I've tried to give one to each of my cousins and siblings as they've gotten married. I hope this will always remind you that you don't have to choose between trick riding and training to be with me. Whatever God has placed in your heart, we'll make it work." Tears sprang to Sam's eyes at his words, and she spoke through a lump in her throat. "Oh Simon, it's beautiful." Her voice cracked on the last word, but she held the tears back as best she could. That is, until a familiar voice sounded behind her. "Now don't start that blubberin', girl," her father grumbled from behind his thick white mustache. "Men don't know what to do with a woman's tears." "Papa." Samantha flew into her father's arms in disbelief. "How are you here? Why are you here? You think I'd leave my girl alone when someone meant to do her harm?" His voice boomed, vibrating his broad chest. "The moment I got Jed's letter, I arranged passage on a cargo ship bound for Charleston. I'd have been here sooner if not for some bad weather back east delaying my train to Dallas." It was only then that she noticed Uncle Jed standing beside him. His eyes were downcast, a stark departure from his normal mirth. "Sam," he said quietly, "I'm so sorry for everything William put you through. I promise, I had no idea that he was behind the attacks or what he was planning." "I told you already, Jed," Papa said as he shifted Sam under one beefy arm and placed his other hand on Jed's shoulder. "It ain't your fault. William's a grown man, and he's the only one responsible." "Papa's right," Sam added. "The William the first saw there in the woods, the one who was taken to Dallas, he was different than I'd ever seen him. One minute he was cold and calculating, the next he looked like a caged animal. I don't think it's something anyone could have prevented or even realized was happening. I certainly didn't." "Now," Papa said gruffly, "I've heard about your young man here, but I need to hear it from you. You plan on hitching yourself to him?" Sam grinned, unable to hold back her happiness. "I do, Papa. Not right now, but one day. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Paulson, Simon said as he put out a hand. I want you to know how much I care about your daughter. I plan to make a good husband to her. Call me Bran, Papa replied as he took his hand. It seems weird to be family. Papa, how long are you in town? Papa stood a little straighter and turned to look out the large doors to the Circle H. Well, I just finished my last contract in Europe before I got Jed's letter. I'd been offered a few others, but hadn't accepted. Sam barely allowed herself to hope he meant what it sounded like. So, what will you do now? I met the most interesting young man at the stage stop in town, Papa said with a smirk at Uncle Jed. Fella by the name of Nathan Archer. Jed tells me he's got about as much horse sense as anyone he's ever met, me included. I can't have a fella like that workin' against me, so I'm thinkin' I might ask him if I could join up. Sam's mouth fell open. You'd move to Pine Creek? Would you be happy working for someone else? She knew good and well the second Papa spoke to Nathan the deal would be done. There was no way he'd pass up a chance to work with his hero. I'm gettin' old, Sammy. I think it might be about time for me to stop traipsing all over the world. Seems Mr. Archer has got all the makings of a destination training facility here, and I wouldn't have to deal with all the paperwork. He wrinkled his nose as though he smelled something foul. I sure wouldn't mind giving that up. Plus, if I'm gonna have grandbabies here one day, I'd just as soon stick around. Sam didn't think she'd ever been happier in her entire life. She reached out and took Simon's hand from her spot under her father's arm, hope for the future loud and clear in her heart. I think that sounds perfect. Epilogue. July, 1901. Simon, Nicholas chided, you look like you're about to come out of your skin. Calm down, she's done this before. Nick sat back and kept his arm around his fiancée Violet, the two of them scheduled to wed later that month. Easy for you to say, Simon replied. It's not your girl about to stand up on top of a horse and jump over something. His whole family, plus the Archers and a few other Pine Creek folks, had come to Dallas for Sam's performance with Jed's show. Of course, Bran was there as well, and he'd taken Nathan into the stables to take a look at a few of the show's horses. Simon had never seen his friend so excited as the day Bran asked him about a partnership. They'd been working together, Sam as well, for about a month. As far as Simon could tell, the three of them worked together well. Callum, Edie's little brother who was married to Rose and owned a ranch next to the Circle H, leaned over. You reckon they'll turn Pistol into a show horse one day? The thought was laughable, despite how far Pistol had come. He's a good cow horse, but I don't reckon even Sam's brave enough to try him on some of the tricks she does. By the way, I'm a little surprised you're here with Rose so near to having the baby. I'm glad you came. Callum grinned slyly and shrugged. She knew how badly I wanted to come last time, so she all but insisted. Her ma's there with her, and Malachi was kind enough to stay back in case Rose or Sarah needed anything. I figured it might be my last chance to see the show for a while with the baby coming so soon. From her spot next to Nicholas, Violet leaned over and raised a brow. Who do we think will go first? Rose or Sarah? Definitely Sarah, Mama answered from behind them. It's not her first baby, and she's been feeling pains for a week. It'll surprise me greatly if Rose has her baby first. Helen chuckled from her spot between Jessie and her brother, Robert. Wouldn't it be something if one of them went into labor at one of the weddings? At least Edie would already be there to deliver. While Nicholas and Violet were scheduled to wed at the end of July, Jessie and Helen were busy planning for the middle of August. With a little luck, Simon hoped he could convince Sam to walk down the aisle before Christmas. She wasn't hesitant about marrying him, but her entire life's focus had changed in the span of a few months. Dreams she'd once thought were set in stone now looked different than they once had. Simon could understand her wanting to court a bit longer, and he wouldn't push her. Simon, Robert said from behind him. How many shows is Sam planning on doing this year? Just the ones in Dallas, Tulsa, and New Orleans. Her understudy Lenore is doing the rest of them, and Sam says she's pleased as punch to be headlining. After everything that had happened with William, Sam had gone to Lenore and apologized for suspecting her in the attacks. It was safe to say the two probably would never be close friends, but they were no longer hostile towards one another. Sam's decision to only ride in the shows that were close by likely had something to do with that as well. "I'm sure she is," Robert replied. "Say, where have you been lately?" Simon realized he'd only seen Robert a handful of times that spring. Normally, the mountain of a young man would come out to the ranch a few days a month and help out. He'd really only been at church and any time Simon had needed to stop by the smithy where Robert worked for his father, Cade. Helen elbowed her brother in the ribs. "That's what I'd like to know. I'm the one who owns a business and is planning a wedding, yet my very own little brother doesn't seem to have time for me." "I've been around," Robert said vaguely just as Jed's voice sounded in the arena. Simon didn't press Robert further, but had to wonder if he hid something from them. The show went off without a hitch, though Simon wasn't sure he let out his breath the entire time. Despite his nerves and the time she'd spent without performing, she somehow still made every trick she did look as effortless as the one before it. The crowd cheered every time she upped the difficulty, and Simon thought he might burst with pride. Afterwards, the whole family went backstage and were met with a very different sight than the one they'd seen the first time they'd visited. Sam stood with Nathan, Jed, and her father as they talked shop and Sam brushed down Hawthorne. When she spotted Simon, she broke away from the group and walked into his arms with a grin the size of Texas on her face. "You were amazing," he said as he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Did it feel as good as you hoped it would?" "Even better," Sam replied. "It felt like I never left." As he smoothed her hair away from her face, Simon asked the question he'd probably asked 100 times since she made her decision. "And you're sure you want to cut down the number of dates you perform? I don't want you to regret it." He couldn't go to every show with her and not maintain the work he did in his shop, but they'd make it work somehow if that's what would make Sam happy. "I'm sure. I love performing, but I also love training horses. This way, I get to do both of the things I love. Not to mention, I'll get to work with Papa. I've missed that." Simon nodded, appeased for the moment. "Might you also have another reason for wanting to stick around Pine Creek a little more? Say, a strikingly handsome cowboy with a charming wit and a heart of gold?" Sam said with a mischievous grin and a wave of her hand. "Sure, but Nicholas is marrying Violet, so I probably shouldn't try to horn in." Simon feigned a blow to the chest as she giggled. "You wound me, Miss Paulson. I'll just have to prove to you why I'm the superior Carson twin. I think you'll find there to really be no contest." "You do that," Sam said as she pressed a kiss to his cheek. "I look forward to how you plan to woo me. Plus, I need a date to the wedding anyway, so I suppose you'll do." Thanks for listening. If you love Christian romance, be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.